Hello and welcome to Live at 3D Experience World 2023. Jesse, we aren't in a conference room.
We are not in a conference room. We are in a very big conference hall.
So you're saying this isn't like a green screen board
This is
behind
not
us
green screen. This is all real.
with people that have been on other streams and
Yep.
all that, right?
No holograms. I see real people over there.
This is real. So you guys have probably seen, the advertisements, the YouTube videos. Some of you are actually watching us right now in real time, which is still to me crazy. I think I've already seen, the show hasn't even like officially started. I guess it started 2 seconds ago with us, but it feels like it hasn't even officially started. We're used to general session being that like really, really big kickoff, which we will be having momentarily. But it's just us for now. It's the two co-hosts. You might remember from last year. We had Brian Zayas and myself. We brought you some of the the sights and sounds of 3D Experience World 2022 live from DS America's headquarters. A little bit different with you at the desk. We missed Brian a little bit, but we were happy to have you, Jesse.
Yeah, I like the lighting in here better.
Yeah. Well, don't tell Brian, but I might like it better with you as a co-host already.
He might be within earshot.
No, I don't think we're gonna be hearing from Brian this year, but yeah, it's definitely different. There's a different vibe. There's an actual energy to play off of, and not just manifest and bring out there onto the interwebs, right? So live this year, what are we gonna be doing? Is it gonna be? I'm just it's so. In some ways, it's jarring, by the way, because like even as people, I'm getting distracted. Like even as people are walking by, like there's Johnny, there's Jade, like all these people, SolidWorks champions, user group leaders walking by. So even that, it's like there's energy already feeding into the booth that we didn't necessarily have last year, right? We pull CEOs in, we pull GP in, and pull Manish in, be like, hey, get in here, we got to interview you. But
yeah, I'm loving this already. I came down. I was over at the hotel for a little bit. I came down yesterday morning and just sitting in the hall, and I was gonna, get some work done. I pulled out my laptop, and I was here for I don't know hours, and I didn't get any work done at all. Even just yesterday, before anything had started, I ran into probably 30 people that I knew, and it was fun to catch up with. So I got no work done, but I'm already energized by running into all sorts of people. So I love this spot. We're right in the middle of the action, seeing everybody. I'm so excited, man.
100%, and it's important to note, right? We're trying to stay tuned in, and we'll surely keep you guys tuned in on the virtual side, with a lot of different segments, which we'll talk about. But we're definitely not keeping you guys, in the dust. We're not going to leave you hanging. We kind of joked around about that during the welcome video for the conference, right? But we have a lot of stuff to bring you. So last year, I believe was the first year on live. We've had live segments, throughout the year, different faces coming on and really owning that. But last year was the first year that we sort of did, 8 hours a day, just like jam-packed full content. And that's not changing this year, right? Just because we are live and kind of virtual.
Yeah. No, we've got a ton of programming to come up with. We've got kind of 15-minute segments throughout 3 days. So there's a lot of people we'll be talking to, and I'm so excited for it. We'll be at the desk and all over the place too. We're gonna be stopping in some breakout sessions and the playground and all sorts of cool stuff.
100%. Yeah, that's an important note. So what is going to be on live this year? It's not just going to be at the desk. And last year we did some of that, right? We did the person on the street,
yep.
Which was actually never on the street. I always think it's so funny to call a person on the street.
Person
about campus, person about conference.
Yep.
Probably more apropos to say, but. Similarly, right, we're bringing the sights and sounds of 3D Experience World, which we have tons of numbers on to get you guys jazzed up and excited to you guys virtually, right? We have tons of VIPs. We have previews of breakouts. You're going to be in the playground, right?
Yep.
So what are some of some examples of different booths that you're going to go to this
yeah,
year?
there's so much in there, and if you guys haven't been to one of these, I'm sure we'll say this about 1,000,000 times over this stream, you've got to get to one at some point. But the playground it's always a fan favorite, right? There's always so many cool things to see that you can't see anywhere else, right? Things that show up that's like, where else would I see these kind of things, right? We've got the mech from Exosapien. We'll be talking to Jonathan and Curtis a little bit later. That thing is cool. You walk in, it's like that is a building of a machine in there. We've got, partners in there. We were just talking, a little bit about the HP booth and the Lenovo booth that we'll be stopping by, and the Maker Zone is amazing. There's so much cool stuff. I don't know how we're going to fit all of that stuff in there. It's going to be a flying tour of that for sure, but there's so much cool stuff in there.
The Exosapien, so I was fixated on that when you mentioned it. So we had a chance, we've been kind of wandering around, just, getting our feet wet so that when we actually tell you guys about these things, we know what we're talking about as much as we can. I barely ever know what I'm talking about with anything.
I never do, so you're one step ahead of me.
Well, that's kind of what we got to be. We just got to be one step ahead of the audience. Like you guys know, all of you giving presentations on different things, different talks. But the Exosapien, that was amazing to see in person. You really feel tiny. You really feel small.
Yeah, it's
when you're next to that thing. And it's interesting. Like you probably have seen it in SolidWorks, on YouTube, or maybe you've seen footage of it elsewhere on like a different channel or something like that. But standing next to these things, like you don't have a good idea of scale in those circumstances.
Yeah, you
right?
see it like stepping on a car, and it's like, wow, that's big. But then you're standing next to it, it's like, this is big.
Yeah, it's truly, like, I don't use the word mammoth very often, but it is a mammoth, probably a mammoth assembly in SolidWorks.
I'm sure. Yeah, we'll find out when I talk to them.
A mammoth device.
Yeah,
what else? We got live streams of general session, which. We've kind of broken live itself into 15-minute blocks. Hey Jeff, I'm just going to be saying hi to people. I hope you guys don't mind. But
I love that. It's part of being here, right in the middle of everything.
Yeah, it's impossible not to see someone like every 5 seconds, or maybe someone not that you've known for years. But I think conferences are so special, in-person conferences especially, because you're able to meet so many people. You meet,
totally.
It's like you meet a person every 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's really, like I said, when I was sitting over here, I ran into a bunch of people that I knew, and I already met a bunch of new people. So that's
sure. Fun. So everyone's getting lined up for general session, right? I see there's a ton of huge crowd.
I was going to say, you were talking about sights and sounds. Sounds are coming up.
I'm sorry, I couldn't really hear you. I'm getting some interference.
Yeah,
and another live mic. Is there something
cutting in?
Is this a production glitch or?
Sean, what is up, buddy? Hey, I was thinking about 1 year ago, we were live from a Waltham training room, and we were trying to recreate this exact moment that is happening right now. We are mere moments away from heading inside to general session day one, and dude, this feeling is exhilarating. There are thousands of friends here. Hey, anyone here at CSWE? Okay, all right. Hey, it's been great. We've been here a few days getting the show ready, already setting up, meeting just dozens and dozens of friends. I can't wait to meet a lot more. And hey, there's a couple friends coming we should talk to and we get to know. Hey, what's up?
Hey, how you going?
Michael, how you doing?
Good, fantastic, fantastic.
Whoa. Where are you from?
A little continent called, from the south,
Like Alabama?
Yeah, a little further south. A little continent called Australia.
Oh my gosh, so we were just talking, you had a 15-hour flight to get here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's only 15 hours.
I have bad Gen V, look at this. But you don't have the E.
No, I'm poor.
You've been using SolidWorks how long?
Since 2004, 2005.
2005, okay.
Yeah, just a couple of years.
And you work at Traca.
Yep.
Which, you've been there forever, right? Since before SolidWorks?
Yeah, I think I was born there. Yeah, SolidWorks changed Tracker's life.
Yeah.
It changed everything that we did.
Yeah?
The way we used to design, market, it just, it really just changed everything we did.
Now, do you still get to use SolidWorks like on the regular every day, or are you like all management now?
No, I'm just 12 hours a day. Just normal,
12 hours a day.
Just a normal, regular come in, sit down.
All right.
Turn on SolidWorks.
Well, hey, what are you most excited about for being here at World the first time in 3 years? We've had it live.
This.
Yeah.
This. You can feel that this morning.
All right. Should we get in line? You ready to go?
Yeah.
Are you a front rower?
Of course.
All right.
Of course.
Here we go. Look at this.
Here we go. Let's go.
All right.
Come on. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah.
Hey.
What's up? You guys ready to go in? Ready?
Can you
Let's
see
go.
him? Wow.
Matt, what's up?
So he actually is here.
He is here.
He didn't even text me. What's wrong with that guy?
I don't know. He's a pro though.
So Brian did make an appearance. I hope I actually got a lot of you out in the audience when I was pretending that there was like an actual production glitch. Like, oh no, 3D experience. They're so not used to being in person anymore that something's going wrong.
A little rusty. Sean with the deadpan jokes. Always with the deadpan.
Like, Sean,
jokes.
you need to really learn how to play it off when these things go a little bit awry. But no, I was happy to see Brian. Happy to see Michael Lord. He's like a total legend.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Brian joking that he's from, what do you say, Alabama?
Alabama.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think everyone knows Michael Lord is properly from. Hey, Betty. Hey, guys. Everyone properly knows, right, that Michael Lord is from Australia, not Alabama. But yeah, so we are. What is it? Local time, 8:11. So, okay. So we got another shot here.
Got a side by side going.
So Joe Lance,
That can only mean one thing.
another celeb. All right, he's getting everyone ramped up. So
This is all happening just off in front of us.
I'm just.
The crowd is gathering.
Look at them. I think I see an offsides penalty.
To be honest, I'm glad I'm sitting here and not in front of where the camera is right now.
I'm glad I'm not facing the crowd.
Yeah.
Get trampled.
Yeah, that's a precarious spot to be in.
There we go.
I can feel the wind from here.
The running of the very smart, dedicated people.
Yes,
Some people call that the running for nerds. There we go. There's Darren Grosser, another world veteran. I think you mentioned he probably has the most world badges, the largest collection of anyone, right?
Yeah, he was one of the many I bumped into yesterday. I think he said 28.
Oh, look at these people. They cheated.
They cheated.
I didn't see you guys running. How'd you get your seats? That must be VIPs.
Ah, that's what it is.
There we go.
I got to get one of those badges next time.
There we go. Joe Lance. There's actually a running club that Joe Lance belongs to. Anyone can join. So I think they get together at like 7 a.m. Bright and early, and they for years and years and years they've just like Kevin Burney, who we interviewed on live this past year, UX director from SolidWorks. He's part of that. Heather Haas from DriveWorks. We had her on live.
Spoke to her yesterday
3D
as well.
Experience World 2022 last year. I don't know how they do that. I couldn't do that.
I got to be honest. You lost me at running and 7 a.m. That sounds like the worst combination of things I could think of.
All right, so Jesse, what else do we have? I mean, so what have we talked about? So we talked about we have previews of breakout sessions.
Yep.
And not just previews. So let's stick on that. Previews are great. We get a medley especially on the virtual side of what we're going to see or what you can see if you register now at 3dexperienceworld.com.
Yep.
But we're also going to have live in person but streamed breakouts, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll be stopping in, like you said, kind of previews for a couple of the hands-on, because that's a really cool format. One of the cool things about being in person, you can just show up, mess with some computers. I'll be dropping in a couple of those. But you're absolutely right. We'll be streaming a couple of full sessions. So I'm looking forward to those. I think there's some pretty cool ones to look forward to. Yeah,
so the hands-on sessions are super special, I think. So just to explain, and I think you've probably been in. I've been in them over the years. I've delivered at least I've delivered some. They are really cool.
They are.
So the reason is, for those of you who've never been to the World, and I hope you can be here next year. If not, hands-on sessions are amazing because you walk in. There's just a bunch of machines. They're all stocked with training sets. A lot of our presenters are hands-on presenters, whether they're from out there in industry, they're a team member here at Dassault Systèmes, all flown in from all different parts of the world. Just like Michael from Australia, right?
Alabama.
It is, yeah. They're super great because, and a lot of our presenters they'll bring even like little pamphlets or digital demo sets you can take home with you, right? If you get stuck, a lot of us have taken virtual training. If you get stuck, they'll come over. A lot of them have TAs that come over, and they're just awesome.
Yeah, they're great. I'm sure I'll echo those sentiments when we get there.
So we got another feed here. So we see some people are checking. I think we have another interview. Maybe this is Brian again. Let's see.
No.
Oh, it is.
The internet. Yeah, you can delete things on the internet.
This stuff lives forever?
Yeah.
There you go. We'll just crawl through and delete it.
All right, what's up? Hey, we're here in General Set. Sean Devaney, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm awesome, dude. How are you doing?
Oh my gosh, this guy is a legend of the community, and now you're working for Trimec. What is Trimec?
What is Trimec?
Yeah.
Top reseller in the world, buddy.
Now, for everyone who doesn't know, what is a reseller? Why are they critical to what we do?
I would say I'm going to back that up a step. We can edit this and dub it.
No.
But actually, we like to use the word partner, right?
Partner, yeah.
Honestly, it's a partnership.
Yeah.
Been doing this with you guys for 20-something years.
Yeah.
And I think we're critical because we're the feet on the street. We're the face.
Yeah.
Right? We're the customer relationship people. We do the service, the support, the technical, the sales. Love it. Awesome.
What are you most excited for, like being here live in Nashville again after 3 years?
Yeah. Actually, it's funny. I've missed the last couple, so I haven't been here since 2018.
That's right.
Reconnecting with people like you, with all the community here. I've always loved, I was just talking to somebody earlier, to Andre,
Yeah.
and I said, one of my favorite things is watching those doors open and everybody rush in.
Dude, we were running.
That's
into- I
SolidWorks.
I got trampled on. I'm sweating.
That's so SolidWorks right
All right,
there,
man,
buddy.
listen, you get up there.
All right, good to see you, Brian.
So good to see you.
All right,
All right,
take care. We'll see you.
Oh man, this is great. I'm just like, my soul is filled. What's up, guys? Where are you from?
Idaho.
Oh, Idaho. That's pretty domestic. What are you most excited about being here for?
That's a hard one. Tony.
You guys are users,
I'm
right?
excited for the classes.
What classes are you gonna take?
Simulation classes.
Okay, all right. Like, do you do any hands-on?
Most of the hands-on classes were full by the
No,
time
it's a
we
waiting
registered,
line.
but
Yeah.
I am waiting on some.
Is this your first world?
It is.
Okay. How about you? First world?
It's my second.
Second.
I was
Guys,
here 3 years ago. Here in Nashville 3 years ago.
3 years ago, before we had a little blip and something. Well, hey, I'm so glad you guys are here. Go learn.
Yeah.
Fill up your notepads. See you in the front row. All right, this is awesome. I don't know, do you guys want to walk up and see what else is going on or talk to someone else? Hey, where are you guys from? Oh, just around. They're shy. You know, we're introverts, we're CAD nerds. I hope you all enjoy the virtual conference. Let's go grab a seat up front. Come on.
Wow.
He can't help himself.
Gotta love Brian.
He just keeps horning
Ohio,
in.
that's domestic. I don't know if that's supposed to be. But yeah, this is okay. So they're making their way up, right? So one thing I want to mention, we're about 12 minutes or so to general session here. If you're on YouTube right now, by the way, just make sure we're going to be live about 8 hours a day over the next 3 days. Best way you can tune in. Make sure you subscribe, and then hit the notification bell. Hit all. So when we go live, you guys get a notification. Set a calendar, thing for yourself. You guys know how to manage your schedules. I don't know why I'm telling you all this.
Yeah. But there is 3 links, one for each day.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Exactly.
Good point.
So again, SolidWorks YouTube channel, subscribe, get on here, be in the chat. That's a great place to build community. Everyone here is kind of piling in, as you guys can see in this alternate feed, into general session. But general session itself, I wanted to talk a little bit about that, Jesse. So we're doing it a little bit different this year, and I really like the changes that we've made. So those of you who've tuned in the world, those of you who've been in the world, you're probably thinking, Sean, nothing's changed. This is the very beginning of day one. General session is about to occur. All of these people are piling in, thousands of people, online and in person. Nothing's changed. So actually, tomorrow, we're going to have something a little bit different. We're going to have 3 domain sessions, right, Jesse?
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting change up. I was just talking to Heather House, you mentioned that. I was talking to her about this. We're also used to general session every morning, and it's changed up a little bit this year. It's going to be kind of nice to get something a little bit different. And I kind of like they moved the other general session to the other end of it, right? So we kind of get a nice little conference hug. We get a little bit at the
conference
beginning,
hug. I like
a
that.
little bit at the end, a nice little 3D experience hug.
# conference hug. Very good. No, but it's interesting. So the way I would explain domain sessions, right? We could say they're kind of divided by subject, right? So you'll have one for design, one for simulation at different times, by the way, and then one for manufacturing. So you can attend all 3 if you want.
Yeah.
Brian's going to do another takeover. He keeps interrupting us. No, I think we're going back to Brian. So let's see what he has now. We're watching along with you guys, by the way. Let's see. I'm getting Brian in my ear. Getting in my ear. Those are cool glasses, Jesse.
They are cool. I got to get some of those.
I think we need a couple pairs for the desk. I don't know where they got those.
Yeah, I don't think I can see my stuff, though. I'm pretty blind without.
Oh, there he is. Look.
Manish Sujit, hey, can we bother you guys real quick? You're on Goodbye the World. Manish Kumar, we got Sujit Jain. Hey, you guys are nervous, are you? No,
We are not nervous.
I'm nervous to see it. Look at that. You're going to wear those on stage, right?
Fixing up trucks, old bird dogs and woman with love. Maxwell High State
That is awesome. Manish, what are you most excited about being back here after 3 years? We're back. We're live, baby.
Do you see the excitement that people have?
Dude, my soul is filled. How about yours?
I'm super excited at this point.
I know. Sujit, what are you most excited about?
Oh, these glasses for now. And you know why?
What?
They are red.
Are they AR, VR, or QR?
And they're SolidWorks red.
All right. Hey, Good luck up there, guys. All right. See who else we can find.
Brian's just trolling around the room.
Yeah, he's determined to take over our job here.
That's awesome. So yeah, we were joking. I guess Manish, to be able to speak, doesn't need to be able to see necessarily.
Just
those
need your mouth.
Pretty bright lights.
Yeah. Got the shade. Then apparently you just need to ask to get a pair.
I guess so. Yeah. So, but yeah, once this segment's over, we go to general session. We're gonna do the Running of the Nerds Part 2.
Part 2.
Jesse and I, we're gonna see who can get in there fastest. Get a pair of glasses, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
As a second part of that. But yeah, so we have, of course, we have live streams of general sessions. We were just saying we have domain sessions tomorrow. So pretty much you can think of those as like hour-long deep dives with special guests. Not just team members here at Dassault Systèmes, but members of the community out there in industry. You can talk about. Hey, Lynn. I'm just seeing so many people. So yeah, members of the community out there in industry talking about design, simulation, manufacturing. And if you're only interested in 2 of those or only interested in 1 of those, you can attend all 3 at different times, right? You can attend a breakout or a meetup session. If you're virtual, we do have virtual meetups, by the way. Important to bring up.
Yeah.
We have so many stats here. Like how many meetups do we have overall at the conference? Let's see. I think it's like
we've got over 30.
Over 30 meetups.
Yeah, if you're talking, yeah.
And those are cool. So it's not just meetups. You might be thinking like, do we just show up in a room and we just talk to each other about whatever? They're focused.
Yeah.
Right. A lot of us have engineering backgrounds. Maybe we're a little bit introverted. No, they're like speed networking sessions that are curated to get you talking. You kind of know what to expect. There are sessions for designers and engineers. There are sessions for CAD admins, right? A lot of us are SolidWorks users or SolidWorks user adjacent.
Yep.
So those are great. But
it's always been one of the nice things with this, summit is that you can really kind of like fine tune your experience to like just what you want, or you can go the other way and like learn something totally new, right? So you can go through and find there's so many sessions to pick from that there's going to be something for you at every time slot, which is cool. And sometimes I will just go, on something topics that I'm interested, topics that I like, but sometimes I just go totally the opposite way, like something that I know nothing about. It's like, well, this is a great opportunity to go learn something totally new and get a feel for it and see if it's something that I might be interested in learning more about, with not a huge time investment, right? You can just go to one session and say, oh, this is cool and I want to know more about it or not, right? Maybe you move on to the next one. And so I like the idea of kind of bringing that to the main sessions too, where you can just kind of tailor your experience while you're here to get what you want out of it.
That is a really, really great point. Yeah. So if you guys go to 3dexperienceworld.com, you can still register. By the way, that's something that's really important to note. Yeah, things have started, but you can still register today, and you can access all these sessions. We'll talk about that in a moment. But to your point, Jesse, there are a lot of different ways to filter on the virtual side, which is great. In person, you can just bump into someone and be like, "Hey, I'm going to an intro on 3D Sculptor." About consumer product design and how to do that easier. Great.
Or even on that, you can even go by speaker, right? You bump into somebody, hey, what's your name? Oh, I'm speaking on this. You can just search by speaker and say, oh, they're doing these 3 sessions. Maybe I'll catch one of them.
Yeah, exactly. So you can go, there's tons of different ways to filter. You can go by I think it's beginner, intermediary, and advanced. So yeah, if it's something new, maybe go through the intro level discussion on it, kind of see how it works.
Yeah.
Talk to someone who's used it. I mean, that's super important. That's a huge thing at a conference, right? Because you can sign up for a webinar any time of year. And, we have live design. We have live streaming all throughout the year. And sure, you can go into the chat and you can maybe, you ask a question, it gets answered 5 minutes later, that kind of thing. But no, there's nothing that suffices for that experience of being in person. You raise your hand, and it's like, oh, immediate feedback.
Yeah.
And then you see like everyone else's reactions and how, did everyone else know that? Or is that something that we all didn't know? And I just I instigated this huge learning moment for the entire room.
I don't think I'm being dishonest in saying this. Every session I've gone to, I've learned something.
Yeah.
Even if it's a topic that I know a lot about, a topic maybe that I've taught, right? If I go to a session, I'm going to learn something. Every single time, and I love that. And you were talking about, the different levels. You've got beginner, intermediate, the hands-on. We were talking about is a great way, even if you're just a beginner, because you can go in and try something sort of out of the context of your own job, right? Because sometimes, you try to learn something while you're in the office, and it's like, oh, I got all these other things to do. But when you're here, you kind of lose that. You're taken out of context, and you can just kind of like focus on that. So the hands-on are a cool way. You said hello to Alin as he walked by. I'm gonna be stopping in with them for their hands-on session. So I'll probably say the same thing once I get there. But yeah, that's a cool opportunity too. Really at any level, but particularly for beginners, I think.
It's huge, and we've all been there, on the software side. I remember when I was first learning SolidWorks, for example, even just following along with the tutorials, you could read along and you can try to pick and click, and you're like, I don't exactly know what this instruction means.
Yeah.
Well, that's great, because there's a TA or someone in the hands-on room that'll just go and like, hey, I think you're a little bit stuck. No worries. I'll get you through to that next action. And it's like, okay, now I'm on my way. This is great. Awesome. So yeah, those are super exciting. But once again, don't want you guys to feel too left out. We have tons of sessions available on 3dexperienceworld.com. All you have to do is register. Registration is free.
Yeah.
Right? And you can access a lot of sessions. So overall, like, how many sessions do we have at 3D Experience World? You count Nashville, virtual, like all together, like how many sessions do we have? I know we have a bunch of stats like right here. I think it's like 300.
More than that. I was 380 or something, I think.
380.
It might even be more than that.
Okay. So over the course of 3 days.
Yeah, and almost as many presenters too, right? I think there was like 350 presenters or something over 380 sessions, or it's almost like 1-to-1, which is cool. It speaks to the diversity that I was just kind of talking about, right? Like you can pick and choose, or a crazy amount of options.
Absolutely, yeah. And of course we have some presenters like Alin. I mentioned, I think it was on the live What's New 3D Experience Works 2020. I think Brian, I'm getting some more feedback. I think Brian's trying to steal our stage again. What's going on with this?
Unbelievable.
I think I'm hearing that Brian has another interview. Brian's making so many connections. There he is.
Great, thank you. Okay, we got folks who are just finishing their biscuits and gravy breakfast. Hey, good morning. What's up? Hey, where are you guys from?
France.
France?
Best reseller. XDI. Remember that?
Yep. Innovation. XDI Innovation. Oh, I've heard about you guys. Y'all about the cloud. Yeah. You guys know anything about cloud?
What did you say?
Hey, what are you most excited about to be here at World?
It's my first time, so I'm excited about the entire
All right, hey. Enjoy it. How about you, first time?
My first time too, bro.
So glad you guys are here in Nashville with us.
Yeah.
All right, there's still some seats up there, but it's getting tight. All right, well, it's about time to get back, get the show going. Sean, Jesse, good luck. So much better than a virtual world in a training room. I can't wait for this week. We'll see you real soon. Oh, 5 words. Don't miss this demo. 4 words. Don't miss this demo. Let's watch that later today. All right. Bye, guys.
Love it. Yeah. So don't miss this demo, the skits. I remember last year we were like trying to tease that out. Like, will we have a skit this year?
Yep.
Will there be a preview of new software, new technology, a 2024 release perhaps?
Yep.
No, we're getting right out of the way. It will happen. Do not worry. Do not watch and be like, no, they're going to get rid of the skits. It's going to leave main stage. It is not.
It's going to be good.
I assure you, we've seen it. I had a little role in it. I can assure you that it is happening.
I don't know if that speaks to it or against it, that you had a role in it.
Mostly against.
Yeah.
But again,
I can vouch for it.
Hi.
Despite.
I think it's so funny because like everyone's just walking by, and I think they're being very courteous of the fact that we're live, and like they're just like hi. I don't want to interrupt you.
I think we've got the best. I think we've got the best seat though, because I've never done this before, where I just have thousands of my best friends walking by me and just parading by. Like, this is kind of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know the feeling. It's like you're walking by and you can tell somebody's like recording something or whatever, and you just don't want to interrupt, which I appreciate. But I will probably, if I see you and I know you,
call you out.
I will call you out, and you will be, a special guest.
Yeah, you're facing the right direction. I picked my seat poorly.
Yeah. If only we had eyes in the back of our heads. Maybe those special glasses have those capabilities that we saw.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what it is. It's like they just like flash.
I need the VR set in the Lenovo booth. Maybe I can get a feed from behind me.
Yeah.
Camera.
So I think we're about 2 minutes away from the start of general session. I hope Brian he cannot come back again because he needs to be able to find his seat, right? That would be a real shame if he interviewed all these people, all these first timers at World, and he himself was not able to get a special seat. So I hope someone saved him a seat because it looked like it was definitely running out.
Yeah.
We have thousands of people here.
I'm so excited for the first timers.
Yeah. Oh man. First time, like sitting shoulder to shoulder, new
Such a
product
feeling.
announcements, or there's always new announcements during
Yeah.
general session.
How many is this for you?
That's a good question. I think I want to say it's been 9 or 10.
Okay. Yeah, I think probably 7 or 8 for me. I meant to look it up before we started too, but I think 2013, maybe in Orlando. Maybe somebody in the chat can correct me if that doesn't sound right, but I think that might have been my first one. And then I missed a couple, and obviously the past couple of years have been tricky, so 7 or 8 maybe.
That's the one thing about having this virtual. You guys in the YouTube chat, someone will fact check you. So
Yeah.
someone probably knows Jesse,
Instantly.
knows your history, knows your life better. Hey, Andy,
Yeah.
knows your life better
better than I do.
you do.
Yeah.
You're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna pull up my Jesse file.
Yeah.
I know exactly.
Darren's probably in
his
main
first
session. He's nope. It's not
So
right.
we have over. All right, look some of these stats just right as we're getting ready.
Just
Got
I'm
about
just
1 minute, so we got some
checking the
special
chat to
production
see-
crew members just
see
telling
if
us
anybody's
how many
corrected
minutes we
me.
got. We got 1 minute. So again, just some highlights. Stay tuned, subscribe, like, all that. Notifications. Make sure you can check in. We're going to be going all day, giving you tastes of the event. We mentioned full sights and sounds, previews of breakouts, full breakouts, looks at hands-on sessions, live streams, of course, of general session was coming on momentarily, visitors to Nashville customers, and much more. I'm being told that we have to wrap just for now.
We just got started.
We just got started. That's true. We just got started. So we're going to general session here. But yeah, we're going to be here all 3 days. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We're headed to the big stage, and I can't wait to see what we have in store.
Me too.
Awesome. All right, guys. See you soon.
See you soon.
Warning.
Asteroids approaching. Asteroids destroyed. Well done.
Please welcome Tracy Wilson.
Good morning! Good morning, everyone! Welcome to Nashville, and welcome to 3D Experience World 2023. Yes! Oh, yes. While it has been so nice to see each other virtually over the last couple of years, it is so fantastic to be back in person where we left off. Yes, it does feel good. It does feel good. Now, I know you're eager to get to all the great content that we have planned for you over the next 3 days. So let's get started. Please welcome Senior Vice President of 3D Experience Works, Giampaolo Bassi.
Thank you. Wow. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good day, everyone connected. I know more than 10,000 out there. And welcome to 3D Experience World 2023. I promise this is going to be the best world ever because it feels so good to be back in person again, doesn't it? We have so many people to reconnect with, so many things to talk about, so many things to learn. The last time we were together, actually, it was 3 years ago, right in this room, remember? In the Music City. We were celebrating our gathering to dream big, to learn how to turn dreams into reality. Little we knew then that what we considered as granted could be disrupted in a blink of an eye. In fact, a few weeks later, the entire world ground to a halt, and we learned quickly how important it is to work from anywhere, to stay connected, still be always up to date. The virtual world that you created with the platform gave everybody the freedom to imagine and create new solutions for the new emergencies that came out of nowhere, and no matter the circumstances. We understood very well what Albert Einstein said. Of course, he was right? He said, knowledge is less important than imagination, because knowledge is limited by what we know. Imagination has no limit. We didn't know anything about the pandemic, right? And yet our imagination empowered us to fight back. This is why we have decided that the power of imagination is the theme of our world. And once again, we are here to be inspired and to push the limits of our own imagination. In the last 3 years, we have made a lot of progress in our mission to expand the most successful design ecosystem in the world. It's you, it's SolidWorks, to the most powerful innovation portfolio in the world. It's a 3D Experience Works. We call it a true imagination engine. We have added a lot of things in the last few years. You see here machine learning and actually generative design capabilities that let you to explore and experiment with even greater freedom. We have added simulation application of unmatched accuracy to simulate virtually all aspects of the real world. You see here computational fluid dynamics. You see here the simulation of the electromagnetic field. It's amazing what is going to happen using all these capabilities. We have even added applications to create amazing e-commerce experiences. Who doesn't want to have an e-commerce experience these days, right? We are delving full speed into digital manufacturing, from CNC and 3D printing to everything needed for full factory automation, like robot programming, virtual equipment commissioning, plant design. We are able to virtualize a full factory in a few hours and energy toll in our platform. No way you can do it on a laptop or on a desktop. You can see the power of 3D Experience Works manufacturing in full display in the playground, where Mike Buckley and John Milbury will be more than happy to show how to make almost everything, including this beautiful buckle belt, right? This was designed with SolidWorks Cloud, was 3D printed in stainless steel with Delmia, by the way, on machines designed with SolidWorks. I think it was Mark Ford, and finished with a Delmia NC milling machine programmer, a beautiful member of our portfolio. In the last 3 years, we have also seen new challenges. Let me talk about the disruption of the global supply chain. It is reported that the vast majority of our clients have been deeply affected and had very deep negative impact on their business. Now, you combine this with the new phenomenon, the chronic shortage of a specialized labor force and the instability of material prices and the unbalanced distribution of manufacturing capability. Now, this is the perfect storm. It is evident that a new, more holistic approach to manage this business is necessary. And the unanimous consensus from the expert is that technology is the solution. And technology must rely on platforms that can provide accurate visibility and analysis in real time of all internal and external factors that can affect business. Why platform? Because value today is created by connecting people, data, and solution in a unique and transparent source of truth. In platform is where innovations like generative AI or deep machine learning applied to the virtual world in 3D can really make a difference. We have it already. Make a difference in creating new level of ideas and insight. And at the end, data is the enabler all over that, to discover new knowledge and unearth know-how that probably you didn't even know you had. But those data need to reside in the platform so that our innovation can introspect them and transform data into important information. Now, the 3D Experience platform has proven as the right choice to elevate the flexibility, resilience, and readiness to market the demand that is so critical these days. In 1992, the European Union introduced the Eco Label. So it was a voluntary initiative then to certify products with high environmental standards throughout the life cycle, from material sourcing to disposal. 30 years later, actually not long ago, in December 2022, the European Parliament announced an initiative to introduce a carbon tariff on imported goods. We can say that the transition to a more sustainable way of life has started, hasn't it? It is estimated that more than 80% of product-related environmental impact is determined at the design stage. Once again, technology can help. A virtual twin can support eco-friendly design strategy like product longevity, material recyclability, modularity, design for disassembly. The 3D Experience Works can do more, can tell you exactly what is the environmental impact of your designs, as you can see here on the video. In the words of sociologist Laila Ajaroglu, the things that we design at the end design us. I couldn't find a better phrase to describe what you do, guys. The things that you design at the end design us. Now, what if the system in the design system approach that we all use, how if the system was a society itself? Our virtual twin is not simply meant to improve things. The end game, guys, is to improve life itself. Circularity is a fundamental part of the sustainability conversation. And to realize a circular economy, we also need to change ourselves. We need to transform ourselves from consumers to users. Now, you producers, you need to invent new business model like renting or services in addition to purchasing. And many of our customers are working on amazing innovations to support sustainability and circularity. I would like now to invite on stage Fabio Pissato from Milan, Italy. He's the chief of entrepreneurs of a company called Innovia, a group that is very much focused on sustainability and innovation in that area. Please welcome Fabio on stage. Ciao Fabio, welcome. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, thank you.
Now, let's start with your innovations in the area of sustainable mobility. I know you are very passionate about that. Tell me what you're doing there.
Well, first of all, let me say that what we try to do is to bring physical products and companies to market at the speed of what happens with digital world typically. And to do this, there are a couple of challenges. One is to create a network of excellence with research and the industry partner that can allow us to do that. But on the other side, we also need very rigorous approach of methodologies and systems, and that can be implemented only with the right tools. So speaking about mobility, we think that innovations comes from giving safety to the user of
any device,
light vehicle particularly.
Here we see beautiful bicycles, right?
Exactly. For this, we developed iRide, which is a electropneumatic suspension, adaptable, and the first ABS that, as long as I know, cannot completely integrated into the frame of an e-bike.
Say it again, ABS fully integrated in the frame of the bike.
Exactly.
We have a lot of bikers here. I think they are listening very carefully.
So that's an important innovation, because if you want people, particularly the elderly or the new people approaching e-bikes and fast mobility, to adopt that, safety is quite important.
Very good. Now, Fabio, you mentioned sustainable mobility. What about autonomous mobility? What about that? I know you guys are working in that area. Tell us about that.
Yes, also that one. So I'm very proud of YAPE, which is an autonomous pod for the last mile delivery of light parcels that was even included in the World Economic Forum list of groundbreaking boats for sustainable logistics.
Wow, congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. On the other side, we have other company like eShocks that builds components for the control of vehicles. So why is that important? Because the new mobility requires entire new architectures for vehicles, which is on one side electrification and on the other side autonomous, as you said. So it's important to provide the set of components that accelerate building those new architectures.
Okay, interesting. And you told me that Y-Ape is actually being deployed in Milan right now in certain areas, right?
It's deployed in Milan, and there is a district where we do parcels consignment with a smart city built by the Italian institution to test and experiment with all these new technologies.
Beautiful. So now we say that virtual things can improve real things. Tell us how.
Well. For this, I want to present WeArt and the Touch Diver that Gianpaolo tested in Milan when he was visiting us. And by the way, you can test not all together, please, at the Pavilion partner, if you're interested. That brings the feeling of touch of a virtual reality. So that means that you can design a car seat and have the virtual twins of that and feel the softness, the texture, and how the lateral upholstery of the seats feels like.
That's truly amazing. I was in Milan, I tried that. You know, you put those spots on your fingers and you can feel the real thing. It's really brawling, the boundary between what is virtual and what is real is difficult to understand. It's blurring that boundary. And actually, you also have the feeling of temperature, right?
Yes, yes. And the reason for that is that we want to bring it as close as possible to the real life experience. As you said, it's very important in virtual prototyping to make it as real as possible. So in a sense, what we do at WeArt is we make virtual prototyping less digital and almost physical.
Almost physical. I can tell you that he put on my virtual screen, my virtual goggle, he put a flame, and I felt the sense of burning. I removed my hand right away. It was really an amazing experience. It really brings it to the next level. Now, you said that virtual twins are meant to improve life, right? Because WeArt will get even closer to the real life experience. Now, tell us, what can 3D Experience Works do for you?
Well, to innovate at speed, we structure the company in a very collaborative way. So we have teams of engineers which are shared with startups, with companies, with clients, with contract manufacturers. So it's important to have an agile platform that supports all the activity. And we do all our designs with SolidWorks. Now, on top of that, 3D Experience Works had the safety and state-of-the-art safety so that we don't have to care about maintaining our infrastructure, and that's quite a big help for us.
So that you can focus on what you do best, which is innovate. So,
exactly.
Fabio, I think you found the right partners, and we found the right partners too. Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you for having us.
Have fun. Go visit Fabio in the pavilion and try the WeArt device. It's truly amazing. In 2021, the economic rebound from the shutdown of the pandemic caused an energy demand surge that was partially met by the increased use of coal. Now, this resulted in the largest annual increase of carbon dioxide emission ever recorded. In the same year, 2021, the International Energy Agency published a very important paper that outlines a path to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. The same year, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has confirmed that the carbon dioxide emissions need to reach net zero by 2050, as the IEA said, in order to limit the warming of the planet to 1.5 degrees centigrade. So limiting the CO2 in the atmosphere is now clearly a priority, but we also needed to find ways to remove the excess of CO2 that we inevitably will produce. How about looking at how nature did it for 2.6 billion years? 71% of the surface of the Earth is covered by the ocean. And the sea growth phytoplankton. Those are tiny plants that, like real trees, cause photosynthesis. They transform CO2 into oxygen. Actually, between 50 to 80% of the oxygen that we breathe is created by phytoplankton. This is why, by the way, the White Cliffs of Power were created, because the carbon absorbed by the phytoplankton, when phytoplankton dies, goes to the bottom of the ocean and is stored there forever. Then the cliff emerged, the Cliff of Dover, and we found out that this is the way they were created. The next story is about a company called the Ocean-Based Climate Solution. This company looked at the miracle of nature and found a way to remove carbon dioxide by using the energy of the waves to feed the phytoplankton. Please welcome Salvador Garcia, the Chief Revenue Officer of Ocean-Based Climate Solutions. Welcome, Salvador. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming. Thank you. This is a very interesting story. So, I mean, feeding phytoplankton, this is a very hard problem to solve. Tell us how you do it.
Yes, Gianpaolo. In nature, there exists an oceanic process called ocean upwelling, which is when cold, deep seawaters rich in nutrients like phosphate, nitrate, and silicate rise to the surface, fertilizing phytoplankton that feeds zooplankton and small fish and so on up the food chain. This process is responsible for the great fishing grounds off the coasts of California, Peru, and the Northwest Africa. However, as you travel away from the coasts, there's virtually no phytoplankton in these ocean deserts. Blue water is beautiful, yes, but it's dead. Green water is thriving and a living ocean. So our technology uses wave energy to pump nutrients from the twilight zone to the sunlit zone, resulting in a biological response that converts CO2 emissions into ocean fish food, phytoplankton, which can double in mass every 24 hours.
Oh my God, 24 hours.
Yeah. Over time, this results in marine snow, which is dead or eaten phytoplankton and all the marine life it feeds, sinking to the deep ocean, which is a natural form of carbon sequestration. We have designed our pumps to operate 100% on ocean wave energy, with solar panels for electronics, including GPS. In addition, we wanted to survive huge waves, so we've designed in force limiting, so our technology ducks under huge waves and pops out the other side. Also, for durability, we've minimized the number of moving parts, so our pump has just one set of moving parts, the intake valve flappers. Then there's the design challenge of vertically deploying a 400-meter long tube in the ocean. Our solution is a flexible fabric tube that spools onto the buoy. It then self-deploys when dropped off the boat. And finally, we've just come up with a real game changer, real-time data to verify the amount of CO2 removed from the atmosphere. So those are the 5 key design elements for our ocean upwelling pump.
Interesting. The bird seems enjoying your device too.
Yes, it attracts marine life right away.
Beautiful. Now, you mentioned that you can precisely measure the carbon sequestration. So you can create carbon credits. This is a very interesting business model, right? And add this to our platform ability to measure exactly the CO2 footprint of your products, then you can buy the offset, and you would be in an amazing position to lead the economy of sustainability, right? What do you think?
I believe, yes.
Now, the reason you contacted us is that you wanted the partners that could support, the design of this amazing technology with accuracy and the speed. Now, I think we are the right partners. Don't you agree? Tell us why.
Yes. In fact, we have used SolidWorks and 3D ExperienceWorks since the earliest phase of development.
Thank you.
3D ExperienceWorks provides an integrated platform for design, development, review, and manufacture for our system. Since it is on the cloud, we do not have the burden of the complicated infrastructure to maintain and keep safe. We have access to all the world-class applications we will ever need, so we've signed the deal, and it's time to get to work fast.
Okay, I will not hold you 1 minute more. Salvador, thank you very much for your amazing testimonial. Ocean-based solution, guys. Salvador Garcia, thank you very much. What you guys do is amazing. I can't help but just being in awe. Now, I think you share with me that these two great examples show the power of the 3D ExperienceWorks portfolio and the proof that we are ready now to future-proof your companies. So given that, rolling the drums, I'd like to make a very important announcement. Now, we feel that everyone in the SolidWorks community should be taking advantage of all that 3D ExperienceWorks has to offer. Now, listen to this. Starting from July 2023, we will be including cloud services with every seat of SolidWorks. So you are free to take advantage of state-of-the-art of security, collaboration, data management, and mobility in the cloud. Isn't it amazing? Every seat of SolidWorks. I let it sink in, Anytime you want, at the pace you want, it is there for you, anytime. For us, it is a very important decision because we feel so strongly that everyone should have the chance to explore the value that 3D ExperienceWorks can bring to the entire SolidWorks community, just like Ocean-based or We Are from Milan were able to do. Not only that, I have another important announcement. By the same date, July 1st, 2023, take a note, everyone that has a SolidWorks license, the cloud, and therefore a cloud license in the cloud, will be able to do what you have been asking for a long time. Everyone with that license will be able to share for review and markup 3D design with anyone in the world, without any license, without any installation on the web. What I like to call is e-drawings on steroid. Everyone, guys. The platform, the cloud, is now part of your new seat, and you can share everything that you do with everybody in the world in the most convenient way. So I can say that this is to empower you, right? And when we say that we want to lower the barrier of access to our technology, I think we do our best to make it happen, because we have a responsibility to you. And I know that you collectively can make a huge impact to our lives and to all those around us, a huge impact on the planet, a huge impact on the future. Now, speaking of which, we were devastated by the tragedy that has unfolded in Turkey and Syria because of the earthquake. Now, I want you to know that we are already scrambling to help everybody that we know in the area. We are already working with our customers, with our partners, with the Fab Lab Foundation to find ways to help the population that is in very, very serious distress, and we feel for them. So an applause to our friends in Turkey and Syria. Some of them are here now. Please share your solidarity. I know they are starting with initiatives to fundraising. We need to support our friends in Turkey and Syria, guys. So thank you very much. It is now time to give you more insight into the vision and the future of Dassault Systèmes. Please welcome the Dassault Systèmes Chairman and CEO, Monsieur Bernard Charlès. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome, Bernard.
I like your buckle. Hello, everyone. So good to be all together. It looks to me that Christmas time will be July 1st, listening to Gianpaolo. Well, it's always an inspiring moment to be together here. And imagination really is about magic. And we want you to discover magic in the 3D Experience platform. The 3D Experience world is a new world, a whole new approach, of course, to the future of design. And if you consider the current reach that we have, you are part of a gigantic community of users. The world-best brands are using our solution. And so many companies are improving the world every day, like the great stories we just saw, improving people's life. From a consumer, people at work, citizen, student, passion. And as Dassault Systèmes is proud to serve 11 of the world industries, and by the way, being world leader in 7 of them, you know them, transportation, mobility, aerospace, space, industrial equipment, of course, great communities here, high-tech, med-tech, life science. We want you to take this opportunity to connect with this new ecosystem that is evolving, because it's part of the new industry of the 21st century. This is why the industry is adopting platform. This is the power of imagination and the power of platform. We've talked about supply. You have talked about the massive move from product to experiences, shifting to green economy. 25% of the world GDP is manufacturing, 10 to 15% life cycle and life science and medtech, and 45% infrastructure, energy. You play in those industries. So the virtual twin being experienced, i.e. simulated, is so important, not only to understand the invisible today, but to project the future of tomorrow. I was traveling in UK in the past days, coming here, and I saw this picture. Well, I think the metaverse runs the risk of illusion. But what we do together, it's a virtual twin of the real world to really understand how it works. And our friend, my friend, Dr. Hoganson from Boston Children's Institute would show you that changing the medical practices, using the virtual world experience, being so close to the real life is important for him. I would like to reveal today a few things which are coming with the platform availability to you. The first thing is about design quality. Design quality has been the core of what you have been doing with the program in the past Model Mania events. Think about it. We can today select one of these models, any design created on the planet by any rudimentary CAD, and our AI engine will regenerate automatically the specs of those designs and recreate the best possible design. That's what you see here, automatically. So there are 2 consequences. Number 1, you can reassess the quality of your design. Number 2, it puts you in a position to create 5-star design with high-quality specs and elevate the IP that you have in your company. You know, we talk a lot about ChatGPT and these kind of things. We are applying the AI technology within the platform for the future of design. The role of designers to design, to decide what are the right specs, and the 3D Experience AI will produce the parts and the mechanism for you. It's going to be available on the cloud as a service. And there is more, because of course, so many of the existing objects on the planet are not even digitized or poorly digitized. So scanners are becoming affordable, easy to use. And the question is, how fast can we use AI to really rebuild the specs of what has been scanned? You have seen a beautiful manufacturing plant in Gianpaolo's presentation, but here is a basic part. And you will see that with very advanced AI technology, we can quickly recreate the specs of that and be as close as possible to the scan without spending a minute to design on the screen. All our users, makers, innovators, SolidWorks users, CATIA users, 3D VI users will have this available on the platform. So not only you can qualify design, elevate the IP, not only you can use, scan, and recreate perfect design from it, but you can also rework all the patrimony that you have in your company. We are planning to really be able to index, scan, reevaluate, sort, simplify, rename, provide the real characteristics to gigantic data set, and we have applied it already. We have applied it on vehicle development, large-scale vehicle development. The customer was asking us, can I predict the volatility of material cost, supply disruption, to estimate the risk I have for my product and solution cost when I'm going to deliver that car? We did it in less than 3 weeks. Real-time material studies, volatility, and being able to deliver an estimation that was very close to the reality. Why is this so important? Because you all are going to be confronted to a new challenge. Material alternatives. How do you pick new type of materials? This is why, by the way, Dassault Systèmes is inventing new material science technology exactly for that, for circularity. And also why we are using life science. By the way, as a matter of fact, in 2022, we became the first global player in life science and healthcare, bigger than all the other sectors in only 3 years. We are learning from life science the biomimicry. You are going to see an example here of how we can optimize a structure and make it lifelike. We can grow matter. We can, like in human cells, using the specs, create the result that will be far closer to the DNA behavior, not the material behavior, the DNA behavior that we observe in real life. That is being available as a service inside the platform. Just like your skin, it can heal itself. The new world of design of the 21st century is truly going to be transformed, taking advantage of what we learn from life science and from life at large. The bioimagination is well understood by students, by the way, very well understood by new kids. They have invented, for example, this turtle robot. It's a team that won a contest using SolidWorks and 3D Experience. They have observed the real life of a turtle, and they have done the biomimicry and discover using the system what kind of new mechanism could be put in place. And this robot is used to remove plastics waste in ports. So the future of imagination is very well associated to the future of design and new design techniques. And I believe that you all will be able to really transform your companies that way. We have observed, and it will be one of my last points, we have observed that many startups have great ideas and very high difficulties to build up their organization growth when they hire people. So I'm pleased to tell you that we are going to apply also the virtual twin experience that we apply to things on life to organization. We call these business experiences. On having ready-to-use business experiences for startups, makers, it's a high value because it simplifies their life. And I'm very pleased that we are developing with many partners who are here, and probably will show you at the playground, the value of developing and using business experiences through the marketplace and have them being ready to use for your organization. I'm thinking about partners like Swift, SolidExpert, Trimec, Avenao, AraWorks, and many more. Thank you, guys, for developing the business experiences. They are going to be very useful for your customers and your users. So the magic is really redefining the future of design for the world. And I will conclude with a last quick illustration. 2 years ago, we decided to set up a platform, by the way, which is used by IKEA, and they have been selling millions of kitchens in less than a year online, designing everything online. Consumer will design what they need. They will go to the store. The store will help them to pick what they need to have for their kitchen or bathroom. Millions of kitchens online on the cloud were available. And we are at a point now where learning from this mass gigantic data set, we can create automatically new environment for people when they specify what they need, the ambience, and the system will suggest and show them multiple ideas. So this gigantic customer base that we enjoy to serve every day is a tremendous asset for all of you in terms of new reach. It's hundreds of thousands of large companies, millions of users, thousands of startups, tens of thousands of millions of students. The platform phenomenon is changing the boundaries of the connection to create new type of ecosystem. We are very proud to invest with startups, experience labs, education. We want to continue to do so as much as we are doing it for life science on any of the sectors. So please discover all those new things coming. July 1st is an important moment for, I think, for all the solutions that will be available to you. Software as a service, AI-based design, the future of design for the 21st century, to make our world more sustainable and to enable new players to be successful, to change the future of a green industry of the 21st century. Enjoy the 3D experience world and enjoy all the things that will be presented to you. Thank you for being here. It's a great pleasure to speak to you this morning. All the best to all of you.
Thank you so much, Bernard. Thank you, and thank you to Giampaolo as well. It is great to hear how the 3D ExperienceWorks portfolio has expanded since we were last together to include capabilities like virtual twin experiences that help facilitate sustainable innovation. And thank you to WeArt and OceanBased for showing us how the platform helps customers of all sizes succeed and will continue to do so in the future. Wait, I have a question. It has been more than 3 years since we've been together last, and I'm sure in that time there is a lot to celebrate. We have been certifying users for more than 25 years now, and I'm sure some of you perhaps were certified in the last 3 years, so let me hear you if that's you. Anyone? Yes, congratulations, and let's hear it for all our certified users. Let me hear you. Fantastic, congratulations, thank you. 25 years now. Well done, well done. Oh, the crowd looks so good. So nice to see you all. Yes. Well, last year, our next presenter came to the stage in a new role. to tell us what he learned in year one. Please welcome CEO of SolidWorks, Manish Kumar.
Thank you, Tracy.
Congratulations on your first year.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. You know, I've been here since last 25 years. This July, I'll complete 25 years, so I'm not really new. And the Joe, my friend there, he hates me pointing out him single alone or alone, so he knows me for the last, what, 20 years? I love you, Joe. Now, how many of you build things yourself? Not as a professional, but for yourself. A lot of you, right? You fix things yourself. I did something similar this year. I should say last year. My dishwasher was broken. I could have replaced it, but I decided that I'm going to not buy a new one, rather I am going to fix it myself. After fixing it, it was such an amazing feeling. Later I came to know even Bernard. He is a technical guy. He's an engineer, by the way. He replaced the brakes of his car by himself. And the reason why he did was not because he does not have money. He has a lot, trust me. He has a lot of money, but he wanted to do something by himself using his own hands. This is what I love about this crowd. You're all makers, creators, builders. This is who you are, and this is why we love you. Please give yourself a round of applause. Now let me go and tell you a story that really made me think. In 1994, while the very first line of SolidWorks code was being written, Boeing was rolling out a new thing called Boeing 777. This was world's first plane built using virtual twin, built using Dassault Systems technology. Now, how was this achieved? Look at the beautiful logo there. Working together. And Bernard was a key part of that story. Bernard was a key part of that industry revolution. Thank you, Bernard. Even after almost 30 years since that launch, I find it to be really profound, working together. Because problems of the future are going to be solved by working together. Individualistic mindset of I is not going to work. Now, having spent my entire career at SolidWorks, being customer-centric is in my DNA. This is what I have learned here. So how can I improve further? I thought, why not go to the past to learn the future? Now, you know I am a storyteller, so I went a bit too far. I was born in India in a state where Mahavir, Jain, and Buddha were born. If you have heard of Jainism or Buddhism, you might know their names. Now, leaving their comfort of their homes aside, they started to travel in the early part of their lives. That is how they came to know the realities of the world, pains and sufferings, before forming their own views and trying to find possible solutions. So I decided to go on a SolidWorks pilgrimage myself. Last year, I traveled a lot. I went to your sites, to your factories, to your seminars, user group meetings, 3D experience conferences. I even went to some countries I had never been before in my life. First, I must tell you, I saw a lot of love, a lot of happiness, a lot of good things. Thank you all. But I also got to know what is not working. I witnessed firsthand your pains and sufferings. I heard about issues related to functionality, user experience, quality, enhancements. And every such visit meant I brought more work for my poor R&D team. I love you guys. But almost every single person I met is telling me that the size of their assemblies are getting larger and larger. You are able to create the virtual twin of your idea in its full scope. It means its complexity in terms of size, number of models, relationships, it's growing. They all grow. and at times exponentially. Now, I'll do an experiment here. How many of you here want us to be faster than ever for large assemblies? Please raise your hands. All of you, right? Your voice is heard pretty loud and clear. Thank you. Your large assembly performance is our biggest priority, and it will be till you are happiest possible souls on the planet Earth. Now, I'll do a second experiment now. Please raise your hands if you have a kid who goes to school. Quite a few of you. Now, how many of those kids, they use Chromebooks and iPads? Almost all of them, right? This is the reality of our life. This is the second universal change that I saw. On one hand, you are creating the largest possible assemblies. On the other hand, kids of today, they are learning in an environment that they have access to. We need to solve both these problems together. We need to break the silos. I saw amazing products being delivered by you. Very robust. I'll trust my own life with it. But I saw you using physical rigs, test rigs, which takes time, and it can delay time to market. You are managing labor shortages like a champion by embracing automation. We can help you with virtual twins of your factories. Provide you with ways to program your robots without taking them offline, because robot not working is money being wasted, right? A friend of mine who is in the crowd, by the way, he told me it takes 1 week to do a custom design, but it takes 5 to 6 weeks of back and forth with my client to close a deal. So, you know, communication is still a problem. It's primarily based on 2D drawings, PDF files, emails. Why not use the power of web, communities, links, and provide them 3D view of the product that you are trying to create from any device, accessible from any device? You have few people in the workforce who are extremely knowledgeable, but they are closer to retirement. You are trying to find ways to capture their knowledge and know-how. You want to transfer their skills to the next generation of workforce. We can help. Supply chains are unforeseen headache. Delivering on time, managing cost, promised price, delivering at promised price. This needs to have a data-centric approach. We can provide with ways to find the reason behind cost increases and possible ways to reduce cost. And I can keep on going, but you know, you get my point. So the question is, what are we doing about them, and how are we going to help you face those problems? Answer is here, by working together. All the brands of Dassault Systems are working together with you to help you solve your challenges of the future. Different brands of Dassault Systems have different expertise. All these brands are delivering to you solutions that meet your individual needs, keeping your holistic goal in mind, which is to help you transform from delivering products to delivering experiences. Our 3D Experience platform is the binding force that enables us to work together, that enables us to be single source of truth, to capture ideas, to help people to work together collaboratively. Now let me show you how we are achieving this. I don't need to sell you the value of SolidWorks, of course. You use it, you love it, you create tattoos. We love you, Randy. I know you are watching it online. I promise by the end of Wednesday, you will have more reasons to love SolidWorks after seeing what is coming to you. On the other hand, students are learning CAD in our browser-based apps. Bleeding-edge startups are using to reap the full benefit of anywhere from any device promise. Tomorrow at 9, we will take you for a deep dive on these topics. This is just a teaser. Now we are combining these two worlds together. You heard GP announce it minutes ago. With every SolidWorks purchase, you are going to have access to the platform, which means you can put SolidWorks data on the platform and use data from the platform in SolidWorks. It comes with a lot of other benefits. GP mentioned, again, a few of them. Let me try to simplify it for you. It essentially means that you can work seamlessly between SolidWorks app and any other SolidWorks browser-based app. So the distance between present and future, it's gone. You create data without worrying about which app will use it. Now, one key point with SolidWorks desktop app, you can still save data locally or in PDM. It's your choice. We are not going to take the choice away. But we didn't stop here. Platform comes with a very simple admin tool that allows you to manage users, your data, your licenses, and so on. And to help you simplify your life even further, we took the same SolidWorks that you love, packaged it in a platform way, and that is 3DEXPERIENCE SolidWorks. With this, you can manage your entire license base, all the users in one single place. I will repeat, 3DEXPERIENCE SolidWorks has the same SolidWorks app, but it is much simpler to manage. And it has other additional apps for your benefit at your disposal, like XDesign, XShape, depending on the offer you bought. So 3DEXPERIENCE SolidWorks, SolidWorks Cloud, you install it from the platform. At this point, all the silos are gone. They're broken, they're destroyed. All SolidWorks apps are connected to the platform. And we did it to ensure that we can deliver enhancements to our entire portfolio and still increase the overall value that we provide to you. No more incremental values in silos, sorry. Thank you. Now I saved the biggest benefit for the last. Do you want to use the power of the platform to collaborate, to connect data, idea, and people from anywhere using any device? Or do you want scientific modeling and simulation in the virtual world to gain insights? Or manufacturing simulation to validate the tool path before you manufacture anything? Perhaps you want to review the largest possible assemblies in your browser, or plan to deliver on time, or manage change, or even want to produce emotion-evoking marketing materials. With today's announcement, you have everything needed to get started to use any other value from the entire 3DEXPERIENCE Works portfolio. This announcement makes 3DEXPERIENCE Works portfolio seamless like never before. Now, please watch this carefully. This is what Bernard also alluded to. There is a company in Silicon Valley which is claiming that they are building future where people will be able to go in virtual world to do this kind of thing. But this is something which you are already creating. You are already in the future. Please welcome. You are already in the future because you are the ones who are creating this. You are the ones who are using it even today. Tomorrow, we are going to show you in 3 hour-long sessions how you can use the power, the full power of 3DEXPERIENCE Works that is in front of you. And I feel that we are just getting started. Now, we are working with a platform-centric approach where your teams can work on their own areas of expertise, but without working in silos, where data is up to date all the time, where costs can be analyzed, reduced to meet the profitability goals, where the robust product can be delivered on time, on quality, on price. If you are here, it means you are the thought leaders. You are the change agents who challenge status quo. You are the ones who look into the future, who take risks, who want to be the bleeding edge, who want to be at the bleeding edge of the technology. You are my heroes, our heroes. This conference is going to provide you with a lot of learning opportunity. Please help yourself. Dive deeper into topics. See how you can leverage what we have to offer to you. Please tell us if you think we need to improve to help you solve your problems. Working together, we have made a huge impact in the world today. Working together, we are going to change the future. Now, let me, as one last comment, I have been working together with a very elite group of people who are sitting in that corner. Can we have some lights on them? The Dassault Systems R&D guys, everything is possible because of you. Thank you. And with that, thank you so much. It's such a nice experience to be back in person. See you next year.
Thank you so much, Manish. Thank you. We know that SolidWorks continues to be in good hands. Thank you. Well, Manish and his team are listening to your challenges, and they are working together on solutions. You'll be able to learn more about everything new in SolidWorks at the user sessions this week and at the design focus session tomorrow morning. And now for several stories about community members who are making an impact in their own way, please welcome to the stage Vice President of Strategy and Community for 3D Experience Works, Suchit Jain.
Thanks, Tracy.
Hello, everybody. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to 3D Experience World. You are a community of 7 million. Guys, 7 million designers, engineers, students, entrepreneurs who are shaping the world around us. You are the ones creating impact, and it is my honor to be a part of this collective effort. Together, we will unleash the power of innovation and drive progress at an exponential speed. Today, we will hear from some of the most innovative and impactful leaders in our community. Now, innovation is key to driving progress and creating new opportunities. But how do we innovate without wasting time, money, and resources? Well, startups are doing it with the help of 3D Experience Works. They are at the forefront of driving progress and creating exciting new opportunities. They're developing electric vehicles, spacecrafts, furniture, medical devices, and more. Let's hear from some of these startups and learn how they are using SolidWorks and the 3D Experience platform to drive innovation.
By bringing fully electric jet skis to market, we're going to be reducing the amount of pollutants that's pumped directly into waterways.
We are designing indoor vertical farming systems that are fully automated. We're using SolidWorks to design the entirety of our systems to make high quality, low cost produce affordable to everyone.
My startup is positively impacting the lives of surgeons and patients by creating innovative surgical tools to improve outcomes.
We design and manufacture electric motorcycles using batteries from end of life.
We launched our company about 6 months ago to develop remote control robot for use in potentially hazardous space.
We can develop these things, prototype them, and then scale them into our full-scale models. It just helps us present really effectively so they know exactly what we're designing and what they'd be putting their money towards.
So I have with me on stage today 4 leaders who are making an impact in their fields. So first, I'd like to invite my friend Ilya. Ilya, come on up. So let's welcome Ilya Merman. Ilya is head of marketing and sales operations at VerveMotion. Now, VerveMotion is a startup that has really become a successful business with a little help from 3D Experience Works for Startups program. They are creating wearable robotics for industrial workspace. So Ilya, can you talk about your product and how SolidWorks and 3D Experience platform has been helping VerveMotion?
Sure. So we're a wearable robotics company. We've made the world's first exosuit for industrial workers. So when somebody's lifting things on a repeated basis, it eliminates a lot of the strain on your lower back and reduces injuries by a factor of 10. We designed this soft exosuit that wears like a backpack with SolidWorks, and let me tell you a little bit about that. So the entire product, and it's a pretty sophisticated robot that I'm wearing. There's everything from mechanics, electronics, apparel, everything is captured in SolidWorks. We use it for design, obviously collaboration, documentation, data management, and we machine and print right from the models. In fact, the key thing, we're a hardware company, we're a startup, but we move as fast as a software company. We have new releases every few weeks, and so as a result, 3D printing right from the SolidWorks models is a key capability. You got complex geometries, you can consolidate assemblies, you don't need to commit to one particular tooling, you got a new rev, and you print it out. And the beauty is the new generation of printers, 3D printers, feature large build volumes, fast build rates, a lot of different materials, and you can really go to production with 3D printing. In fact, there's some great systems out here. This is one of the components in our suit printed on the Nexa machine that you can see out there. It's a great time to be an engineer.
Well, Ilya, well, I've known you for so many years, so I cannot let you go without sharing your personal passion project.
All right, so as a fun little side thing, I've been really intrigued with what's possible with generative design, with 3D printing, and so been working with a few folks around the world, inspired by designs from Australia, some software work, design work going on in France, and then 3D printing, some amazing resin printers, wood printers. Been building guitars, so it's a ton of fun. This is one of the recent ones, again, printed on a Nexa machine, and so it's a Telecaster meets AI generative design.
So isn't it beautiful, guys? What do you think? So thank you, Ilya. Thank you, and he has promised that he's going to play. So you guys have to insist on it, but you can probably catch him playing this in the 3D Experience Playground or the Hive, right?
We'll see what happens, yes.
Thank you, Ilya. So while 3D printing is expanding, as you saw, from prototyping use to production use, CNC has been the go-to method for production for precision metal parts. So let's welcome our next guest, Titan. Titan, come on up here. Titan Gilroy. Hey, Titan. Everybody knows Titan. Titan is the CEO of Titans of CNC. It's an advanced manufacturing production facility based in Texas and a revolutionary CNC online academy. Now, Titan is famous. He has got 2 million followers across social media platforms, and he's really become an industry icon. So Titan, what is the missions of Titans of CNC? So you're going to explain that and how really our SolidWorks is helping you achieve your mission.
Awesome. Manufacturing, yeah! Woo! You know, it really started back in 2010. I was working with SpaceX, making incredible parts, solving those problems. Working with Blue Origin, building the BE-3 engine and machining the Monel and Inconel and titanium parts with the engineers. We had just come out of the economy collapse and saw 50,000 companies go out of business. And as I was solving problems with manufacturing, and I couldn't help but look back and see all the companies that had lost their way. And I knew that we were only running, these companies were running at 10, 20, 30% of their capabilities, and manufacturing in itself is not good enough. It's a competitive business, and we have to be efficient, and we have to use the latest technology. So I made a decision to dedicate my company and my life to the service of our industry, to teach our companies, to teach our students, to bring awareness to our trades. You don't see it. You don't see it on the news. I was homeless. I was in prison. I had no opportunity. I walked in. I know it wasn't a mistake, but I walked into a machine shop and it changed my life. So we made a decision to dedicate ourselves to give that same opportunity to people all over the world. And now we're in over 170 countries. Thank you. We have an online academy with 170,000 students. What I do different as a CNC machinist, coming from the beginning, is I teach you how to make a part. Every time I go to a company, it's all about the part, and then taking my know-how from CNC machining and all the variables to make the part. So SolidWorks allows us to teach kids and machinists and students in colleges and companies all over the world how to make parts that change the world. And we show them how to program them, how to machine them, and we teach the entire process. And I'm incredibly thankful to be here, to be with you guys. If you see me, I'm here for questions. I just want to love on everybody, and thank you, Suchit.
Thank you.
SolidWorks, baby.
So I've known Titan I've known Titan. He's an amazing, amazing person. Get to know him. So Titan, thank you for joining us here, sharing your inspiring story. It's an amazing story. Incredible work you're doing in advancing education in the manufacturing industry. So awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So talking about democratization of making, 3D Experience SolidWorks for Makers has made the world's best design tools even more accessible to makers, hobbyists, professional engineers. Now, I know one such maker, so Jonathan, come up here. My good friend Jonathan, I've known him for, since 2014, since Gianpaolo and I visited you back in Vancouver.
Yeah, it's been a while.
So he is Jonathan Tippett. If you don't know, he is creating amazing creatures, right? He's creating amazing creatures using part art, part science, and a little bit of SolidWorks. His creation Prosthesis is a 4,000 kg, 200 horsepower, 100% human-controlled electric mechanical suit. It amplifies the pilot strengths by 50x. So Jonathan, you've been on this stage before. People have seen your Mondo Spider and other creations. So about Prosthesis 2.0 and what's coming in future.
Yeah, thanks, Suchit. Great to be back on stage. Great to be back IRL to share what our company, Exosapien Technologies, has coming down the pike, because we have some crazy things in the works. We're taking 6 years of brutal field trials on our PX1 prototype, Prosthesis, and we're rolling that into the PX2. Now, this next generation machine will be 2/3 the size, half the weight, and about twice the power. So you'll be able to strap into this thing and jump from a standstill. And we estimate that with a skilled mech pilot, you'll be able to wind this thing up to about 20 or 30 kilometers an hour. And that's not all we're working on. This is a global debut here at 3D Experience World. Another project we're working on takes what we've learned from mech suit design and applies it to the vehicle world to create a whole new class of machine. We're calling it an exo-quad. So imagine a cross between a motorcycle, a mech suit, and a quad. So you ride it like a sport bike, so you lean to turn, but your hands and feet independently control the ride height of the 4 wheels of the machine with real-time force and positional feedback. So it'll be like riding a roller coaster where you make your own track as you go. It's going to be bananas. We expect the first prototype to come out in about a year or so. We got a lot of SolidWorks ahead of us, so keep an eye on that.
Well, so Jonathan, Prosthesis was a hard one. I know, Gianpaolo, you tried, right, when it was being built back in Vancouver. But this VX1 Exo is amazing, and hopefully I can ride that.
Absolutely. Jump in and go.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Thanks.
So now, let me introduce somebody Bernard already mentioned, Dr. David Hoogensen. Dr. Hoogensen is an assistant in the Department of Cardiac Surgery and director of the Computational 3D Visualization Program at Boston Children's Hospital. Dr. Hoogensen has a background in engineering and industry experience in developing cardiovascular medical devices. So Dr. Hoogensen, we have been working together for a long time. Yep. You've been working with Dassault Systems for a long time. So tell us about how you are using design and simulation tools for preoperative training and intraoperative guidance.
Yeah. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. This is exciting as an engineer and a surgeon. So as a pediatric cardiac surgeon, we're typically relying on intraoperative decision-making to do complex reconstructions for patients with congenital heart disease, but unfortunately, often there's a fair bit of geometric variability in the outcome of these reconstructions. So now we're using 3D Experience to prospectively plan patient-specific reconstructions. And so our workflow starts with a patient-specific 3D heart model, engineering quality, created from a CT scan or an MRI. And then we use the 3D Experience platform to design patches inside the heart, patches to enlarge blood vessels, to make new connections. And the goal is not to achieve an adequate outcome, but a very precise reconstruction. And we've been working with Dassault Systems to expand what we're able to do in this area to do computational preoperative planning. And now we're creating multi-curve patches for brand new babies who need to reconstruct their aortic arch and we're able to incorporate the mechanical properties of both the anisotropic patches and the aortas. And within about a month, we're going to have a laser, which we're mounting in the operating room. And so from overhead, the laser will upload the 3D experience design that we've created and then project that design down onto the sterile operating room table, onto the patch material. And with greater than 98% accuracy, we can trace out and cut out that patch to translate that precision into the surgeon for very accurate reconstructions. And so what we're doing is transforming this from a make it up in the operating room approach to now a new standard of computational preoperative planning that has and will continue to be life-saving for our patients.
So that is amazing, guys. So Dr. Hogginson, thank you for sharing your inspiring work and the impact it's really making in medical field. Thank you. So from Verve Motion, wearable robotics, to Titans Gilroy's aerospace CNC shop, to Jonathan Tippett's incredible creations, to Dr. Hogginson's use of 3D experience tools in surgical planning, all our guests have demonstrated the importance of collaboration and working together. So I'd like to give them another round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, guys. So at Dassault Systems, we are, of course, committed to providing the tools to them and to you to achieve the level of collaboration and impact you've seen in their presentations. So for the past year, we have been working with a user advisory group to develop the next generation of collaboration tools on the 3D Experience platform, which GP and Manish showed earlier. So let's take a look at what's coming.
It's great to see the future of 3D Swim rolling out with a new refreshed look and feel. The changes will improve the mobile app interaction as well, so we're glad they're listening to our feedback.
Enjoyed working with the SolidWorks teams at Dassault since we moved from the old Forum to the 3D Swim. And I genuinely think that this iteration of the 3D Swim is going to be a big leap forward.
So Gianpaolo said it, it's e-drawings on steroids and many more things, guys. So once again, you've seen that. So guys, you are shaping the future one design at a time. We have heard from some of the most innovative and impactful leaders in our community, and we have seen how SolidWorks and the 3D Experience platform are empowering them to drive progress and create new opportunities. So thank you for being part of this incredible community, and I look forward to seeing the impact we will create in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Suchit. Thank you. And everyone, make sure you head to the Partner Pavilion to see Prosthesis and all these amazing customers in action. Well, today's keynote is a lifelong inventor and mission-driven entrepreneur who created the world's first Wi-Fi video doorbell while working in his garage in 2011. The doorbell, then called Doorbot, has since transformed into what's now known as Ring, a trusted, customer-first, whole home security company that offers effective and accessible home security products and services, including the popular Ring video doorbell. Since its launch in 2018, Ring has helped millions of neighbors create a ring of security around their homes and has made an impact on thousands of neighborhood incidents. In 2018, Amazon acquired Ring, and with Amazon support, Jamie and Ring continue to innovate and reimagine at the cutting edge of home security. And you may have seen him last night in his Super Bowl ad. So please give a huge welcome to CEO, founder, and chief inventor of Ring, Jamie Siminoff.
Oh, thank you for having me. When they asked me to do this, I was first of all humbled, but then I thought about like, why in my soul do I feel so different about this than anything else? And I realized that it was like, why are we all here? Why am I here? And I mean not like speaking, like why are we here doing this? And so I'd like everyone, if you could just bear with me, stand up if you can. It's gonna be good for the blood, don't worry, it's not gonna hurt you. And I'm gonna say why we're here because, and I'm gonna read the top and then you read the bottom, okay? So we're gonna try this. You guys ready? Yeah, so there's a lively crowd. We're here because builders. We're here because innovators. We're here because creators. And we're here because inventors. There we go. Okay, be seated. What got me so excited about this is that SolidWorks allowed me to take what was in my brain, my idea, my invention, and build it into something that millions and millions of people now can use. And that's what we're all here to do. We're either here providing the innovation layer of that to allow people like myself and you to do this, or we're the people that are literally inventing the future. And so if you have had internet in the last month, you might have seen a new innovation come out that's gonna take all of our jobs. But I say, not so fast. While AI is gonna be important, it regurgitates the past. It takes the data from the past and aggregates it together, and then we ask it a question and we get so dazzled by it regurgitating that information. But what really matters is what's happening in this room, what's happening on the live stream, the people thinking about not what's regurgitating the past, not what's regurgitating the data, but what's next. Now, just to make sure this doesn't age too poorly, I did kind of give myself a little asterisk. AI is gonna obviously change a lot of things. We've already even seen it today, that AI is being put into SolidWorks. It's going to change the way we design. But it's not going to, in my opinion, change the way we invent. It's not gonna create the leapfrog of the next thing. It's not going to create that true innovation that's gonna change the world. That's our job, that's what humans do, and that's what we're here to do. And that's what brought me into the garage in 2010. That is my real garage. I don't have many pictures of it, which is funny, because when I went in the garage, it was not a proud moment. I mean, I was excited to go invent things and do things, but as you can imagine, I did not think it was gonna turn out as, I'll say, as well as it did. I sat there back in that chair, I had all these ideas. I called the lab Edison Jr. I guess I'm not that humble. And so I had these ideas. We were gonna do SnapGuard and all this stuff. So I was building all of these kind of ideas that I had. And again, it was that why we're here. It's that soul. Like, what brought me into that garage was not the fact that I was gonna say, oh, I'm gonna build the largest home security company in the world. I did. But that's not what brought me there. What brought me there was that I couldn't not be there. I couldn't not go in that garage and work on these ideas. And thankfully, my garage was in the back. Our front door was in the front, and I couldn't hear the doorbell. And I had just gotten one of these things, and I thought, why wouldn't the doorbell go to the phone? It'd be easier to see it. I can't hear the doorbell, and that little wireless doorbell thing wouldn't work back there. And so, literally, this is true, using SolidWorks, using our MakerBot, a little bit of metalwork, stealing a camera from another company that was making a camera at the time, a little bit of soldering. That on there, it's real size. I put that on my front door, and I did it for me. I thought it was like something cool for myself, and it was my wife who thought it was so amazing that it was, she said that it made it feel like we had gates on our house.
Okay, so here we are in front of Jamie Siminoff's garage, and that's where, next to the bin here, That's where he invented the Doorbot. What is that? Give me a tour first. That's the Doorbot office, right?
This is the garage. It's a two-car office.
I love it.
We have five people working here full time. We have some. So, anyway, some of the things from that video is just so funny. It's one of the other things that I have from there. It's amazing. I mean, that was my two-car office. If you did look quickly, John Modestine, who still runs all of our design, was on SolidWorks in the corner. The stuff that was supposed to be shipping out that I was saying was shipping out was not shipping out. It didn't work at the time. So there was a couple things that were happening, but we were building that. And also, I was explaining to this guy who was a tech forward, this guy Luc Lemure, who did a conference called Le Web. I was explaining to him what this was. And I wish I had the video of the other side, because now I think a video doorbell is such a common thing. And at that time, it literally was it was so foreign that I had to show him how it worked. And I just think that's kind of interesting. That's innovation. Like, AI is not coming up with something like that. So a few things I learned along the road to building Ring and doing this, some of the lessons that I learned in this is that it's never the product. We all build products, and products are great, and products obviously are the output or the thing that people use to make their lives better. It's the invention. It's like the embodiment of the invention, but it's what it does. What the Ring Video Doorbell did is it didn't just give you video to your phone and attach you. It gave you presence to your home. It changed the way we did home security. Until this time, home security was done with, I'd say, people that were not necessarily product forward, were more feature and marketing forward. And by doing it this way, we really changed the way that we were building home security. And that gave us this mission. It changed even like the mission of the company. The mission of the company was never to build a video doorbell. The mission of the company was to actually reduce crime in neighborhoods, to build products with our money. Anybody, these could be physical products, software products, services. It didn't matter, to build products and services that would impact people in a way that was more meaningful than just saying we're going to build a 720p camera with battery.
Doorbell was even featured on ABC's Shark Tank.
Because all burglars ring the doorbell first.
You know what, though, Mark? That's actually true. Burglars are not usually violent criminals. They want to see if someone's home. They want the opportunity to go into a house that does not have people in it. So it's actually true. People do ring the... So I always say, you want to start, I think, with a mission. You want to start with why. Why is this innovation happening? What is it doing? And it doesn't mean we're all Gandhi and saving lives. I mean, we had a doctor here who's literally saving lives. But like, why are we here? What are we doing that's really evolving the world? And one thing it lets you do is to kind of tell Mark Cuban to kind of go, it's worth it just for that. So if you have a mission and you go on Shark Tank, you get to do that, that's very fun. I don't think he's forgiven me. I haven't forgiven him. Anyway, but missions, they hit every single part of your business, of your product, and it's a tailwind. It makes every single thing easier. Your customers want to be part of something. They don't want to buy something. Your team wants to be part of something. You can pay anyone sort of anything. Money disappears very quickly from importance once we get into a job. All we want is a little bit more. But when you're working on something that matters, as I think a lot of us do here, that's why we're here. It's, again, like, what brought us to Nashville is that. It's typically not just money. I mean, maybe it's money, but it really is. Like, that's what gets us up in the morning. It's what gets us excited. I mean, we heard Titan up here. Like, that is, like, if you could bottle that, like, that is mission. That is like I want to work for him, right? Like, I mean, like, yes. If he's here, like, I'll work for you. Like, wherever you are, you're over there, yes. Like, you got me. Very exciting. Your vendors, I mean, I remember we were sitting with a big, with Arrow, the chip distributor, and we're tiny. And I'm pitching them, not on like we're making a 720p with a Wi-Fi 2.4. I said, like, this is what it does. It's going to reduce crime in neighborhoods. It delivers presence. It does this. I remember, I'll never get to the end of it, and we had some of the Arrow executives there, and they said, I've never heard anyone pitch us a product like that. We're in. We're going to give you financing. And so it was like, they wanted to be part of something bigger than, again, just the next product. They wanted to be part of the next movement. How you position it from a marketing side makes it a lot easier when you actually have something that you believe in versus like, how are we going to sell this? At Ring, we always said, we don't sell our product. We get rewarded when someone knows that our product is going to make their neighborhood safer. If you know that my product's gonna make your neighborhood safer, when you go into Best Buy, it's not, again, now you're not looking at features, you're like, I'm gonna buy that because I know it's going to make my life better, my family's life better, my neighborhood better. It's like, again, tailwinds. The development of what you develop, and we'll go into a little bit of that later, is like how you make those choices of development. One of the hardest things in developing product is all the noise around us. There's so many things we can build that we could sell, but should we? And long term, those are never usually good decisions are not made by just building what can sell. It's basically building what can make your customers' lives better long term, and that's how you build multi-generational long-term companies and brands. They transcend money, and they're infinite truths. They're truths that, I always say, like, to reduce crime in neighborhoods is something we can never achieve, but it's tangible enough that you could try to achieve it. And as was alluded to, I might have had a commercial on a game last night that a lot of people watched, and it made making that commercial very easy because with our mission, you just do this.
Hey, get away.
Your guys' garage is on fire.
10 years ago, I invented the Ring video doorbell for moments like that, and Ring security cameras for moments like this.
We've got you on video.
And Ring alarm with professional monitoring.
Would you like for us to go ahead and send the police?
Yes. 10 years of reinventing home security and tens of millions of safer homes. Protect your home the way I do. Learn more at ring.com. So, thank you. I gotta say, like, I knew it was gonna be on. I knew when it was gonna be on. And when I actually saw it on there, like, I couldn't sleep. So it was, that was a cool moment. So very fun. One thing I have learned, and now as I've transitioned into a corporate role and at Amazon and running things, it's just, it really showed me how stupid real innovation is and how stupid it looks. And it reminds me of all these things, like when we're really inventing something, typically someone's gonna laugh at you. I remember with the Ring video doorbell, when I showed it to people early on, which is the Doorbot, I literally had people say, Jamie, you're gonna make doorbells? I mean, if you, again, put yourself back before doorbells was a thing, like doorbells was like a sort of a dead, dusty shelf in Home Depot that you went to when something was broken, probably a year after it was broken because you didn't fix it. And so, like, imagine that. You're gonna, you're gonna throw away a great career for doorbells. I'll never forget being in Taiwan with our contract manufacturer, and this is when we were small, and I had this next innovation, which is I kept looking at houses when I drive around. I'm not a safe driver. All I do is look at houses. And so, like, when Ring started to get on houses, we'd yell, Ring! But then I kept seeing all these floodlights on houses. I'm like, wow, there's power there. There's constant power. People want light there. Someone thought about putting this box in a place where light would shine. Well, guess what else looks good when you do that? A camera. So I'm like, I'll just throw a camera in a floodlight. So I go to Taiwan, I meet with our contract manufacturer. No one will install it. I finally convinced them on that. Then it's, no, we have to make the look, it has to be super modern and different looking, because if it looks like that, like that's the old floodlights are round. You gotta go with the square floodlights, that's the new thing. And I'm like, no. I want people to know what this thing is. And so like literally it took me, if you can imagine, one of our most successful products, now a highly copied product, and it took me probably 3 or 4 trips to convince them. Again, at that time we were so small, we had to they had to believe it was gonna be something that worked, to convince them to even manufacture for it. To take my money, I had to convince them. That was 3 or 4 trips, economy class, center seat, different times. Which also brings us into pre-awareness. Innovation, while I say it looks, kind of stupid in a way, and it has to have that to be true innovation, if you can figure out how to innovate, but also have pre-awareness, to me, like that is like, that is like hitting that sort of bullseye. With our doorbell, you knew what a doorbell was, adding technology to it, it changed, it evolved, it revolutionized what it did, but you knew what it was. The floodlight camera, the same thing. And so I always think, like, you know, the reason we went to this movie and not Joe Smith's Flight movie was because Tom Cruise pre-awareness, Top Gun pre-awareness, but awesome movie. But, you know, so if you think about the things that you can do, it's like if you can elevate, revolutionize something that already is there that's sort of sleepy but has this long-term pre-awareness, you can get such higher leverage on what you're doing. I talked about this a little bit before with our mission, where we have this mission to reduce crime in neighborhoods. It's absolutely unachievable. This also comes into product design. I've found this in product design. When we set out to design something, even if it's an innovation, we set our bar so freaking low. It's like, let's do what we can know for sure we're gonna be able to do. Like, how boring. Like, try to set it just high enough that it's unachievable, but sort of possible. And I think if you can set your goals there, it forces you to innovate. When you're forced to innovate, great things great things can happen. My metaphor for this comes from something that I do love, wine. And if you know how to make wine, the grapes are stressed. So the best wine comes from stressed grapes. I bet I should have used a French wine here. I don't know why I didn't. This is a Napa wine. I am sorry. I love all wine, to be fair, like from anywhere. So so anyway. But the best wine comes from grapes that are stressed. If you literally took a grape plant and gave it all the water, all the fertilizer, just dumped all that stuff, you'll have a fat, juicy, lazy, crappy grape that basically is like Welch's grape juice, which is fine for kids. But if you want something amazing, you stress the grape. You don't kill it. Too much stress. So again, if you set the goal as like we're gonna build something completely crazy, that's not gonna happen. But if you stress it just right, you're going to get the best wine. And so to me, product development, missions, business is about stressing ourselves in the right way, just enough to not kill us, but to get that great bottle of wine. And I will end with one of my biggest pet peeves, which is surveying. And if we are going to, again, AI is a survey. You know, like ask ChatGPT if you want a survey at this point. It knows everything, it's all in there. What you really need to do is marinate in what your customers do. My email is still on the side of every single box. And everyone has told me from literally when we started shipping the first product till today that will not scale. It is the most scalable thing because it lets me marinate and see directly, ground truth of what is happening, what my customers want. And one interesting product that came from this is one that I really didn't invent. My customers did because they kept telling me they wanted a car camera. And I'm like, I don't want to build a dash camera. We're not in the dash camera business. I'm not here to just sell stuff. But when they started telling me, well, my car was broken into in front of my house. My neighborhood is having a lot of car crime. It started to make us rethink all of this. And this is one of the most successful product launches we've had recently. I think it actually starts shipping today. No, Wednesday. But we announced it in like last year and put it for pre-sale in January. But it totally redesigned the way the car camera was. And this came from me marinating my customers, sort of what they were saying. If I surveyed them, you know, just like they say with Henry Ford, if you asked people what they wanted, they would have said a faster horse. We would have never came up with what this was, the soul of what this is. And so that also leads me into my final thing, which is don't take anything I gave you as advice. It's not meant to be advice. Real innovation does not come from advice. It comes from all of us learning together. So this week, learn from everyone. Learn from what platforms you can use. Learn from what SolidWorks has. Learn. But you're a fingerprint. You are unique. That's what is so wonderful. We're humans. And so take that and then innovate something, because I want to hear your keynote in the next few years up here of what you did to change the world. So with that, thank you. Thank you, SolidWorks. This is amazing to be up here. To me, it's like a kid who watched the NFL and is now like the NFL has him on the thing. So thank you so much. Here.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you. Yes, learn. Thank you.
Thank you.
I love that. It's fantastic. Yeah, okay, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Okay, let's do it. Woo, amazing. That was amazing. You know, I'm always fascinated by the origin story of the products that we use in everyday life now, and that was, yes, let's keep learning together. Fantastic. Well, as you know, another highlight, 3D Experience World can't happen without the help of our sponsors. So here's a word from HP.
Achieve peak performance for your innovative product concepts, simulations, and visualizations. Develop models confidently on a workstation tested for hundreds of thousands of hours to meet your demands. Accelerate your design iterations with the latest NVIDIA graphics, supported by innovative thermal efficiency. Create on an ultra-crisp 4K display, then step into a virtual reality environment for collaboration and client reviews. Design with professional power in the office, at home, or on the go with space-saving desktops and lighter laptops that are built to expand with your work. Z's high-performance technology is trusted for every stage of your design process, from sketch to prototype. This is the next era of design. Z by HP.
Thank you to HP. Well, every year, our 3D Experience Works technical team, marketing team produces a main stage demo that you don't want to miss. It's half technology preview and half comedic skits. StackTAF plus acting. Those two go hand in mouse hand, right? Sure. Well, this year, the team wanted to take you on an epic 3-day adventure to celebrate us all being back together in person in Nashville. So hold on to your seats for the first part of the spoof. We are about to drop you in the middle of our hero, in the middle of his latest quest.
This is it. We're deep in the heart of Concord now. Call BC.
We can't go in there. I mean, no one's been in there for at least a decade. I'm not going back to Windows XP. You can't make me. I have maybe 2 gigs of RAM on a good day with a 3 gigabyte switch and a 50 gigabyte hard drive because how much I can't do it.
Platform Jones, he's right. They moved all the good stuff to Waltham a long time ago.
You want to go back to the designer pool, kid? I'll make the call. That's what I thought. There are lost features in there. We're gonna find them. They belong in everyone's CAD. Now let's go. Oh, mice. Why did it have to be corded mice? Wait, mouses? Meese? Anyways.
Hey, check this out.
Stop, kid, stop.
It's a filing cabinet. It's gonna have everything we need.
Stay out of the drawers. Watch and learn. What we're looking for, you won't find in a drawing, kid. We're in the belly of the beast now, kid. Tech support.
SolidWorks. Your design is very important to us. Please continue to Control Q your assembly while waiting. At any time, press 1 to connect immediately to fail.
Platform Jones, where are we now?
R&D, where fortunes are made and dreams come to die.
Ah, get them off me. Get them off me.
Relax, kid. It's software. There's always going to be bugs. Coarse grind. Oh, hazelnut. We're close. I got this, kid. Just hang back and catch up on your design work or something.
Stay out of the drawer. I'm Platform Jones. I can't believe they made this guy the hero. Wait, you can hear this? A demo? Easy. Top plane. Sketch. Rectangles. Quick dimensions all over. Touch to fill it. Edit entity. Make that a chamfer. Mid-plane extrude the contours. Right plane. Sketch. Convert entities. No time to clean this up. Revolve cut. Ready for 3D print? Yeah, this will work.
Platform Jones.
Platform Jones.
What is it?
I made the save icon.
The what? Oh, nice print, kid. Nice CAD work. Oh, I think we're supposed to
Run away! Run away!
I guess XP was stable after all. Well, maybe not.
My mouse hand! My mouse hand! Control Z! Control Z!
Ooh, you're not gonna be much good without that.
Platform, please!
Jones! Jones! Jones!
Trust me, kid. I'm doing you a favor.
Jones!
Platform! Platform! Come back here! Haha!
Remarkable find, Platform Jones. Simply remarkable. After my laboratory analysis, I can say with confidence, this diskette contains fragments of authentic SolidWorks source code. Interestingly enough, most of it was earmarked for SolidWorks 2024. It appears R&D's most recent test project was what you Yanks call a snowblower? However, it's dreadfully incomplete. This bearing housing still requires proper fastening. Starting a new sketch, I notice a new type of instant dimension. Select any preview value to fully define every time. A quick segment, and I have 6 evenly spaced sketch points. Also in 2024, the trusty Hole Wizard now lets me reuse any sketch. It simply picks up all my sketch points as drilling locations. Accordingly, this new instances to skip becomes quite handy. Looking at the feature manager, I see a local coordinate system. It must be for the fabricators. The Save As dialog now provides a specification of any underdefined coordinate system, so that becomes the origin of the copied part.
Markup, that is real nice for downstream imports.
Well, and speaking of downstream, a true gentleman always adds mate references to his common components. Mate references are a great way to add intelligence and be a champ. Let's assume this part will typically be mated concentric. Let's define a reference for that. In 2024, you can now specify to lock rotation, clearing yet another hurdle to fully define our assemblies. Let's get this hub into the blower's structural assembly. I now see more flexibility when inserting a component. There are options to fix, float, or fix first. Notice the new configuration descriptions, so we're sure to pick the right size. We'll float this one at the origin, and using the new mate references, this snaps into a fully constrained state. Smashing. That was easy. And look at this handlebar. It has 2 named mate references. Previous versions had difficulty solving for these, but SOLIDWORKS 2024 has an option to create mates only when the names match. Now I get a choice when multiple options are in proximity.
I would use everything you just showed, like, all the time. Now watch out. Let me drive. What's this? Adventure expert. Oh, hey.
Jones, as I mentioned, this disk contains only fragments of code.
Markup, look at this file location. You know, X never marks the spot. But do you remember Brenda Camwood? She always did map her special USB drive to X.
Last I heard, Brenda was somewhere in France chasing fortune and glory inside R&D senior management.
We have to find Brenda. There are features on her USB drive that belong in everyone's CAD.
Yeah, you can applaud that. Absolutely. One of the greatest parts of the show, right? But did they really just leave their poor junior designer stuck in some filing cabinets? Well, we'll have to wait until tomorrow to see if Platform Jones and Markup Brody can locate Brenda, her USB drive, and more of the lost features. Well, that is a wrap on day one. Now, just a reminder, the Model Mania SOLIDWORKS Virtual Challenge will take place today, noon at Central Time. So good luck to all those who are competing. And remember, tomorrow we're doing something a little bit different. There'll be 3 sequential sessions, each diving a little bit deeper into the 3D ExperienceWorks portfolio. They'll be in this room starting at 9 a.m. And then we'll see those of you at home on the wrap later this afternoon on live. So have an amazing day reconnecting. We'll see you later.
Moving to the 3D Experience platform offers the perfect opportunity to clean up your data, to eliminate duplicate files, and correct missing references. The tools that will be covered in this presentation can help make this task less burdensome. The first tool or method is the standard save or save with options available directly in the My Session task pane in SOLIDWORKS. This will upload the file data shown in the structure, which is from the active SOLIDWORKS window, to the 3D Experience platform. It sends the data into the selective collaborative space. It's easy to use. It's accessible to any users who have the Collaborative Designer for SOLIDWORKS role or who are using 3D Experience SOLIDWORKS. Downside of using this techniques to load existing data is it really isn't a gatekeeper to make sure the data is the latest and greatest. It also has limited efficiency since each assembly structure and component drawings or parts need to be opened and saved separately. Another method to upload data is the Batch Save to 3D Experience tool. This tool is enabled by an add-in and accessed from the SOLIDWORKS Tools menu. It can be used to batch upload SOLIDWORKS part, assembly, and drawing files from multiple folders. Like the normal My Session save, this tool is easy to use and implement. It's accessible to users who have the Collaborative Designer for SOLIDWORKS role or who are using 3D Experience SOLIDWORKS. For 2023X FD01, the tool has been streamlined and can run asynchronously, meaning that you can continue to work in SOLIDWORKS while files are being uploaded. This also allows you to access the new files that have been uploaded in the current job. We've also moved the source file checks into the File Preparation Assistant, which is now easily accessed directly from the Batch Save tool. We move the option to upgrade files in this version, since that required a SOLIDWORKS session and would conflict with the asynchronous capabilities. In addition, bookmarks can now be automatically created based on the folder structure where the source files are coming from.
I'm in my home office and I get to use lots of fun tools and equipment. Everything from CNC milling center, 3D lasers, 3D printers, and of course the latest in digital modeling tools. And I even have this fun stuff called pencils and paper that I get to work with. You know, I've been contracted to design everything from motorcycles, automobiles, Zambonis, championship belts, and yes, even video games. But I'm most likely known for my role as lead designer at Orange County Choppers. I spent about 16 years there working with Paul Sr. and his team. I was always part of the, hit TV show American Chopper, which aired in 160 countries on Discovery Channel networks. This allowed me to refine my craft as a designer and continue to build my portfolio. During that time, I created over 300 custom motorcycles for various companies and celebrities. I definitely had a lot of fun, and I learned a lot while I was there. I often get asked about my design workflow process, so I took the time and sketched everything out and kind of wrote down my steps. Now, this isn't an exact recipe that you can just follow and have success. You have to understand that it is a circular motion and you're gaining momentum at each phase. And I broke this down into 4 simple phases that I like to follow, and I've had some success using these phases. The first phase is the understand phase. It's highlighted in orange. Understand, why am I doing this? What rules and specs are there that I have to stay within? Now's the right time to learn about the project, learn about the client, research them, research and use the actual part that you're designing. And most importantly, just listen to the client, listen to everyone, and be that person that finds the invisible problem. Find something new that no one else could.
Let's take a look at how we're building web enablement for the production operator. The shop floor operator is an intelligent, configurable interface with ShopWorks and AssemblyWorks widgets designed to operate as a powerful, cohesive solution to continually increase efficiencies on your production floor. Currently, this product is being offered today and will continue to have additional functionality added with every release. Our goal is to surpass the current offering in Shop Data Assembly Data and bring you a fully enabled web experience for the shop floor operator that handles all production needs. We worked with our customers on how better to align their needs and have taken the approach of identifying key workflows that are pertinent to the success of a shop floor operator versus developing each widget's functionality in a silo. We wanted to ensure that once a shop floor user is interacting with ShopWorks application, they have everything they need. The ShopWorks widgets within the shop floor operator role is concentrated on the essential tasks a machine operator performs, allowing users to report rejects, identify downtime codes, report product via floor disposition, leverage document control functionality to ensure operators are always working from the latest approved documents, visually and easily track the work progress, and standardize start the next job process by establishing certain rules. There are widgets that can be sized so it becomes a speed button and displays as the icon shown, such as a document control, or you can expand that widget to always display the active document. We introduced the capability of renaming labels to increase shop floor adoption. Users can rename a work order to be job number, order number, project number, whatever the production team will easily recognize.
We're going to look at the user interface of DraftSight and how easy it is to use. First of all, the DraftSight sets up in a ribbon And right now we're in Home tab, where you have Draw, Modify, Annotate, and different other options. And if we wanted to draw lines, of course, we can select it from the line or click on the arrow down and we'll see additional commands that pertains to lines, like infinite line, array, and rich line. Same thing applies to every other command. Now, if you want to switch to a different tab, you can click on Insert, Import, so you can familiarize yourself with this very easily used user interface. For people who used to use other CAD system and like to have what we call classic interface, we still have it. Just click on the arrow pointing down and pick classic. And you'll see now the classic switches over, where you have much smaller commands and you have all of the other commands on the sides, which you can move them around and recustomize it or adjust the positions where they're located. Personally, I prefer to use our standard draft site annotation interface. Now also, right now, all of my commands in the ribbon are in white. If you want to change them to be dark, just like my working area, you can. Just click with your right mouse button and you can select Switch User Style, and then close the draft site once and reopen it, and it will become black. Personally, again, it's a personal preference. I prefer to use it with the white ribbon interface and the black working area for my drawings. So it's very easy to use. As you can see, we can use the custom, classic, or default interface. Very easy to use. So again, the interface is very easy to use. It's very easy to familiarize yourself with, and you can use draft site annotation, or you can use the classic interface.
So looking at the same here, looking back over the years from an NVIDIA standpoint with their mid-range NVIDIA class GPU, the 2000 class card from them was the staple hold of any 3D CAD workstation. 4 gigabytes of memory, 768 CUDA cores, and we had 106 gigabits per second memory bandwidth and a 75 watt TGP, so total graphics power. Moving up now to the older generation, the P2200, we actually saw here 5 gigabytes of memory, so a 25% memory increase, more increasing CUDA cores from 768 to just over 1,000, the same 75 watt TGP. The P2200 was the staple hold of many CAD workstations, and likely many of people in the audience here today are using a GPU of that level. Now, the new replacement for that card, the NVIDIA RTX A2000, is a 12 gigabyte card, so a substantial memory increase from 5 to 12 gigabits. We've increased the memory bandwidth now to 288 gigabits per second, over 3,000 CUDA cores, but a lower TGP. So NVIDIA have been able to improve the performance of the GPU, shrink its size, and therefore shrink its power requirements. So compared to previous generations, they are very attractive here in terms of performance increases. 3 times the frame buffer, nearly 3 times the memory bandwidth. We're introducing RTX technology now to the mid-range GPU, 2nd generation RTX cores, the 3rd generation AI Tensor cores. So now the GPU is built to do graphics, real-time ray tracing, and AI all on the same GPU. The GPU is VR ready. It uses PCI Express Generation 4, so works beautifully in line with the previous 12th generation CPUs. And it's 10% more power efficient. So for those looking to reduce their carbon footprint, this GPU alone can make a big impact.
So here is the some cooling assemblies that we purchased from Adafruit. So it's got a heat sink, a fan blowing. On the other side of this condensation plate are is the Peltier device. So the cold side is connected here. The hot side is touching the heat sink, and there's that insulating foam that's in there to keep that heat from just passing through the Peltier device and not over to the other components. So we did some early simulation, and you can see the temperature profile on this condensation plate varies quite a bit. It's going to get much colder in the middle and not as cold on the outside. And so we did some of that early simulation to just to quantify what SOLIDWORKS simulation was doing and how it compared to the results we're getting on the real hardware. Here's the another simulation we did. Here's the fan. We didn't have all the details of the fan with the blades and everything. We used a SolidWorks simulation fan component. We'll talk about later. But you can see as you run the video here, if I can get it to go. Here we go. It gives you nice flow curves and visualization of how the flow is going. The velocity of the flow, you can see it slows down as it gets toward the end here. But this helped me design these ducts, these air ducts, to get the air flowing directly across those heat sinks. So that helped. We used this simulation to help optimize the configuration, the geometry of those air ducts as we went through the design. And here is it's a rather long video here, but we can look and see. This is a FLIR thermal camera, and you can see I've got one condensation plate here, and over time the temperature's going down, and if you speed this thing up, see how I can do that. The temperatures go down, and I apologize, I'm not sure why it's not running, but it takes a while to get to steady state, but over time you can see how that temperature varies across a condensation plate.
If you press and hold Command and do a secondary click, it moves the model around the screen. If you press and hold Option in a secondary click, and then you move your mouse, it rotates it about a point. Similarly, using the trackpad, you can use a 2-finger pinch motion to zoom, and then you can hold Option and do a 2-finger slide to move the model around the screen. Or you can use a 2-finger slide to rotate the model. Now that I've given you some tips on how to use a MacBook for your design with the SolidWorks Cloud offer, let's go into XDesign to create more parts for our bike. We're going to create our crankset here. I'll use the Revolve Extrude feature to revolve this profile around an axis and create this solid model from it. Now I can use the sketch I made of the teeth and use a circular sketch pattern to create the 52 teeth that I need. The browser-based apps that come with the SolidWorks Cloud offer are not only flexible, but they have some unique capabilities as well. Because no one wants to spend time with repetitive tasks, we have added some machine learning that can help speed up those tasks. Anytime you see this icon, you should click on it to see if the suggestions given can save you some time.
Jonathan?
Kirbyathan.
We're somewhere different. We're on a different channel.
We are. Don't we feel very, very professional?
I know. This is the most professional setup I think we've ever been on.
Yeah.
We even brought our own mics.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we did forget the cables, but typical us style, not
It's movie
not
magic.
planned.
But yeah, we're the Chord Podcast. We run a funnel podcast where we showcase what it's like being in the hallways of 3D Experience World.
So come hang out with us, literally in the hallway. Yeah.
You glad to be back?
Very glad to be back in Nashville. It's a city me and Kirby are both extremely fond of, aren't we? So
Yeah. I mean, our podcast was born from the hallways of 3D Experience
It
World.
was.
We met here at 3D Experience World. And ever since, we've been glued to the hip, making content and hanging out together.
Glued to the hip a week a year.
You're 4 hours away, so.
Yeah, true. So.
But yes.
No, very, very good so far for the event. You know, we've got a lot planned for this week. It's going to be a busy week for us.
We do. Do you want, well, what we're doing this entire week is that we're live streaming directly from the hallways, interviewing whoever wants to sit with us, and talking about whatever what you talk about in the hallways. You know, when you run into your buddies.
Exactly.
Between your sessions.
It's an informal network catch-up where anyone can come and hang out with us, spend 5 minutes of their day. You know, we'll sit you down, give you a nice cold water out of our fridge, and you have your 5 minutes with us. Tell us what you're about, what you do, who you are, who you're trying to meet, what you're trying to get out of the event.
Yes, and like if you're trying to find a solution to a problem, or you're trying to, find someone that can help you with a project, we may know that person.
Yeah, we'll make that connection.
We'll be the guy.
Guy.
Yeah.
Nice.
We know guys.
Yeah, we'll make them connections.
But we're also raising money for Magic Wheelchair.
Yeah, we are. So we've got a big target this year.
Oh, look at that, Sean.
Oh, a wild Sean O'Neill.
Water guys here.
Well, thank you, Sean.
You guys need that in the shot.
Thanks.
Your faces.
Yes, I know. Well,
this is the other thing we've noticed about Sean's professional setup. We're very far apart for us.
I'm gonna have to reach out. That was quite confusing because I forget that we've actually got proper mics now.
I know.
So I actually don't need.
You don't actually need to be up close.
But it's natural. I can't speak to you, Johnny, without a mic obscuring
It doesn't
my face.
feel right.
No, it doesn't.
No, so it's good though. I'm enjoying it, but very professional for us today.
Yes, that's some good water.
So what did you take out of that first general session, Kirby? What was good?
I now know who to talk to about the Ring doorbell sound that sets off my dogs every time the advert goes on.
Yeah, you're very passionate about telling him the reaction that gets out of your dogs. So we've got to do that for sure.
Yes, we need Titan. He just
looked
grabbed
like he was...
everybody in that crowd and just had them in the palm of his hands.
It's what he does. You know, if everyone's seen him online. You know, I've been texting people in my work. We're like, we love CNC, and he's like, oh my god, I can't believe he's there. So.
And the Exo Sapien.
Oh man, who doesn't want one of them?
Like, if you are here in person, head off to the convention center. What the playground?
Partner Pavilion Playground.
Playground.
What are we calling it this year?
It's the playground, and you can go and see it there in person.
Yeah, it's massive.
It's big, but then you see it actually moving. It doesn't look real when you see it in that videos. And
he's going to put wheels on it, because why not?
Yeah, why not? Like,
yeah.
That's the next, a logical.
Oh yeah, logical. It's like the idea's in my head and he's gone for it.
How do we make it crazier?
Yeah, how do we make it crazier? Let's go bigger. Let's put wheels on it.
Yes. But it's also good to see the fun skits.
Yes, the return of the fun skit.
Yes.
I'm sure I saw him walking around as well. So.
Yeah. What was it?
Indiana Jones. Yeah, I'm sure I've just seen him walking around with a.
It's a fun way to show off what's new in.
Yeah, exactly.
SolidWorks.
Some,
because. People come here for their, to go to sessions, learn a lot, learn how to do all different things in SolidWorks, stuff like the S key, which I still don't use.
Yeah, that was my little tip for Kirby, the S key, that nice sketching shortcut. He still doesn't use it, so.
Oh, absolutely not. But I'm just set in my ways. But
you've got your workflow.
You can go to so many tips and trick sessions and that kind of stuff that you can take back to your work.
Exactly. There's so much opportunity to learn.
Help increase your productivity. You get to hang out, network with people. Everybody's here because of 3D
a shared common passion.
SolidWorks. But we're connecting over our nerdiness.
Exactly. We're all CAD nerds.
We're Star Wars nerds. We're makers. We like to create things.
Yeah. Talking about making, we love a Magic Wheelchair, don't we, Kirby?
Yes, Magic Wheelchair. We are raising money for them.
We are smashing it already. We've got a $2,000 goal.
Yeah,
we're over 1,000 already, and
It's just started.
We're only 3 hours into the event, so
We're 50% of the way to eating really, really hot chips, which I'm not looking forward to. Johnny, how do you do with heat?
I'm better than you, which I'm taking quite a lot of comfort in. So whatever's bad for me is only going to be worse for you. So
I'm scared.
Yeah, it's going to be one of them. Why did we agree to this? Well, we didn't agree. You decided. So
yeah, I told you.
Yeah, which, you know, I'm happy to go along with.
Yeah, but what happens when we get 5,000, Johnny?
5,000. We've got Brad Media. He's going to shave his beard, a beard he's been growing for 12 years.
It's a glorious beard.
Yeah, so
and he is
we
gonna
really
shave it
have
off.
to do that.
So where can people go to find that donation link?
We've got a Tiltify link. So if you head to our social pages or our YouTube channel.
The Core Podcast?
Yeah, the Core Podcast on everything, finally.
Yeah. I mean,
So-
we're going to be live in about 20 minutes directly after this from
Yeah,
the hallway,
we've-
so you can
we've
come
got
and
a
say hi,
tight
hang out
schedule
with
this
us.
week.
And yeah, you can get the link there and donate, and you
can
can
go
watch
from there,
us
yeah.
eat the hot spicy stuff. You can watch. Hopefully, we'll be able to shave Brad's
We've
beard
got to
for him.
shave Brad's beard. It's my aim in life at the minute. So
Yeah, it's a good goal.
Definitely a good goal. Can't wait.
What guests do we have for the week, though?
We've got some good guests lined up this week for us.
We do. We got
Yeah,
Manish.
we've got
Manish is going to
Manish.
join us.
Mhm.
That's going to be a lot of fun, and we're going to talk about.
We've
maybe-
got Ilya off the main stage with his guitar. He's joining us either today or tomorrow.
That's a cool looking guitar.
It is very
Have you seen
cool.
the printer that they actually print that with,
No.
the Nexus?
Tell me.
It's so quick.
Quick. Oh, well. That's my frustration with my 3D printer is how slow it is. So
Yeah, like
it's fast then. Let's go.
We were showcasing them, or looking at them at work, and like it can print like a pen in 15 minutes.
That would be revolutionary for you guys.
Yeah. For the production stuff we do at work, it's not a very good printer,
No.
but it's a very interesting technology, and the fact that that entire guitar body is printed in one. I've printed my own guitar before. You know, I like to tinker a little bit on the old guitar. Not very good, but I can make some noise.
You're a guitar tinkerer.
Yeah. And I thought, I wanted to make a guitar. you know,
Yeah.
Because why not? That's what makers do, and that's
Makers make.
Makers make.
Creators create.
Yes, we'll be part of that cult soon.
So what are you looking forward to, Kirby? And don't say Tuesday's special event.
Tuesday special event's going to be good.
It's going to be good. It was great last time.
I'm just looking forward to hanging out with all of our friends again and chatting.
Yeah, it's been good catching up after a bit of a break from the in-person.
I'm going to go mold a helmet.
Oh yeah.
So
in the makers area.
Yeah, there's a new maker area in the playground where you can go and make your own things. They're doing live silicone
Great.
molding and resin molding. Brad is showcasing kind of like hand rotational molding. Yep. Molds like Master Chief helmets.
Great.
And they're just, if you want to learn the kind of the things that we do, the kind of the techniques we use to make things, go head over there and check it out. I mean, a lot of these people are also creating content online. And
yeah, like we do.
Yeah, and like if you want to see how to actually really do the stuff, all that information's online, and get inspired by that stuff.
I'm just laughing to myself at the fact you really are speaking into your fake microphone at the minute. It's fantastic.
It's a real microphone, Johnny.
It's doing nothing. Nothing.
It's comfort. It's comfort.
It's the comfort piece for you. Yeah, I like it. But no, what else are you looking forward to? We've got the Makers Zone, Tuesday special events coming up. What else is going to get Kirby ticking this week? What are you wanting to get out of this event?
Exploring the city that we're in.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of exploring to do. I went for a walk around Nashville yesterday. There's some very cool shops and stuff, so definitely check them out.
I mean, that's the one thing I really enjoy about traveling to these events, and one thing that really makes it worth it is you go to a cool city, and every year it's in a different city, and you get to go to places that aren't on the top list.
No,
of places
exactly.
to visit.
It's somewhere you might never think to go.
And Nashville is definitely one of them.
Nashville, we came last year. We had no idea what it was like. We didn't do any research, and it was sort of like we're home. This is home now.
It is.
It's been nice coming back here. Especially after the break. It's good to get going again. A nice place to really hit the ground running.
It is awesome, and like after being virtual for 2 years, which we did well with that.
Yeah.
Podcast was born.
Hallway
because
Hangouts.
of that. And now we're here doing it in person.
So hallway hangouts. It's the first time we're doing it in a hallway. Come find us in the Hive. We'll be there all week.
Yeah.
Sit down. Let's chat.
Yeah, go check out right behind the Core Podcast on YouTube. Go check us out. We're going to be live in about 20 minutes. Come hang out with us. Come and chat with us. And you can even be in the meeting with us. And thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome back to Live at 3D Experience World 2023. I'm joined, I think, by our largest panel maybe ever in like 3D Experience World history. So you guys saw, from the little sit slide we had there, this is all about Magic Wheelchair, right? And it's interesting, like all of us, I think we have a different connection to Magic Wheelchair. I feel like, it's pretty interesting if you think about this conference overall and just how often we have collaborated on different things. It seems like it should go without saying what Magic Wheelchair is and kind of some of the story, but just like Brian showed us earlier, we have so many first-timers at the conference. Just for really anyone, and most of these questions will be like that. What is Magic Wheelchair all about? So we have a microphone. It's like who should take it?
I think I'll go first. You guys can riff off.
Sure.
So Magic Wheelchair is a nonprofit organization that promotes inclusion and self-expression for kiddos with disabilities, and we do this at no cost to families. So you may have seen photos over the years of these really rad, epic wheelchair costumes, and many of them have been built by our SolidWorks friends here.
SolidWorks friends. Yeah, absolutely. That's an interesting part of this entire dynamic is that we have so many community members that have taken part in builds so far. Some of us have taken parts in the design of these builds for these cool kiddos. Some of us have, been painting, fabricating, like all different levels. Just whoever wants to go next, like just tell us some quick stories about some of your, historic involvement in different builds.
I'll go first. You're the builder of the frames.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I guess the thing I tend to build most often is the frame that connects the wheelchair to the costume.
So Sal is the frame person.
Yeah,
we learned.
It's often hidden from view, but
it's integral.
Yeah,
right?
And it lets me play with CNC a lot, which is my favorite part of building. Yeah.
I'm usually the one that gets the vision together and sketch it up into like an artwork, so people can align, so we can communicate it with the rest of the team. And it's really great. We're also part of the team that meets the kiddo and get to understand who that kiddo is and what they want. So yeah.
And just to stop there, it's interesting. You already got like a picture, right? It's like you guys both work at Dassault System. Again, we have user community members who also participate in builds, and we'll surely talk about that. But you're kind of taking parts of maybe your job roles, maybe parts of your personalities, and like that informs, how you, participate in these builds, which I think is a really cool thing, and it shows just the diversity of the way that you can get involved, which I think is a great message. I'm sure already through some of these videos, some of these images, people are like, wow, can I get involved with this? And we'll surely talk about that. But sorry to interrupt.
Well, I want to make sure that both Sarah and Annie get to speak, because we've had the opportunity, having 4 builds, to kind of pass the baton to each member of the team to lead the effort, and they've been doing a great job. I led the first one, but we kind of handed it off.
Yeah, but to speak to what you were saying about we show our personalities, we all kind of gravitated towards the things that we were good at or what we're doing. We almost kind of like put ourselves in like, oh, you're the one that's always doing the frame, you're the one that's always doing the CAD. I've become the person that's like a little bit of like a project lead and coordinating, shopping for stuff, and kind of like overall, organizing, almost like keeping the things moving and everything along with it. So and then, like we have Chinlu, who's a big artist, so we always like go to her for the colorization, and Sarah, she's a master writer, so she like documents a lot of our builds and listens to our stories and kind of translates the craziness that we
translates the craziness. That's a great. I'm sure Sarah, like on your resume, your LinkedIn, it's like I translated craziness for X amount of years.
Yeah, that's how I wrote it. No, it's I started with SolidWorks Magic Wheelchair project when it started in 2018 when I was an intern, and I was just writing blogs and documentation, and this past year for a 4th build, I became the reveal organizer. I did a lot of PR. I worked directly with the family. I was the conduit between these builders and Savannah's family, and it's been an amazing evolution, and it's like everyone's favorite project. And working with Christine is also like the best part.
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Another thing I wanted to ask you guys is just like a story. We've all been involved with, I think, several builds at this point at different levels. Has there been a particular build that really stands out to you as like super memorable, that really kind of almost changed your life through your involvement?
Well, they all kind of do that in different ways. All the kids are so different. Their families are so different, and their reveals are so different. So I know for me personally, the one we did in 2022 with Savannah, for me, was a little bigger because I led the reveal. I got to be on television.
Yeah.
I was on NBC News and on a bunch of local affiliates all around the country. And then we also got to be in the Salem Haunted Happenings Parade, which after the pandemic, actually being able to see people outside of our organization and outside of the family react to like the incredible work these guys do building the costume, it was so rewarding and so wonderful. Do you want to answer, Christine?
I think every reveal and every kiddo and family are so special, but it's wild because it goes full circle again and again and again. The night we landed here in Nashville, I got an email from Jacob's mom, who was our recipient in 2020, telling us about the impact that it's still having, and it's just amazing. Get emotional.
So cool.
Yeah, and there's been, when I get asked like what's been the most meaningful thing that's happened in your life or a memorable moment, they all seem to tie into like a moment that I've had with Magic Wheelchair, especially with the kiddos and the family. And the build that I led with Freya and the castle,
yeah,
it was like the universe paired me with like the family that was meant to be my family. So, just a couple of weeks ago, I took Freya to see Hamilton.
Oh, wow.
And, I have like this deep connection with this family, and that's probably the most rewarding part of this whole thing is the connection. It's not just giving a costume, it's about being a part of their life and enriching it in a way that, it's indescribable, but it's, I'll tear up every time talking about it.
I'll save you. I'm not going to do any better. Asking that question.
This isn't a contest, by the way.
Yeah, this is like asking me to pick between my children. I can't. I was part of all four. I started it all, and I worked on the 2020 thing as well to help with our customer engagement. And as you know, Sean, you were a huge part of that. I think there's just an element of every one of them that will stay with me for the rest of my life. Not just the engagement with the families, as they've mentioned, but just learning about my colleagues. I've made really good friends and they've become family. And it's just, there was a moment when we were working on Ben's build where I was so torn between, because Ben was suffering from a situation where we weren't sure that he was going to actually get to his 10th birthday or on. And I was ready to just say, hey guys, you don't have time to finish this build. I'm going to finish it myself before Christmas. And I think Sal had to talk me off the ledge and really remind me that we need our friends to finish this job, and it really made me think about the teamwork, the value of everything, and it all turned out really well. So I think that build for me, though it may not have brought everything else, it really did change my life in the way I perceive relationships in all ways, right?
I don't know how to follow any of that, but I will say this. This is just another amazing example of the community that we are able to build, and the people that we get to spend time with and deliver amazing experiences to young children. It's priceless. So if you can contribute in any way, I would say roll up your sleeves and do it. You will not be disappointed.
Yeah, I'm super proud to say, we've tried to emulate, I think, some of your work in building these. They're kind of funny. These superheroes, and there was a lot of hard work put into these, and these kind of match up with superheroes that we made, or Sarah, I should say, over in marketing to kind of talk about some of our new apps and everything like that. But really, a lot of the inspiration for making these cool superheroes, which you can win over there, is that you guys are superheroes. That I think has gone into culturally, even the answer as SolidWorks, as 3D Experience Works, why do we even do this stuff? It's probably because we were inspired by Magic Wheelchair builders, to be creative and try to make these things happen. But this is all coinciding. If you like action figures, which I know is a lighter idea, you can go over there, try to win one. You just have to answer a few questions. You get an opportunity to win. But really, the special part of this, the only reason I'm bringing it up now is because it coincides with a donation that we're giving to Magic Wheelchair. I won't say the amount. Maybe we'll just say that for day 3. But this is not a surprise to you, Christine. We've been talking about this for months. I am so proud of that. Before we go, I know we're running a little bit over. I just wanted to, Christine, give you a chance to say, how can anyone who wants to be a builder or help in any way, project planning, anything like that, get involved with Magic Wheelchair in some way today?
Absolutely. There's something for everyone. We're all about inclusion. So if you are interested in getting involved with us, you can find us on social media or go to our website. You can volunteer, you can donate, you can even nominate a kiddo to receive a costume. And we are just all about epic inclusion, and we can't wait to meet you and have you join us. Do we have time for the makerspace?
What's that?
Can I tell you about the makerspace?
Yes,
really
yes,
quick?
that was the
I
other
don't want to go over. Okay. So during the pandemic, we got keys to our first ever Magic Wheelchair Makerspace, a headquarters just east of Portland, Oregon. Not only will it be a place for us to create these epic wheelchair costumes, but every workstation is going to be wheelchair accessible. So makers with disabilities can come and create epic costumes with us. We can't wait to show you all the development, so follow us.
Yeah, so we're growing together. You guys, it is heartwarming to see how much you guys are growing. That is so cool. I wish this would have been 45 minutes. It's only 15. But thank you all so much, and we'll reconnect at the conference very soon.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you. Welcome back to Live at 3D Experience World 2023. I'm here with Christian Briscoe. Kristen, how's it going?
It's going great. Thanks, Sean, for having me here.
Absolutely. So Christian, when you come to this event, right, you hear a lot about things like SolidWorks, different types of manufacturing, advanced simulation, but we also learn and hear from our longtime partners, right? And you guys are certainly one of them at HCL and CamWorks. From your perspective, though, tell us a bit about your sponsorship or your partnership with SolidWorks.
Yeah, sure. Appreciate you asking that. And we love talking about our partnership with SolidWorks. We absolutely value that partnership. It's been amazing. And so, as you mentioned, it is a long-time partnership that we've had, going back to 1998. And we were actually teamed up with SolidWorks to create the first gold partner for CAM software in SolidWorks, starting back in 1998. So that's going quite a ways back.
A few years ago.
Yeah, a few years ago, 25. So that's been a great partnership ever since. And we were actually, developing the beta program that all the rest of the CAM systems followed from them on to become gold partners for SolidWorks as well. So that's pretty amazing. And then, because of that early partnership, we also were at one of the very first SolidWorks Worlds, and we've been faithfully sponsoring and exhibiting at SolidWorks World and now 3D Experience World for that 25 years as well. And then also, which is not as far back, but fairly recently, but still quite a bit now back, 6 years, SolidWorks selected CamWorks to power SolidWorks CAM. So SolidWorks CAM, that's included with SolidWorks now, is been going on for 6 years and a very successful partnership with that product too. So we're excited for that as well.
That's very cool. So getting into that, a lot of conference attendees, SolidWorks users, no surprise there, or maybe they're SolidWorks user adjacent. If you're watching, hello. What's in your mind? What's really the unique value proposition, for SolidWorks CAM and by extension CamWorks in your mind?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and it goes to that integration that we talked about. So SolidWorks CAM and CamWorks are fully integrated and embedded with SolidWorks, right? So those products are running inside SolidWorks completely embedded, and that provides SolidWorks users with a lot of benefits with that integration. One of the first ones is, the CAM file is the same as the CAD file. So no need to manage separate CAD and CAM files. It's all one and the same, and that makes PDM easy as well, right? So additionally, we don't have to import or export models. And things can get, problematic sometimes with translators. It does happen. And so being right inside the SolidWorks environment, you don't have that issue. You don't have problems with that. The integration also has a lot of benefits as far as the associativity for the CAM data to the CAD model. So we have full associativity to the CAD model with inside SolidWorks with both products. And if there's a design change, then the CAM data updates automatically as well, along with that.
It's huge.
Yeah, so it's automated as well with the feature-based programming within SolidWorks. So we'll use feature-based designs, design features, and then we'll assign CAM features to those design features for machining. So that's a great benefit too. And then tolerance-based machining, which we have, actually uses the tolerance data within SolidWorks to assign special strategies according to the tolerance. And that's an amazing bit of technology that we developed that's kind of new in SolidWorks CAM and CamWorks as well. So those are benefits that we're excited about. And SolidWorks, I just mentioned that SolidWorks CAM is included in SolidWorks 2018 and later as that are on subscription. So you do have to be on subscription. And just to mention, we do offer some training on our website. If someone wants to get started with SolidWorks CAM, you can come to our website, check it out, and we'll be happy to get you in a webinar for free, and you can start using it.
It's awesome. You read my mind.
Yeah.
My last question: how do we keep in touch with you guys? But
yeah.
But no, I wanted to ask you as well. You know, on Live, which is a show that I host monthly, not as long as this conference, of course. It's about 1 hour. Usually like to ask just like, you know, what would the audience be thinking potentially at this point? And one of the questions that I had in that vein is like, you know, maybe they're thinking like, okay, I got it. It's CAM, it's inside SolidWorks. But, you know, can you provide us more, maybe a more in-depth explanation of, you know, what SolidWorks CAM and by extension CamWorks overall can provide at a solutions level, maybe at a more macro level than we've discussed just now?
Well, one of the things I'd like to mention too is how we've connected into the 3D Experience platform. So there, with the add-in to connect SolidWorks to the 3D Experience platform, that provides the ability for the CAM data along with the SolidWorks models to be uploaded to the cloud data vault management system in 3D Experience.
I think you gave me a clip on that. So 3D Experience and CamWorks, that clip. But yeah, if we could show that one, the 3D Experience and CamWorks clip there.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a huge point, right? Because we hear about that at the conference.
Yeah.
You know, that 3D Experience and SolidWorks are becoming more and more integrated, more and more intertwined. So I think, guys, it's maybe the next clip there. But yeah, that's a huge point. A lot of people are probably thinking, okay, 3D Experience, SolidWorks, CamWorks, like how does that integration kind of work there?
Yeah, so that integration, so through that add-in, then all the SolidWorks files are up in the cloud for the 3D Experience platform. And anyone that has SolidWorks on any device, anywhere, is actually able to download those SolidWorks files along with the CAM data and machine them using SolidWorks CAM or CamWorks from the 3D Experience platform. And additionally, CamWorks has a product that is called NestingWorks that has some advanced nesting capabilities that really adds some strong functionality to the 3D Experience platform by offering advanced nesting capabilities.
That's huge. You mentioned, you know, one of our original partners, you know, changed. You know, sometimes it has people sitting back and thinking like, you know, is this going to work? You know, is my CamWorks going to work with it? Is this or that going to work with it? So I find that especially, and we have an example right here of some of your work.
Yeah, in the vault. Yes.
Yeah. That's huge, right? Preempting some of those questions and being able to show, okay, like, yes, we have thought of that. It's not news to us. We've definitely tested it.
Yes.
That's huge. And we're both technical people. And, you know, that surely whenever you talk to customers, that's like, that is a huge thing. It's like, oh, before I even had to ask the question or wonder about it, you've already done it for me. So I very much appreciate that. So we're seeing like a full on, you know, the background here, just some sample workflows. So that's really great. You know, so I mentioned, I think one other area that we wanted to talk about, we showed a little bit of it, right? Shop floor solutions, VoluMill, right? Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
By extension, like we offer, like I mentioned, NestingWorks, but with SolidWorks CAM, first off, SolidWorks CAM standard offers individual part, 2.5 axis milling and 3 axis milling, as well as that tolerance-based machining that I mentioned too. And then there's SolidWorks CAM Pro that also, in addition, offers the assembly machining, and then also turning and 3 axis as a little more 3 axis capability, and then 5 axis and 4 axis indexing, support for multiple configurations, and then our VoluMill product that is included in that too. And we have a great partnership with our partners at Celerative to offer their VoluMill technology. And the VoluMill is a high efficiency roughing toolpath engine that will reduce cycle times by up to 80%.
Wow.
And increase tool life by 500%. So that's huge. I mean,
huge number.
Your tools are going to last 5 times longer, and your parts are going to be reduced by, you know, the cycle times by 80%. So for manufacturing, that's a big deal. And then in CamWorks, by extension, we have the 3-axis VoluMill that is included in as an option for CamWorks 2. And CamWorks further offers 5-axis simultaneous and 4-axis simultaneous milling, as well as mill turn, so for live tooling lathes. And then you mentioned CamWorks Shop Floor.
Sure.
And CamWorks Shop Floor is taking the digital thread to the shop floor. So it has some great digital tools in there for machinists on the shop floor to get the data from the engineers as far as what they need for manufacturing. So instead of paperwork and drawings and all that drawing information, all the tooling information, you can even simulate with that product on the shop floor. So the machinists have everything they need to set up the job, but they can also have communications coming from the design engineers right to the shop floor. So that's the digital thread going to the shop floor. That's awesome. We offer, by extension, another product called CamWorks Volume Mill. And that's really unique because it's integrated in CamWorks and it offers simulation based off the NC code. And that's important because when you post-process a CAM file, most systems use the CL data, which is the cutter location. And that, depending on your post-processor, if there's a problem with the post-processor or something you've overlooked, there can be an issue when you go to manufacture it. But with the integrated G-code simulation we have with Volume Mill, that actually uses the NC code data to simulate.
I see.
So it makes sure that it's accurate and precise, and that will actually reduce your setup times on the machine because you no longer have to do dry runs to ensure that you're not going to have a problem like we just discussed, right? So that's an amazing product that we offer that by extension too. And I think that's probably the bulk of what we offer for CamWorks as an extension.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Cover a lot of bases there.
Yes.
I talked about this throughout we talked about this throughout the conference, right? You've been at the conference many times, I know.
Yeah.
Just sessions, right? It's great you're here at the live desk. We have about 15 minutes together to talk about CamWorks, SolidWorks Cam. But you guys have sessions all about, and I think we can show, just kind of scrolling around.
Got them back here. Okay, great.
Yeah, I mean, just any sessions you want to call out or any that you're particularly excited about?
Well, there's 10 sessions, right? So 10 sessions we have going on at the conference. So we're very involved with the sessions. There's virtual on-demand ones. There's virtual sessions that are available. There's in-person sessions that are available. So a lot of different sessions, but I would, like the SolidWorks Cam and Beyond for engineers, for instance. Maybe you're not into manufacturing, but you're going to send your part out for manufacturing. We teach engineers how to utilize that SolidWorks Cam tool so they can think about when they're designing something, how that will actually be manufactured, right? So that's kind of bridging that gap between engineers and CNC machinists to make sure that those designs don't run into a problem on the shop floor, right? And you can take into account some of the manufacturing that has to happen before you actually send the part out to be manufactured.
I'm laughing because I can't imagine, you and I were probably going out to see customers quite often, getting back to it more and more now here as we start off 2023, but that's one of the things that you hear a lot about. I was actually out recently, the Tennessee College of Applied Technologies.
Okay.
And Adam Willis, it was a huge thing for Adam, talking about, not just making beautiful shapes, beautiful models that look representative of real world objects, cars, spaceships, whatever you want to make in a digital world, but actually making it for manufacturing so that you can maybe one day make them. And they don't just exist as .SLD PRTs and .SLD ASMs. So that's a huge topic. So it's cool. That is awesome. And I like how you highlighted there are different session types as well. So again, you can still register now, 3dexperienceworld.com. You can go to sponsor directory, find you guys there, right? Yes. You could, view by speaker. You guys are sponsoring a lot of different sessions. You mentioned 10.
Yes.
So that is awesome. Hey, we have, I think, about a minute or so here. I wanted to ask you, we did live live SolidWorks 2023 launch not too long ago.
Yes.
And you guys iterate on your software as well, right? You're making improvements. So, the portfolio level, what could we see with CamWorks, technologically speaking, in 2023 in terms of updates?
Yeah, so we're really excited about what's new in CamWorks 2023. I'll be brief because there's a lot, though.
Sure.
One of the biggest items is that CamWorks 2023 introduces our Wire EDM Premium product, which has a bunch of advanced technology for wire, with automatic feature recognition for color coding, so forth. That's industry-leading type of technology in our wire product. We introduced Euler angles for 5-axis machining indexing calculations for positioning the part. We have new strategies on automatic tool selection. So making sure that the flute length is the proper depth for the feature and it's the most efficient flute length for the feature you want to cut. We've introduced probing cycles, new probing cycles as well. And there's been a ton of user interface improvements in that product too in the new 2023. So it's been very well received. I encourage everyone to check it out if they haven't already.
That's a great point. I mean, so some of these clips, you guys thankfully provided these just to give some visual examples of some of the stuff that we touched upon. This is a great time, obviously, to get connected with partners, with sponsors, with each other right at the event. Just one more time, Christian, could you just tell us, where can we go to keep connected beyond the event with CAMWorks and HCL?
Yes, so beyond the event, at any time, they can always come to our website, www.camworks.com. And that's a place you can always connect with us. But virtual attendees can visit our sponsor booth on the 3D Experience website and through the 3D Experience app as well. So there's that option. And then we have a booth here in the pavilion, a sponsor booth.
Right.
Booth number 415. So if you're attending the conference and you're listening to this, come by booth number 415 and say hello to us. We'd love to chat.
It's kind of like you're on the PA, says you want to scream it. Booth
415.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much, Kristen, for stopping by and being our partner.
Sure.
I'll have to stop by the booth once I get it away from the desk here.
Yeah, come on by. Love to chat more with you there.
Awesome.
Great. Thank you.
Great job, man.
Hey, welcome to Model Mania. It's 3D Experience World, that wonderful time of the year when we all get together and we make new friends, we learn a lot in breakout sessions, and of course, we show off our modeling skills at the Model Mania booth. I'm Jen Dirksen with the SolidWorks Challenge.
I'm Gian Khaleesi.
And I'm Noah Zeef, and we're here with the Cloud Model Mania Challenge.
Awesome, so are you guys excited for Model Mania this year?
Oh yeah, of course. And this year, so like Noah said, we're doing the Cloud Challenge, which ours is going to be all about being creative and Nashville themed. So you can use XDesign and XShape to design whatever you'd like, as long as it is Nashville themed.
And I would also add to that, the competition is currently open. You could submit your design right now. You can actually go to the URL. We're going to show it in a minute. It's solidworks.com/cloud-challenge. And you just want to be sure that you submit before Tuesday at 2:30 Eastern Time. I'm sorry, Central Time.
So do you guys have some awesome prizes this year?
Of course. So just like what we typically do for Model Mania, the number one winner wins $500, number two wins $400, and number three wins $250. Reseller entries and 6 total winners for the Cloud Challenge.
How long again for the Cloud Challenge?
This is our fourth year doing it so far. And at first, it was a little bit different. We were kind of mimicking the Model Mania Challenge drawing, and you just way in net form. We want you to be empowered as a designer you want, and we just give you a design prompt, and you use XDesign and XShape to make what you like.
That's awesome. So just like a little tour of what's happening behind us here, and see, what's how you're actually doing the challenge.
Sure, yeah, so we have 6 computers set up. As you can see, we got 2 open right now, but we got 4 designers in here that are making whatever they'd like Nashville themed. We got somebody working on the guitar right here in XShape, really cool looking guitar. Somebody starting from scratch on another computer in the Sketcher for XDesign. And remember, this is both for in-person and virtual attendees. So if you're watching from home right now, you're totally welcome to visit solidworks.com/cloud-challenge to sign up and start modeling right away.
We could probably queue up the video now. We enter? Yeah. Let's do that. Let's get the video going. Welcome to Model Mania, the annual SolidWorks Modeling Challenge. We're very excited that this year there are 2 SolidWorks challenges, in person and virtual. If you're in Nashville and attending 3D Experience World in person, please come to the Model Mania booth at the back right corner of the playground. We are open Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday during playground hours. If you've registered for the virtual 3D Experience World, please join us for the Virtual Model Mania Challenge. The virtual challenge will take place at the same time for everyone, today at 12 noon Central Time. That's just a few minutes from now. You can find the instructions by watching the video on the agenda session. You can also go to the More tab and enter the challenge there. The direct link to the challenge is modelmania.virtualtester.com. The instructions video can also be played by clicking on this video thumbnail. The top customers and resellers can win up to $500. Be sure to come to the winner's announcement on Wednesday, February the 15th at 12:30 p.m. at the 3D Experience Theater in the playground or watch on SolidWorks Live.
This year's Model Mania SolidWorks Cloud Challenge is now open. If you are attending 3D Experience World 2023, either live in Nashville or virtually from your home or office, you can participate and win up to $500 and, of course, bragging rights. Participants will use XDesign and XShape to create something inspired by Music City, Nashville, Tennessee, and post it to our designated community. It could be something to do with cowboys, country music, that famous Nashville hot chicken, or anything in between. Keep watching to see how you can sign up and get started. Visit solidworks.com/cloud-challenge to register, and it's important that you use the same email address you used to register for 3D Experience World 2023. We've set up a dashboard with everything you need. On the Getting Started tab, you'll find the XShape app, some instructions, and some sample models. Build your design totally from scratch or drag and drop one of our great samples and go from there. Remember, you can maximize these apps, and all of your favorite XDesign features are available in XShape. Check out the Submit Entries and Ask Questions tab to find instructions on submitting, as well as a place to ask questions in our Model Mania community. This is the same community that you'll submit your final design when it's ready. But be sure to adjust the environment and visual settings so your design is looking its best. And when it's time to submit, share a picture of your design with the community as an idea post. And remember, there is a limit of 1 entry per person. Submissions will be voted on by a panel of design experts. The criteria your model will be judged on are creativity, complexity, presentation, and most importantly, capturing the theme of Music City. To be eligible to win, you'll need to submit your design to our designated community between February 12th at 8 a.m. and February 14th at 2:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. But you can start getting to work on your design right now. Winners will be announced on February 15th at 12:30 p.m. Central Standard Time in the Playground Theater at 3D Experience World 2023. This will also be broadcasted on SolidWorks Live. The top 3 submissions for each users and resellers will be awarded the prizes. Good luck, and we can't wait to see what you create.
Hi, welcome back. Thank you for watching the Cloud Challenge video. Again, that competition is open right now. Also here with Jen with the SolidWorks Challenge. Jen, this competition has been going on for a long time. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right, Noah. This is actually the 24th year of the Model Mania SolidWorks Challenge. And as you can see behind me, we have 6 booths set up. So the way that it works is you come by the booth, you walk, up to one of us wearing the red lanyards, and we'll help you to get inside. And you start out by creating a part that we give you. And then once you're done with that part, then of course, just like in real life, there's always edits and changes to be made. And then once you're done phase 1, we give you phase 2, where you need to make those changes. And whoever finishes first in the shortest amount of time creating the accurate parts win the prizes. And we have the same prizes as you guys, $500, $400, and $250. And I'm super excited because this year we actually have 2 SolidWorks challenges. We have the in-person challenge, which is happening right behind us. And we also have the virtual challenge, which is happening in less than 15 minutes, starting at 12 o'clock Central Time. So in order to participate in that, you need to go online, make sure, of course, you're registered for the virtual 3D experience. And I'll give you the direct URL to get to the challenge, just in case you're in a hurry. It's modelmania.virtualtester.com. That's modelmania.virtualtester.com. Go there right now. Watch the video that you'll see on the right-hand side. You'll see a video thumbnail. Click there, watch the video, get the instructions, and do the virtual Model Mania there as well. So if you're here in person, come here. And if you're tuning in virtually, go there. And I wish everybody a lot of luck. Is there anything you guys wanted to say more about?
Jen, I had a question for you. I know that this is a speed-based challenge, right?
Yeah.
So what's the fastest time that you typically see for the winners?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, it all depends on the model, of course. The harder the model, the longer it's going to take. I would say in general, like 8 to 10 minutes-ish is about our first place winners. But I mean, if you can even get it done like in, 14, 15 minutes, you're doing well. 20-minute maximum, 20 minutes if you're not done at yeah. It's a lot of fun. Yeah. You should come and try.
Awesome, great.
Anything else you want to add, Noah?
No, like Jen said, we have some great challenges to get people designing, get excited about Model Mania, and again, great prizes as well for several winners across different competitions. So come on down, it'll be a lot of fun.
So just to summarize, we have 3 challenges happening right now. We have the Cloud Challenge happening. We have the in-person SolidWorks Challenge happening right behind me. And we have the virtual SolidWorks Challenge happening. And that's starting really soon. So make sure that you go to modelmania.virtualtester.com and go get signed up and take the challenge.
And if you want to do the Cloud Challenge from the comfort of your home, go to solidworks.com/cloud-challenge. And I think we're good to roll the next video, right?
Yeah, let's roll the next video and show you what to do.
Welcome to Model Mania, the annual SolidWorks Modeling Challenge. We're very excited that this year there are 2 SolidWorks challenges, in person and virtual. If you're in Nashville and attending 3D Experience World in person, please come to the Model Mania booth at the back right corner of the playground. We are open Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday during playground hours. If you've registered for the virtual 3D Experience World, please join us for the virtual Model Mania Challenge. The virtual challenge will take place at the same time for everyone, today at 12 noon Central Time. That's just a few minutes from now. You can find the instructions by watching the video on the agenda session. You can also go to the More tab and enter the challenge there. The direct link to the challenge is modelmania.virtualtester.com. The instructions video can also be played by clicking on this video thumbnail. The top customers and resellers can win up to $500. Be sure to come to the winner's announcement on Wednesday, February the 15th at 12:30 p.m. at the 3D Experience Theater in the playground, or watch on SOLIDWORKS Live.
Hey guys, I think that one of our challengers is just about finished here. I heard him finishing up. Hey, how'd you do?
You know, 24 years on, it's not getting any easier, but that's what keeps it fun. We'll see what happens.
Awesome. Well, good work, Jeff, and congratulations. Here's your badge ribbon.
Thank you.
We're here in the playground. There's so many cool things to see here in the playground. Specifically, I'm here in the Maker Zone with Abhishek. Abhishek, thanks for joining me.
Oh, definitely.
So you have the longest title probably here. What is your actual position here?
Oh, that's complicated, but I have two positions. One is a 3D Experience Works for Startups Director, and also I manage the 3D Experience Lab, which is the Startup Accelerator program of Dassault Systems globally, but I manage the North American part of it. But what we've brought here is the Maker Zone, which means that the whole idea is that any maker or hobbyist who wants to use our amazing products like SolidWorks or 3D Creator, 3D Sculptor, there was no way they could use these products because sometimes it would be price prohibitive or and things like those. So whenever I used to go to makerspaces and Fab Labs, they would say that, hey, we love SolidWorks, we love Dassault System products, but we don't have the money. Yes. So in July 2021, we launched the 3D Experience SolidWorks for Makers offer, which gives them access to 3D Experience SolidWorks, 3D Creator, 3D Sculptor, and some communities for just $99 a year, which is
it's amazing.
The cost of Netflix, right?
Yeah. It's such an amazing product. It's one of those things that it's like if you needed it, you wouldn't even think about it. Just buy it. Buy it now.
Definitely. So that's the spirit. So what you see behind me is that I'll start with this furniture. It's called Cherigami. But the interesting thing is the guy, when I met him, he said that, hey, we really love SolidWorks. Do you have something that we could use to create this? So now he's a draft side user, which is all of our products. And the whole idea was that when we were conceiving or say, architecting this place, we wanted it to have a very different visual feel than the rest of the event. Yeah. So we thought, let's give Cherrygami a chance. And I have seen more than 100 people actually, and the conference has not started. Come and try this rocking chair.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
That's the one that draws me too. It's cool. They've been featured before, yeah?
Oh yeah, definitely. So let's go this way and let's talk to Nigel. Okay. So, hey Danielle. So we'll come to you after this. But this is Nigel. Nigel is from UCLA. And so where we are right now, if you look at the map, this is the north wall of the Maker Zone. And here we call it the future of making, where we have UCLA and MIT projects represented. So Nigel, what are you doing here and what have you brought in quick 2 minutes?
Hey, I'm Nigel. I'm with the Flexible Research Group at UCLA. We design and help people design compliant mechanisms. These are all compliant mechanisms that you can see here. We have a couple different examples. This is a spherical mechanism, so it has 3 rotations. We have its partner here, a single degree of freedom, and we also have over here a bistable variable stiffness, 2 degree of freedom mechanism, so it has an X and Y translation, which we can pop down, unbuckle the flexors, and it would create something that's much more rigid. Pop it back down again, and it would create something that's much, much more compliant.
That's incredible.
So all of these are designed using a comprehensive mechanism design theory called FACT, or Freedom and Constraint Topologies. This was created by my professor, Jonathan Hopkins, at TU. And I'm working with SolidWorks on my thesis project in order to facilitate people bring this pen and paper design project or process to a complete computer-aided design process using the FACT design adding.
Amazing. Now, do you do any kind of like simulation? I imagine like fatigue is super important here.
Right, so we do have to do some simulation, but the point of this design process is that it's completely, say, like feed forward.
Okay.
You don't need any type of simulation or other design considerations to guarantee that you have the freedom spaces that you need in order to have a functional mechanism.
Very cool. Thanks for sharing. That's amazing.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Nigel. Okay, so now we'll go to Danielle. Hi, Danielle. So we are on live, SolidWorks Live, and we wanted to know from you. And sorry for stealing your questions.
Go right ahead, Abhishek.
What is Fabulaser and why are you here? But hold it close to your mouth.
Hello, everyone. So Fabulaser is an open source laser cutter machine, which is meant for everyone to replicate and build. So it's not a machine that you push the button and it does its job. It's a machine that you build and learn how does it work, and you will be able to fix it, modify it, share it, and so on. So our company focuses on manufacturing open source digital tools, including 3D printers, CNC milling machines, laser cutters, and so on. And the main goal is the knowledge transfer to people. So we want people to learn how this technology works. So
very cool. So like tools that can build tools, right? Is
correct.
That kind of the idea?
With the tools that you see on the back here on the screen, you can basically replicate all of them. So for example, this machine you see on the table here is a laser cutter machine, and it can be manufactured with a large milling machine, which is as well also open source over here.
Amazing.
So the name of our company is Immaschinen-Gracia GmbH from Germany, and we are part of the FabLab community where all these machines are being built and replicated continuously.
Amazing. Thanks so much for sharing. What a cool machine.
Thanks a lot. You're welcome to come and build.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be back.
Okay, great. Thank you, Danielle. Okay, hey. Okay, Sean? Yes. This is Sean from SolidWorks. And with Sean, Sean and I, we are very close to the MIT Center for Bits and Atoms because we kind of manage the relationship between Dr. Neil Gershenfeld and Dassault Systems and SolidWorks. So wanted to know from you, what have you brought, and should we come to that side?
Yes, if we can come to this side,
okay,
that would be great. Right. So, all right. Thank you, Abhishek. This is a research project initiated by the MIT professor Neil Gershenfeld. And the main design is create a teaching curriculum that with the hardware and software can be modularized and use students use their innovation to create the design, use their hardware module. For example, each step motors, two-step motors, and the servo motor.
Yeah.
They are all independent and already designed. And the hardware they can module to do different kind of mechanism, and also in the software side, you can programming and control individual module using software control. Instead, they have their firmware burned into the servo motor. So, for example, the servo motor here only take the instruction, the forward step or backward step. Servo motor only take the instruction to lift it up or in certain angle and lift, push down. So, go ahead.
So now, what kind of like translation process are we talking here? Does it go right from like a DXF, or is there like a G code in between?
Yeah, so there's a transformation process integrated with the X design. You can see on the screen over here. It can show that. From the left side, we have a X design. I just designed a simple design feature field and have a symmetry geometry.
Yeah.
Then I just select the face, push the geometry to the software control program over here. You can see the software control is a whole modularized, so you can customize, design your own software over here.
Cool.
In here, I just designed the software to drive the step motor. So I already have the geometry loaded here in the vector line space. Yeah. So if I just do the plot here, and you will send the geometry and instruction directly there. And it gives the only the single command to each module, just to say servo motors, how many step forward, how many step backward, and organize the timing. Everything is controlled by software inside the browser over here.
Very cool.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you so much. Okay, so and then let's go to Jake and Quentin. Hey, Jake. So we are on live right now. SolidWorks Live. So wanted to know from you, what is this project? I know it looks really amazing. So hold the mic close to your mouth.
How's this? So yeah, I'm Jake. I'm from a lab at CBA. This is Quentin, lab mate of mine. And as part of our research, we deploy Fab Labs around the world, which are like educational spaces for making. And SolidWorks has been a huge help with a lot of that. And recently we're working on a project called Fab in a Box, which is sort of a subset of tools for digital fabrication that we can deploy for around $5,000, $10,000 into classrooms. And to meet some of that challenge, we've been working on this machine, which is sort of like one machine that does it all. So there's a tool changer here, and we have a series of tools. This is a wild and wacky pen plotter, which many pens. And then we have also here, this is a clay 3D printer. This is a little rotary tool, and this is a spindle. These are all 3D printed, so the machine itself is really easy to make. And we can throw this tool on here. And we have a demo, which is what some of the curriculum might be like. So the real challenge with teaching digital fabrication is coming up with the activities. So we've done this. This is a little tiny paper airplane, which you could hold, or could you? I can hold the fine. Yeah. So, like we often see 3D printing in the classroom, which can be tough. You just hit plot colors. Because the print takes a long time, but we thought sort of paper-based activities could be really fun and fast. So here we're going to plot the lines that fold up, and then we'll switch pens, and it'll plot the lines that fold down. And this is coming out of a parametric SolidWorks model. Wow. So students would be able to tune sort of different flight parameters like center of gravity, maybe fold angle, stuff like that, and then come to the machine and cut it out. So now we can change tools to the knife cutter.
Yeah, so this one is rotary axis with a
Little rolly blade.
Yeah, very sharp.
In the future, we'll have warning signs. Do not touch. Danger. Yeah, and then we
And no recalibration or anything, just leave it in the same spot and swap tools?
Unfortunately, we have some bugs. So there is some recalibration. Yeah, and so part of the challenge with this is once you have modular tools, you sort of need modular control.
Yeah.
And so these actually all run on USB. So when we plug that in, there's a little pogo pin in here that connects all the USB lines from the computer out to the tool. You see the back of it here. Quentin, if you could load the file again. Yeah. Thank you. And then running machine controller in the browser is sort of obscene, but we're doing it. And so the logic for the machine actually lives in JavaScript in the browser. And when you plug a new device in, it exposes itself in the browser. So if you know how to do web programming, you can now build machines and hardware devices.
So the idea would be to ship this like with examples already pre-built into it that they could build and fine-tune?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So like this would be one of 50 different sort of curricular activities.
Cool.
One of the challenges is also aligning the digital fabrication activities with existing curriculum so that it's successfully incorporated into schools. That's a big part of the lift.
Amazing.
Yeah, but fun little toys.
Yeah, it's very cool. I was going to say I have a snap maker at home that's kind of a multi-tool machine as well, so I'm definitely interested in this.
Yeah, so this is like that, but it's entirely open source, and you can make it with a printer. So actually,
Amazing.
if you want to build one of these, you can buy yourself like a $300 printer. The bill of materials is $300, and for $600 you have this machine.
Very cool.
Mention that. Yeah, I can't believe we did. Of
Amazing.
course, it's open source.
Well, thank you so much for sharing. What a cool project.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. Okay, and I want to give a quick shout out. Like I think we have 1 minute left. Is that if you want to learn more about this project, and especially there's a big announcement we're gonna make on day 3, which is Wednesday during Suchit Jain's session. So I think you guys should definitely tune into that because the announcement might have it has a potential of actually disrupting a lot of different I won't say markets, but a lot of different kind of a lot of different features of STEM education and your curriculum and all that stuff. Yeah, definitely.
Amazing.
It's, Wednesday, general session by Suchit.
Cool.
Okay.
Well, Abhishek, thank you so much for this side tour, and we'll check in with you again.
Oh, definitely. And one last thing, by the way. Everybody asked me, and because we have some time left, everybody asked me like, how like the Maker Zone looks really active. How did you do that? But our thing was that we created a food court for the creative mind.
That's
right?
a great way to put
I don't
it.
know what's cooking there. I don't know what's cooking there. But the most important thing is that makers are very important for Dassault System, for SolidWorks, and we really love makers. And because it's a passionate company, we really love the passion and energy all the makers put in their projects.
Very cool. That's appropriate. Nashville's got the food hall just down the road. This is the food hall for 3D Experience World. I love it.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we are at Gibson Garage. I'm here with Kara. Kara, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Good. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
This place is amazing. It's funny. I heard the Gibson Garage described as a big garage with a lot of small garages inside of it.
That's right.
Does that seem to resonate at all?
Yes, absolutely. Because we have a lot of brands. So, we have Gibson, Epiphone, Kramer, and then Pro Audio out there. So there's a lot of representation here in the garage. And it's good to go to each nook and see what's happening with each brand.
How did you find yourself at Gibson?
I was actually working for an escape game company here in Nashville.
Oh, wow. That's so
Yeah,
cool.
it was very fun. I learned a lot. But that kind of honed my skills with woods and plastics specifically. And when I was looking around for new opportunities, Gibson really valued my skills and past experience with working with woods. So
Makes sense.
there's a lot of differences between wood and some of the standard materials that engineers work with today. So wood is ever changing, and the materials we work with are not just one species. It tends to range from mahogany, walnut, maple even.
Yeah, different
and-
types of wood.
Yes, and every single assembly has different kinds of wood and other materials. And those materials like to stretch and deform a lot of the times. So what we do is we try to give greater tolerances and really respect the woods that we work with. And we also tend to have higher specifications for the woods that we import into the factories. So for example, the industry standard for a lot of wood used today is usually about 12% moisture content. Gibson actually uses 8% moisture content with pretty much everything that we make.
Okay.
That also comes down to reducing wormholes and organic sort of signs of destruction or tearing or anything, shearing in the wood. We really want to eliminate that as much as possible while also staying green as much as possible. So
Yeah, I like one thing you said earlier about, you said respecting the wood. Very, very interesting approach to that, and I think it shows how you see your designs. It's yeah, I appreciate that.
absolutely, it's a flexible product, and at the end of the day, it has a mind of its own.
Yeah.
So unless you're willing to
Yeah.
work with it, it will go against you at times, and that is one of the biggest challenges. We're trying to machine a product that moves. It's and
Wow.
so, but it's definitely part of the process. It's one of the challenges that makes working in this industry so fascinating
Mhm.
and fun. Personally, I've taken it upon myself to study more of the mechanical properties of the different species that we work with and really try and understand the hardness rating and different properties across the grain, and things along those lines. It's complicated.
Yeah,
it's complicated.
that is insanely interesting. And again, not something that, viewers looking at guitars, they necessarily would think about, but you have to. And then
Absolutely.
everyone else benefits from it. That's so cool. That's so
Yeah.
cool.
So my job is to, as best as possible, use the tolerancing that I can with wood in a way that tells our machinists what needs to happen while respecting the complexity of an organic material. So all of the materials, a large portion of the material of a guitar is organic, and that actually adds a lot of complexity to our designs.
Yeah, what do you find most interesting about working on guitars?
I love the history behind the guitars we work on. Usually,
So that sounds like that's one of your favorite parts too. I mean,
The
that's what I
history.
find myself like really zoning in on.
absolutely. Every time I work on a specific model, I dive deep into the history behind why it was made a certain way or how it was made.
Why?
Yeah, the why, the how, who made it, who were the engineers originally involved. For me to properly design what we work on and the prototypes that we design, I have to know how it's made. I have to know what's happening at the 6th, 7th, 8th stage of the process. That's extremely important to me. We do not design products in a vacuum. So for me particularly, my design process, I try to keep as well informed by the process that happens. The hardest journey to take is navigating the threshold of the original engineering intention behind some of our designs, and will this still work with our current production outline and our current production limitations.
What is your reverse engineering process like?
So we use a Mesh-to-CAD workflow,
Okay.
and we use a 3D scanner. It's called the HandyScan by Creaform, and the program it comes with is called VIX Elements or VIX Model, and it provides a lot of robust tools for working with surfaces that need to come into SolidWorks, and it actually has a built-in transfer to SolidWorks tool. A lot of the ways
Very cool.
yeah. So a lot of the ways we use it is just to take splines, cross sections, and clean up the mesh that we're working with. Usually that's some artist neck that we've scanned, and probably a body involved and some hardware as well, some of the pick guards and stuff like that. And then we take cross sections and transfer that to CAD and use all of that information as much as we can to properly replicate the product. And a lot of times we have to try and retrofit our current production process onto those scans as well.
Yeah.
To make a combined CAD model that fits everything we want to do.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is
a lot.
yeah, I know. That is a super cool usage of modern technology. And again, like in the interest of this huge knowledge share with these thousands of people, like that is good to hear that you guys are using that workflow that is probably repeatable with a lot of different types of products, right? With 3D scanning.
Absolutely. We have to rely on that program as much as possible because otherwise it would just be tracing lines and arcs all over the place. And that's a huge amount of time for the kind of work we're doing here.
Yeah, and it also sounds like, we all love details in technical fields, but maybe not to that minute level where you're just tracing lines and splines.
If they'd let me, I would focus on.
I know exactly what you mean. It's like I could just zone in on it for hours. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's interesting. So, again, 3D Experience World's coming up. When I think about 3D Experience World, obviously I'm thinking a lot about SOLIDWORKS, right? There's tons of SOLIDWORKS content there. And of course, I'm surrounded by these guitars. Going from CAD to complete a guitar, you just talked about how there's so many variations in the physical making that maybe you're not, even if you had the perfect CAD model, that maybe could not get accounted for. What are some interesting points in that process, going from CAD to creation, that always kind of stick out to you?
To the best of our abilities, the design that my coworker and I work on try to take into account how something is going to come off of a machine. For example, our necks. We usually take the fingerboard dimensions and around the 12th to 16th fret, usually right in this area, we'll need to give it some fluff, about 30 thousandths on either side.
Okay.
So that when it actually gets made, there's some tolerance for hand sander to come in and sand away some of the material to cause it to be flush to the body. Another example of ways that we have to retain some of this. So during the process, this neck portion gets fitted with a metal rod. It's called a truss rod through the entire neck. And that is called jointing. So when the neck is jointed, they want to produce it in a way that there's slight tension on it so that if a consumer, takes off this cover, they can adjust this rod. What that does is it causes the fingerboard to bow either in a convex or a concave way. And some of our guitars are made with single action truss rods. Some of them are made with double action truss rods. And for the most part, what we do here at Gibson is we tension the rods in a way that it's playable as soon as you pick it up. And that process is incredibly unique and complex. But designing the necks in a way to honor a ton of hand operations. This neck goes through 3 or 4 different operations. It looks completely different from what it's supposed to look like when it comes off the machine. So a lot of times when we reverse engineer products, we have to take into consideration about 50 to 70 thousandths of material that gets shaved off. Wow. And then the position of our brake line for the nut gets adjusted a lot during that entire process. So all of this is usually very, very difficult to nail down as part of the reverse engineering process. And another fun thing about guitars, not a lot of people know this, the necks are not symmetrical. We actually have asymmetrical necks on a lot of our models. Some of them are symmetrical, and some of our necks have more of a rounded profile. Some of them have more of a slim taper profile. And each and every single one of those profiles is unique. And now when we are working with a 3D scan of an artist model, we have to use splines or other sort of asymmetrical geometry to properly replicate those guitars. And it's not a one-size-fits-all ever. It's
Wow.
very tedious and very, very fun.
Yeah,
yeah.
it sounds like it. I can tell like you were super interested in this, and
Yeah.
there's so much art and engineering, and it's like the complete merging of the two. And you're right. I don't think a lot of people do know that. You know, this will be live. Let us know in the chat if you did know that a lot of the mechs can be asymmetrical. I surely had no idea before I got here, and you told me that. So
Yeah,
very
so
cool.
That is literally, that's a lot of the detail though. And that was all neck oriented basically.
Yeah, I'm sure
There's a whole lot more when you start getting into the headstock and the body of different models. I'm gonna go put this back, okay?
Yeah, right.
Before I drop it.
I think people so often like they see a beautiful guitar, but they don't know how it was made or like the challenges and you know the things that you have to consider. That's design and engineering in a nutshell.
Yes.
And then you come out and there's just this beautiful guitar and there's this beautiful Gibson Garage, and somehow it gets made.
Somehow. It's shocking sometimes.
Yeah. But no, I'm glad to see you're going to be at 3D Experience World, right?
Absolutely.
Right. So tell us like what are you most excited about for the conference?
I'm hoping to see some tools of the trade, tips and tricks, especially regarding surfacing. My coworker and I work a lot with surfaces.
Yep.
We work a lot with splines, and I think we would really benefit from looking at better surfacing practices in general and finishing as well. I'd like to really look at our use of graphics and replicating the mother of pearl appearance on our inlays and the abalone appearance on our inlays as well. We already really do that in some of our CAD products, but sometimes when you get to more complex assemblies, sometimes those appearances tend to be weaker and they don't show up as much. And just a few different things like that I think we could really benefit from. I also would be fascinated if there was a presenter on, let's see, sort of really complex assemblies. Recently, for my team, I designed a guitar in SolidWorks that actually had a customizable bridge on the guitar, which allowed me to adjust the string height and tensioning. But it was really, really hard, and I had to do it in a roundabout way. So I'd be interested to see if there'd be any speakers or presentations on working with ridiculously intricate assemblies and different ranges of motion.
That's so interesting. I love the in-person effect, right? Because you can go to a session on complex, assemblies, or you can go to a session on surfacing, and it's, hopefully, and you almost always do, like you get useful content that you can take back to work, but then it's also like there's people in the audience that might have the answer, right? And it's like just meeting those people that are working on similar things. That's the magic, I think, that can't be replaced entirely with a virtual conference. It's like just being in that room and being in that network. I think that is so cool. But that is for 3D Experience World. I'm going to take full advantage of being here. I've already taken so much advantage just by talking to you guys. Kara, thank you so much. This has been great.
Thank you, Sean.
I guess first off, what do you do here at Gibson?
I'm a CAD designer. I have a background in mechanical engineering, so I work in the product development team doing design work for Custom Shop and for the USA and Epiphone and all of our different brands.
Nice. Yeah, I think a lot of people watching at home or, whether they're at the conference, wherever they're from, being a CAD designer, like if you just put that on your resume, like I'm a CAD designer at Gibson, probably like super jealous. I know I am, just like even talking to you. I'm like, wow, it must be so cool to be a CAD designer at Gibson. And the stuff that you're talking about, it's very, I'm sure, we're at 3D Experience World. It's a big design, engineering, manufacturing conference. People from all different industries. Like a lot of the stuff that you're talking about, it's like, these are sort of relatable concepts, right? Like you're talking about 3D scanning, converting 2D to 3D, like modernizing your processes in some ways for at least for CAD, right? Yeah. Like we're talking about CAD. But you just get to work with guitars. So like, that's the cool part, Everyone can find like, and that's the beauty of it. It's like everyone can find that like, that certain perspective in terms of what they do and what it means to them. You know, and whether you're making guitars or something else, right? But guitars, I'd imagine it's a little bit easier. What sort of pride does it give you to be working on Gibson guitars?
Yeah, Gibson's such a huge name in the industry, and I mean, when I moved down here, I would have never thought in a million years that I would be working at Gibson, and I've been a fan of Gibson for decades, and it's like, I've been working here for 2 years, and I mean, it's still kind of hard to think that I'm working here.
Yeah. Like one curiosity that I have for you, and I'm sure everyone's wondering, you know, like, okay, so you've been working at Gibson for the past 2 years. Like, what would have been some other stops in your career? Because you know, we have a lot of students. We have people that maybe are like, oh, I would love to do that someday.
Yeah.
You know, where is your path kind of led you, and how did you wind up at Gibson?
I started off in the tire industry, kind of doing machine design, and through the pandemic and kind of getting laid off, this was my first opportunity coming out of that, and it's just been an awesome opportunity. And really, I think I can find myself here growing throughout the company because there's so much to learn about the manufacturing process and design process of all the different types of guitars, and it's just a really cool experience going from like a metal world to a wood world. You know, it's
yeah,
completely different.
You're saying to me that the manufacturing side is actually something that you're really interested in. You know, what's one thing, you know, you can give more than one, it's fine, but like one thing that you think people would be really either interested or surprised to know about manufacturing in this industry, like manufacturing guitars?
Yeah.
Like what maybe what were you surprised by, or when you tell people, like, what are they surprised by?
Yeah, I would think that a lot of it would be more machine work than hand work, but after being here, there's a ton of hand work in the manufacturing process, and that's how a lot of the time every guitar is just a little bit different from hand sanding, and the skill that some of the workers have just with putting everything together is really like awe-striking and just awesome to see. Definitely surprised me with just how much differentiation there's between like steel work of my background that I've seen is just a lot of precise design and manufacturing, and this is a little bit more free flow. So, a lot more forgiveness when you can sand the problems away.
Sand the problems away. Yeah, and there's so many ways to do surface modeling now, right? There's the SolidWorks 3D CAD approach with, you know, making different faces, forming a solid body. There's X-shape with subdivision, kind of free-form modeling.
Yeah.
And there will be, as always, at 3D Experience World, no shortage of SolidWorks classes. So, yeah, I guess if anyone sees you, you know, say hi. You're now going to be 3D Experience World famous. I'm sure someone's going to see this and be like, oh yeah, it's Alex. Gotta ask him about Gibson. But no, and of course, if you walk by the live booth, we'll have like a big booth there. You know, walk by, say hi. Maybe we can have you on again.
That'll be awesome.
Cool. All right, Alex.
I appreciate
Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, welcome to Live at World. I'm here with Richard from Pallet Shuttle Automation.
Yes.
Richard, how's it going?
Very good. Thank you very much for coming out.
Thank you. This is a great shop you guys have. It seems to just go on and on and on forever.
It does. It does. There's probably another 300 feet back that you haven't even seen. That's just open warehouse just sitting back there.
You guys are really interesting because, and I know those of you watching at home, you know, watching the conference will appreciate this. You guys kind of do everything in-house, right?
Yes, yes. So we'll take everything from a concept that we just come up with. We'll do the complete design work in SolidWorks. We'll use 3D printers to mass produce things, just get a feel for items. And then we'll come back to design if we need to tweak those things a little bit. Then we also take it one step further. We'll actually machine some parts, put them together, and see if that design really works for us.
It's always a hot topic, right? Like how are products put together, how are things manufactured across different industries, especially at conferences. Like like 3D Experience World, where you have so many different industries represented. Why is it important to you to actually do everything in-house, from the design through the prototyping and manufacturing, assembly, all of it?
I think from our standpoint, it kind of puts us in the driver's seat of everything. We're not relying on somebody else's, whether they can hit the ball out of the park or not. If they fail, we fail. So I think on our side of things, we really take that under the roof, and we'll all succeed together and go down the road.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, as you go, right, it's like you guys have a great welcome area, right? See some of your product right here. You go back, there's machining going on. So there's a lot actually going on here.
Yes.
Which is super interesting.
Yes. There's a lot behind the scenes that we don't show here. We've got quite a few team members who are remotely in across the United States.
That's right.
In there, and so we were able to collaborate through SolidWorks on our designs, and we try to do a review of our items across the board. So even if you're not a mechanical engineer, you're a programmer, and you look at a shuttle or you look at some part of what we're designing, we kind of get with everybody and get everybody's intake on there. Because from my side, of the mechanical side, I don't always see what the programmers are seeing in the PLCs and the other side of things there. And so we try to get everybody's input on the complete design.
It's interesting you mentioned that. That's something that Richard was bringing up off camera, that you guys have a lot of different team members that actually work off site, right? Has that been, and conferences, right? That's always a sort of area where people look for updates on what other companies are doing. I think you might know, we were in Nashville in the Tennessee area, right? Back in 2020, so 3 years ago. The world changed like so much since then, and industries, companies change regardless. Every single year, throughout the year, you're changing, just constantly changing. You're never static.
Yes.
So has that been an aspect that's changed? I'm just curious.
No, actually, Pallet Shuttle, of course, originated in California. So even at that time, years ago, they were remoting in long before it was cool.
Long before it was cool
to remote in. So. From the team wise, it was just standard practice. So even during the COVID period, we really never missed a beat.
So that brings up a good point too. Why the Tennessee area? We visited a couple of different and very diverse, by the way. This industry, different companies. Why Tennessee?
I think, to be honest with you, it's just the Southern hospitality.
Yeah.
I think it's just a great place to live. I think just the aspect of everybody, and also the transportation. If you have to bring something in, you've got 65 and 40 coming through the middle there, and it's kind of the heart in there.
So how are you guys? Getting back to some of the tech stuff. So your role at the company, we should say.
Yes. I've been here with the company a year.
And you're a design engineer.
I am.
Right. So are you the one operating SolidWorks? How many of you guys are using SolidWorks here?
Two of us, myself and another engineer, Chris.
Okay, and then what does the SolidWorks usage sort of pertain to? Is a lot of design, assembly, drawings, all of the above? Or?
Yeah, we're basically doing complete design for inside SolidWorks using all the standard techniques that are in there. We're doing design, parts, assemblies, bill of materials, everything coming out of there, and also using DraftSight when needed.
Very cool. And it's interesting. So I used to work at one of our partners. So I live out in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
So that's only about 2-3 hour flight. I was here like super early yesterday morning, but I always like to tell people, these relationships, even getting to meet you today, like they don't just sort of manifest themselves. So you have a partner over at Trimec. Trimec's your reseller.
Yes.
If you could just tell us a little bit about, Sarah's your account manager, right? Tell us a little bit about that relationship and how it kind of helps you guys thrive as a business.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I mean, Trimec has been hands down part of the success of our own side of data engineering, getting SolidWorks up and running in there. There hasn't been any question that Sarah or her team that she has under her who hasn't been able to answer and get us what we need through there. And I definitely will go out and say on the tech side of things for the customer service, when I have a problem or an issue I can't figure out within SolidWorks, hands down the best I've ever seen.
Yeah, and I always used to love that. And the best part about like that, and I'm sure you could say this, not just with Trimec as a partner, but different businesses you may deal with, right? Your customers. It's like when you have like that sort of like local representation and they know you, they know what you do. Like when I used to work at a partner, I remember talking to people at Amtrak or another one of our local businesses, and that was always so huge. Having someone that would be able to call and be like, hey, I have this question.
Yes.
And again, you may not like the answer.
Yes.
Hopefully you like the answers more often than not.
No.
But they're technical problems, they're technical issues, right? and you always kind of come to the best resolution.
Yeah,
But,
no, they always
yeah.
have and everything. I've always enjoyed, even when I have to call in, I've always enjoyed talking to somebody because everybody's been super polite and nice, and it's been overly eager just to help me out. And I know they're slammed. I know there's probably 1,000 of me people calling them up with questions. And
But you probably never get that sense.
No,
Might
I
be a
never
little
do.
bit of-
I never do. No.
Might be a little bit of the Southern hospitality
Yeah,
that
maybe.
you mentioned, right? Yeah, it's like whenever I come to Nashville, the past few years, I'm always like, I just want to stay.
Yeah, it is nice.
One thing I noticed, Richard, just walking in here, you get a very, I've noticed this visiting different customers, different users, you get a great sense of your priorities and what you guys care about, what you guys find important as soon as you walk in the door, right? From an identity standpoint, being veteran owned is a big part of what makes you guys
Yes,
you, right?
yes, it is.
Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, we're a veteran owned. We've got the owner, Steve Capella. Was in the Navy, retired out of there. And then we got a couple of the guys who were in the Marines and different armed forces there. And our hats go off to those guys. They have done everything for the United States to put us where we are, and we want to honor those guys today and going forward.
Awesome. Yeah, and I know a lot of you watching, maybe veterans. Thank you so much for your service. But yeah, it's just something, can't highlight it enough.
Most definitely.
So you're going to go to 3D Experience World,
I am.
the conference, right? You guys, if you're watching this now, right, we're going to produce this. You're watching it live. What are some things that you're most excited about in terms of the conference? Is it the breakout sessions, the networking? What really stands out to you as far as just why you're excited to go?
I think this year I'm more excited to go just for the networking and the breakout sessions. From my side of things, the way I model, the way I design, sometimes I'm in a nutshell and I don't break out enough to see what everybody else is doing and kind of to see. And so that's kind of going to be my breakout shell, just kind of see what's some different techniques, what am I doing that I'm missing that I should have known years ago.
Yeah, so that was actually a topic yesterday. We were talking to Gibson, and if you guys haven't seen that session, regardless, maybe it's going to air later. We'll figure it all out. But we were talking to Kara at Gibson, and she was sort of saying the same thing. She wants to go and learn more about different surface modeling techniques for guitar bodies, assembly modeling techniques. And it's very interesting because we were talking about how, maybe you get that from the presenter, or maybe you just get it from someone that's in that same session.
Yes.
Where
yes.
like you're just building these sort of equally interested cohorts of like-minded people.
Most definitely.
And you can only get that at like an in-person conference,
Yes.
right? That's
Yes.
Virtually, it's like you can get the video, the stream, whatever it is, however it's delivered, but you don't get that sort of like shoulder-to-shoulder feeling with the audience, which I so appreciate.
Yes, most definitely.
Hey, how can everyone check out more of what you guys do?
Basically go to palletshuttle.com and all our information is out there.
Cool. You guys check it out. Hope you guys are enjoying this segment. And I'm going to go grab a tour.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
You're very much welcome.
Hey everyone, welcome to the shop floor. I got my counterpart Chris with me.
Hello everyone.
What are you doing, man?
Hey, you know what? I'm here at 3D Experience World. We're machining parts, we're engraving parts, there's robots. This is incredible, absolutely incredible.
Wait. We're doing manufacturing?
Believe it or not, we are doing actual manufacturing on the floor, Mike.
Okay, so for everyone that's not here,
yes,
we got this cool machine behind us.
Incredible.
Let's come in and do some footage. Tell me a little bit about what's going on here.
Right, so this is a Doosan or a DVF 5000. It's a 5-axis milling machine. And what we're doing is we're actually milling a 3D printed belt buckle. So we're putting some detail on a belt buckle that we had printed by Markforged, and they did a great job.
You gotta show. I gotta see the
Oh,
buckle.
yeah.
Like,
Here you go.
I
Here
see
you
it
go.
in there, but that doesn't do any good. So let's get a close up on this. So this is really cool. It was
Yeah.
actually designed with all our stuff. The folks at Markforged did an amazing job.
Amazing.
Stainless steel works. If you saw GP this morning, he had it on stage. So explain a little bit about what we're machining here, because that just looks like it was 3D printed with some magic.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we did is we 3D printed the belt buckle with some extra material in the middle, and we put this bull rider on it in that 5-axis mill. Afterwards, we did a little polishing and a little post-processing, and it's ready to go. It's been a really fun project. One of the greatest things about this is we did it all inside of 3D Experience. So we did, or the 3D Experience Works. The design, the CNC programming, everything. It was great.
So let's talk a little bit about this.
Let's do it.
We mix this together. Post-processing, or are we creating G-code? What are you talking about post-processing?
Yeah, so there's
like,
a couple
talk
things.
to me a little bit here. Come on.
For sure. So we brought that in from XApp. The original design was designed in XApps.
Okay.
We brought it into SolidWorks to do a little bit. SolidWorks Connected. We made sure that everything updated inside of 3D Experience Works. Inside of there, we were able to, make a print layout for it to get it printed. And then when it came back, we were able to bring it into shop floor machining, lay toolpath on it, and then take that code and then put it to this machine, and it's doing what you're seeing right now.
But there's, on this end of this buckle here, this just looks like a buckle.
Yeah.
Right? So one of the cool things about what Mark Forge did for us is they actually printed the clamping mechanism on here, right?
You're absolutely right.
So talk a little bit about how that went.
Yeah, so what we did is we were able to put this on what's called a Raptor vise. And the Raptor holds it on by a dovetail on the bottom. And we actually attached it by a part that we had printed, and then we just machined that part off and it snapped right off. It was really easy, really, really easy to do.
Okay, so we got milling.
We do. Do we have anything else,
Show
Mike?
me
What do you
the other
think?
things here.
Let's
Because I'm
check it
pretty sure
out.
we haven't been
So-
without sleep for all weekend.
We've been
in
here for a
this,
long time.
Right, so let's go down here.
Yeah, let's go down here. So what we have here is a Doosan Puma TT 1800 SY.
Excuse us.
That we're using to engrave coffee mugs. Let me reach into
Hey,
my
where are you
magic
reaching? Whoa,
pocket.
whoa, let's be careful
There we
here.
go.
Come on.
If you'd like to go ahead and take a look at that. So we're doing some engraving on these. So again, this is something that's really a really interesting application. We're taking pre-existing parts. We're able to reverse engineer them back into 3D Experience Works, create a CAD model, lay down the engraving on it, and then take that code and then send it right to the machine, and this is what you're seeing.
That sounds really complex.
It's really not. And one of the best things about it is because it's all inside of the platform.
Yeah.
So our team, it's small, there's only 4 or 5 of us, but we were always in the loop throughout the whole process. As you can imagine, this cup went through about 9 or 10 iterations before we finally got this one. And throughout the whole process, the whole team was involved. Everything was updated. It just went really smoothly.
Hey, somebody was excited.
Yeah,
to be
that's
on
right.
camera.
Everybody's
Hey,
excited
come on
to see us.
over.
Hey,
Come on,
come on here. Who's this?
Where are you from?
From Michigan.
Michigan. Nice. So
First 3D Experience World?
First
multiple?
3D. Yeah, first 3D
Yeah.
experience.
What do you think so far?
Oh, it's been great. It's been a great experience. We use the program, and it helps us across the board. We do
Awesome.
injection molding, a little bit of part design.
Yeah,
it's
right
good
on.
times. Yeah.
That's
Now we're getting into automation, so.
Sweet. So this is the right place, right?
This is the right
Robots,
place, for sure.
machines, all the cool
Machining,
stuff.
The whole,
Yeah.
yeah, the whole nine.
That's
Awesome.
perfect. Well, thank you so much for coming out. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
So we're not done here.
Right.
There's a couple more machines, right?
There is
Should
actually.
we mosey or
Yeah,
skip
let's
or
do it.
meander down
So
there?
one of the nice things about the platform is we're able to include our partners that also use the platform.
And SolidWorks.
I'm sorry, and SolidWorks. Of course, of course, there's also SolidWorks. So here's our partner, Tormach. Mike, would you like to talk a little bit about this?
So this is Jason, as you can see by his badge. Jason, turn around and say hi.
Hello.
So, Tajik is.
It's a 4-axis milling machine, so we're mates for the show here.
Das Boot?
Das Boot.
Das Boot.
We've had a few puns around boots this week.
Yeah?
So we're doing, it's just 4-axis setup. We got
Come on
2
in.
different operations. You want to see it here? So we take the first op here, and we're machining it in the vise, and then we flip it over onto a custom fixture, and then we're holding it in with a bolt just from the back side. So that just gives us the ability to access the whole part and machine it in less operations.
So, let's talk about the tech and spec on this. I have the older model at my place, right?
Yeah.
So, what's the new cool kid get?
The new cool kit. So the MX series is our bread and butter. It's kind of our top of the line machine that we have. So this is a BT30 spindle. It has servos, so it goes about 300 inches a minute, 10,000 RPM spindle, 2 horsepower. So it gives you enough capability to be able to make some real parts.
And there's some pretty good table size on there. Like when you were just in here a second ago, you have 2 setups on here with that micro arc. Can you talk a little bit about the micro arc?
Yeah, so the micro arc's a 4th axis. This is actually a harmonic gear-driven 4th axis. So it gives us a really low amount of backlash. It allows us to run it at a nice high RPM and stuff. So you can see it's a small enough unit as well that we can kind of tuck it over on the side. It gives us room here for our automatic tool setter. So when we want to measure off our tool lengths, we have it pre-set up in the machine, and we still have room for a secondary op or a primary op for it. So
Sweet. So we don't want to keep busy people. So we appreciate you, but I'm going to steal you for one more thing.
All right.
Show me the cool thing.
This thing's
Show me the
awesome.
cool.
This thing's awesome.
Let's go down here. Let's talk about this.
All right.
Wait for Chris to get the mic back over.
So I'll just grab it from you.
You got it?
Yeah. So we got a plasma cutter. So we're making music notes, which we're turning into little business card holders. So we're just cutting these out on the plasma, and then we're just cleaning them up a little bit and giving them a quick little bend.
They're also belt buckle holders,
And
which
they
is what the
also
original
double
design was, right?
For the belt buckle holders, which they're making over on the other machines. So working together here.
Explain this process, and then I want to see it run because that looks dangerous. So let's show danger.
Right?
Make it happen.
So the process is it's plasma cutting. So we have a 3-axis motion platform. It actually tracks the height of the table. So as it's moving around, it'll adjust it up and down as the sheet moves. And then it's just going to vaporize the metal as it cuts. So if Mike wants to hit start for
No,
us.
I don't touch dangerous things.
No,
You do
Mike,
it, man.
you're not qualified?
No, I'm not qualified. I don't have a cert on that.
So it's going to come down, find the height of the plate. It's going to set that. Then it'll go ahead and start cutting. So you can see plasma cutters are nice and fast. So we're cutting 14 gauge steel, and it just cuts it real clean, real nice edges when you're done. So it works really good for fabrication kind of applications. And you just never get tired of watching things get made.
You might go blind if you watch it, but you know, that's how that works, right?
Yeah.
So explain the value of this small machine, right? Because we've all seen the big ones. Talk a little bit about why this one has value.
So it's nice and compact. It's full featured. It gives you that torch height control and all this stuff, and it gives you that compact footprint. So if you don't need that full sheet size, or you don't have enough space, you just get all the capabilities you need without having the floor space requirement with it.
Okay. Well, we gotta close out, but I cannot thank you enough. Please, next year, come see this man.
Yeah.
He knows everything there is to know about these Tormachs.
Absolutely.
You
Absolutely.
guys for having us out here. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, thank you. And just to point out too that all of these are giveaways: the belt buckles, the cups, the
machines.
the machines.
I mean, Sunday. We're just closing it
Everything's
all
gotta
out.
go.
Show up in the van out back. We'll make a deal. But to that point, they are giving away one of the routers we'll tease tomorrow.
That's great. So, what a great event. What a great place to be, surrounded by people that love engineering, that love manufacturing. It's incredible.
Fellow manufacturing nerds.
That's right.
Come next year.
Please.
See us. We'll all get together.
You got it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hi, and welcome to 3D Experience World. We're here at the shop floor in the playground, and I'm here with Megan Zimba, who is the founder of the Mavens of Manufacturing. We are so excited to have Megan here. I've known Megan for a couple years, and I've been trying to get her here. We're finally back after 3 years. So, Megan, let's take a walk and chat.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Megan runs an organization that does outreach to reach children and students and teach them about how manufacturing is an amazing career and can be a life-changing career. Megan, what started you down that path?
So during the pandemic, I noticed that there was a lot of conversations happening on LinkedIn, and they involved a lot of serious issues surrounding engineering and manufacturing, and most of the guests on those shows were men. And I come from the trade publication industry. I'm a tech writer by trade. So I met a lot of women during that time of my life, and I would go to these hosts and I'd say, hey, you should really reach out to this girl. She knows a lot about this topic that you're discussing. Here's her contact information. Yeah, we'll reach out to them. And then they never did.
Right.
So I just got fed up with it and said, I'm going to start my own thing. So I started Mavens of Manufacturing to highlight all of the wonderful stories that involve a lot of women who are in this sector and doing great things with their hands and their minds and designing cool inventions.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, so you started out trying to get women, but I know you're heavily involved with students.
Yep.
And with school programs. So how did that kick off? How did you decide to expand it then and go into the schools?
So I have a 19-year-old right now. She is going to Eau Claire, Wisconsin to practice to be a surgical nurse. And when she was getting ready for graduation, I was listening into her conversations with her friends, and none of them were mentioning engineering or manufacturing, and I wanted to know why.
Yeah.
So when I asked them all, they were like, well, we don't even know what opportunities exist within engineering and manufacturing.
Yeah, like what does that even mean?
Yeah, so
Right.
I started doing some more digging, and I went back to my old high school, and I started talking to the teachers, and there's still this misconception that engineering and manufacturing is this dark, dirty, dingy place that doesn't offer a lot of career path opportunities. And some of the student counselors didn't even know how to talk about it.
Right.
So I collaborated with a gentleman named Andrew Crow, and I said, hey, we really need to educate not just the kids, but also their families, also the community members, and let them know that this isn't your grandfather's manufacturing anymore. It's not even your father's manufacturing anymore. There's a lot of new and exciting opportunities that kids can start participating in, and they can get paid while they learn. You don't necessarily have to go to a 4-year university. So
yeah, you don't need the $250,000 of student debt to actually have a really great paying career.
Right.
And I think that's another thing people don't understand.
Yeah.
Is you can make a lot of money and have benefits and
and even if you're a parent and you're not happy in your current career, you can change your mind. So I have a brother who is almost 50. He didn't like his job, so he decided 2 years ago he was going to get his welding certification. So now he's in the process of trying to open up his own fab shop. And he just started over 2 years ago, and he's a lot happier. So
that's amazing.
Yeah,
that's a cool story. Yeah, I mean, it is truly. So, what do you think? What unique qualities that women? I mean, we know manufacturing. Not a lot of women in manufacturing. If we have more women in manufacturing, what do you think they bring to the table that is unique?
Yeah, so women tend to be more creative than men, and engineering has been conceived as not a creative place, which is not true. Like SolidWorks shows the creativity that's needed to design some of these products and some of these inventions that we're using today. And women also tend to be more relationship focused. So when we're in teams together, we want to make sure everybody's all right, and we want the team to succeed forward, not versus men who tend to be more competitive and more territorial. So men thrive at working on their own a lot more than women do. Women tend to thrive more in relationship-based, collaborative environments. So I think bringing more women in would help bring more teams together, and then diversity of thought, right? So if you just have one group, it's only one thought path. If you bring in more women, there's women that they experience life in a different way. Yeah. So, for example, we all know how driving a car with high heels is, right? So we need a gas pedal. Most of us kick our heels off, but if we were to design that gas pedal today, we might have had a better option.
It'd be stiletto friendly.
It'd be stiletto friendly. So women just look at life a little bit different. I mean, look at the tights that we wear now, like materials, textiles. Women just know that by being women. So diversity of thought, more innovation, more problem solving, more critical thinking. It's a win-win for everybody.
Absolutely. I mean, I think they do bring a completely different perspective
Yeah.
to the manufacturing and driven by men for hundreds of years. So,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously.
I'm not trying to
really-
kick you out. We're just trying to help you out.
Right, exactly. So when you're doing your outreach programs, what's a common question? I mean, when you bring students into a manufacturing facility, what kind of sets off that aha moment where they get it? And what kind of questions do you often get asked when you're at these facilities?
So I think when kids get into manufacturing facilities, that big aha moment is actually seeing how their cell phone is being made or how the chips that they're eating is being produced. Like, they don't know the amount of work that goes into the products that they're using. So to be able to see that firsthand and see that it involves a bunch of different people and a bunch of technology, that sets a trigger off in their head. And I think what we need to do to get more younger generations is we have to be proactive and get in front of them. We have to have conversations with them and ask them what they want. So they don't really necessarily know all of the opportunities available. And we need to start as manufacturers getting in front of them at younger ages and exposing them to what engineering and manufacturing is. Whether that's, creating a program with CNC machining where you're associating colors with the buttons, or whether that's, showing them how to weld using something simple as like a string or something. Like, we just need to be more creative on how we're exposing it to them at younger ages bringing them all through their school career.
Okay, awesome. Megan, this was a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
We're going to be hearing from Megan again tomorrow during the general session, the manufacturing general session. So please come back and hear more from Megan and check out our organization, the Mavens of Manufacturing.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Hi, this is Barb Schmitz again on the playground at 3D Experience World 2023. Very excited to be here. And I am here today with Erin Winnick Anthony. All three names, got to get those in. She got married since the last time I saw her, so got to make sure I get those in. And Erin, welcome to 3D Experience World. I'll give you the mics.
Thank you so much for having me.
You're very welcome. It's great to see you. So, what drew you into the world of science? You obviously were influenced at a very young age because you've done an awful lot in a very few number of years. So what influenced you and what got you on this path?
You know, at a core, I've always been a maker, and I think that's really what got me to it. I have a family of educators and space-interested family, but I was always the one who was sewing my own Halloween costumes, building Lego structures all over my house. So at a core, I really loved that, and that's what brought me to mechanical engineering in the first place, and science, which is just full of that opportunity for creativity and discovery.
Absolutely. So Chic.
Yeah, SciChic.
SciChic, I'm sorry.
No,
SciChic.
no worries. This is a company I started when I was in college getting my mechanical engineering degree. And we created 3D printed science and engineering inspired jewelry. And this was both my first, opportunity to get into entrepreneurship and to really dive into using CAD in a business. And so I actually came to SolidWorks World back in 2017.
I remember.
Yes, and that was my first time here. So it was really fun to be able to exhibit that and share it with the world and use that as a way to kind of be a role model for women in STEM and a gateway for a lot of people to explore science in a new way.
That must have been fun. I mean, when you came out with that, what was the reaction of kids when they saw it? I mean, it had to have been fascinating for you to see those kids having almost that aha moment that you had when you were a kid.
Yeah, it was definitely that creative spark for sure. I think a lot of people, also in this world, we feel like everyone knows about 3D printing now, but so many people still haven't had the opportunity of exposure to it.
Right.
And it was a way for people to have a really great gateway into 3D printing. And you're right, it was just that light. But honestly, I saw it in a ton of adults too. It was a great conversation starter for adults because we also printed in plastics and metals. Tons of people still don't know we can 3D print in metal. It was a really cool thing to be able to spark that at conferences and things like that as well.
Right. So TikTok.
Yes.
People keep telling us, SolidWorks, we need to be on TikTok. We are not on TikTok. You are on TikTok.
Yes, I am.
It's an amazing audience for your message. Tell me about what you're doing there and how you're reaching new people.
Yes. So TikTok has been a fantastic tool for about the past 3 years for me now, just as a really great storytelling technique, because TikTok is a whole other language. It's short form, and you can show things that you're making in a really interesting way. So I love talking about science, space, and showing the process of creating something from start to finish. And people get really excited about it, and it's fun to be able to engage with the community in that way. So highly encourage people to try it out. I promise it's not just all dancing and things like that, which people think. It's a really great educational tool as well.
Oh, that's awesome. Now, I know that you are starting up a new venture.
I am, yes.
Steam Power Media. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I've worked at places like MIT and NASA for 6 years now, and I'm really excited to go out on my own and apply that to businesses like Dassault Systems and SolidWorks. I partnered with them this past year to create this crown that we have up here, and to try to promote the student and educator deals that they have. And so I really want to apply all these storytelling techniques that I've learned to everyone from scientists who might need some help telling their communication story and behind the scenes, to places like Dassault Systems, and showing how these products can be really creative in ways that people might not normally expect. So yeah, I actually am soft launching it while I'm here, so steampowermedia.com if you want to check it out.
Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. Do you want to tell us about any of the things we're seeing here today?
Yeah, sure. So as I mentioned, this crown, it was the showpiece from this past year. I also created this luggage tag for coming to 3D Experience World. One of the things that went viral for me on TikTok this past year were a ton of magnetic decorations for my glasses, so including 3 New Year's glasses. For all of you glasses wearers out there, you don't get the joy of this is solving, the important problems.
Thank God we're tackling these big problems now. Good.
And these are actually my wedding table numbers. So I 3D printed a ton of stuff from it. Speaking of being married now, I printed my wedding bouquet, a piece that I wore on my head, and these wedding table numbers. I had a lot more, but this is what I have left. And I got married in 2018, so that's what I saved. And then last, these are a couple pieces from SciChic, metal 3D printed jewelry pieces inspired by an atom, gears, and the James Webb Space Telescope. So.
That's awesome. Have you seen anything here that's gotten you super excited?
Oh my gosh, so much. But as a 3D printing nerd, there's a really cool 3D printed chess set that they have over there with a ton of different materials that's very big and cool.
Yeah.
And yeah, honestly, I think you've probably walked by so much of it, these large creations that people are making and some of the cool CNC stuff they have on the floor over there. I think that's where you guys were just at.
Yes.
So.
Truly amazing. All the cobots, the coffee cobot is super cool too.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Now, so if people want to hear more about what you're doing and they want to stay in touch with you, how's the best place to find you in the vast world of social media?
Yes, so if you want to follow me, I'm on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter at Erin Winnick, ERINWINICK. And like I said, steampowermedia.com. That's kind of what I'm launching and kicking off for going forward.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it, and we're so excited to have you here at 3D Experience World.
No, thanks for having me. Happy to be
in
back.
person. Yes, it's so exciting. All right. Thank you.
Get going. Hope everybody had a good lunch. Hope everybody's having a good show so far. So you're all here to hear about Mates in SOLIDWORKS under the hood. So next slide, please. Thank you. So, you know, if you don't want to see what's in the matrix, you know, it's not too late. The door's over there. Otherwise, I assume everyone's happy taking the red pill, and we're going to jump straight in. So introductions. Well, first here's the agenda. So we're going to talk about solver fundamentals, how what the solver does, how it works, how the structure of your mate system affects how the mate system, you know, how it affects how the solver works. Configurations, what you need to think about when you're using configurations and how they affect your mate system. What the very snappy overconstrained but consistent means and how you can think about that when you're applying your mates. We'll talk a little bit about the different sorts of mate classes and a little bit on performance and troubleshooting, and then maybe some time for Q&A if we have time left at the end. So this is me, Chris Brooking. I'm out of the Cambridge UK office. I've been with DS SOLIDWORKS for around about 20 years. And this is Tracy.
Myself. Hi, welcome. Tracy Wettig. I work with Trimex. So I'm currently a regional technical manager. So I've been in the reseller channel since 2013. Previous work had me in Creo and then Naval Nuclear. So coming here to do our 5th year presenting assembly-themed sessions for those that come to World for the last couple of years that have been in person. So we're excited that you're coming to perhaps the, you know, we may have had the roughest spot after a nice heavy Italian lunch, so we'll hope to not put you guys to sleep. It's a lot of deep into the matrix stuff, a lot of really great details to help explain what's really happening whenever those assembly mates do something a little weird, why is it best practices. I'll do some demonstrations. I'm gonna do more than just the PowerPoint jockeying. I'll be your SOLIDWORKS jockey too.
So this is the first time I'm presenting this topic this year, and I hope you'll find it interesting and useful. Please be honest and accurate in your feedback in the surveys, because, you know, if you think it's great, then, you know, I might do it again next year. If it sucks, I won't take offense. Okay, so solver fundamentals, we're going to jump straight in. So I don't know how many of you know, but our mates are controlled by a third-party component written by D-Cubed called the 3D Dimension Constraint Manager. So back when SOLIDWORKS was first being written, D-Cubed was an independent company started by a guy called John Owen in Cambridge. It's since been ultimately acquired by Siemens, and that might seem a bit odd that we're using a component that is owned by a competitor, but actually we have fantastic relationships with the guys at D-Cubed. I actually worked at D-Cubed before I came to work at SOLIDWORKS. That's how I got my break in CAD. So they're really responsive. They give us features that we've asked for, really responsive, fixing any bugs that we find. So it's, you know, it's a really good relationship. So it's not history-based. So if you look at your feature manager tree in SOLIDWORKS, that's already, you know, built top to bottom. So, you know, the feature underneath is affected by the feature above, not your mates. Everything in the mate group, doesn't matter which order you create your mates in, it's all solved in a deterministic way. And that's really important, because what you don't want is the order that things are solved in to affect the position of where things are up in the assembly. So if you add more constraints, delete constraints, what you don't want is for your assembly to be moving around unnecessarily. So that's a good thing. The flip side of that is that it is, because we're solving everything at once, the more mates you've got, you know, the bigger impact that has on the performance. So we'll talk about what affects performance a little bit more in a few slides. It uses infinite geometry. Has anybody got a clue what infinite geometry means? So we'll talk about a little bit about this in a bit more detail in a minute. But you can imagine if my arm is an edge on your model, if I swing this over here, can somebody put their hand up at the back? Anyone? Perfect. So if I'm pointing at that, you know, you've got a vertex at the top of your hand there. So in the infinite geometry world, the point at the end of your hand is coincident to this edge, because it's using the whole, you know, infinite geometry. So this means that a mate is satisfied even when the geometries that you've picked aren't, you know, don't appear to be touching each other. So the way to think about an edge or a face is just a window onto the geometry that we're adding to the solver. This is a good thing, and we'll explain why in a minute. Where am I? Sorry. So the one exception here, in fact, if you click on, yeah, okay, so we'll talk about geometry on the next slide. we only add the necessary geometry to the solver. So look at this fantastic watch movement. I think it's Frank Muller, customers of ours. You know, the solid modeler, our Parasolid kernel, has got a lot to worry about in this model. But if you mate this correctly, then all the solver sees is hopefully planes, axes, and cylinders. So the model detail, you know, we only add what's necessary to solve the mates to the solver. So if we're not adding all of the geometry to the solver, how do we stop the solver pulling things apart? Next click. So we have this notion of rigid sets. So each part has a rigid set in the solver. And any geometry that you've mated on that part gets added to the rigid set. And what the DCM does is it won't move anything in that rigid set relative to each other. So that stops the solver from pulling your part apart. Great.
So to demonstrate, for example, of what you happen to see inside of SolidWorks, there's also the discussion of parametric faces. So the setup that we have here, some very simple examples. We have a face that's a very complex surface. It's not, you know, like a rigid, you know, it's not perfectly cylindrical. It's, you know, something that's more analytic. And on the face of that, we have mated the edge of that cube. And just for keeping it straight up and down to remove a degree of freedom, we have it through the axis being parallel to an edge. Similar, there's on the flat face, we have mated the edge of that particular cube, and similarly to keep perpendicular. So what you've noticed, there's degrees of freedom. This is allowing, in Chris's example with his arm extending and reaching out to somebody else, why this still is legal, why this is still not wrong according to SolidWorks, because there's still more degrees of freedom you either need to tell it to do, so it's painfully literal, and this is taking that infinite spans of that plane, so it's extrapolating. In contrast, what we see is on top of this more parametric surface, when we do trying to drag it around on this surface here, you'll notice we can't go off of the edge. It doesn't know what's going to happen beyond that particular edge, so this may help explain why some of these seem to go infinite in a particular direction in an axis or in a plane, but otherwise it happens to be locked down whenever you have something that's, you know, a lot more analytical, despite them both being face selections. So it can hopefully help describe a bit more behavior that you happen to see out in the wild. There's a question.
Yeah. Oh, it's just a quirk of the constraint system. So we're dragging by something, and the way the DCM chooses to move things, sometimes it'll. In fact, I think probably because we've got a tangent mate or a perpendicular mate to the surface. So that we've got a curved surface. So in order to keep that perpendicularity, the solver's having to move other things, and the spinning is probably just an artifact. Whereas the one on the side, we're just moving it, and it doesn't need to rotate to satisfy that surface. So it's only going to move the where it is, because the part is free to move in that thing, so it can, and it will.
Yeah. Great. Another example, I want to show you guys, you know, on the discussion when Chris mentioned cylinders, so those that are going to be infinite cylinders. So very simple set of mates. We have some coincidences to make sure they're lined up at the very bottom. We have concentric. You may already have some of these in your own models. And we can see that these are going to be very conveniently nested inside of each other, despite the surface actually not, you know, being whole. So whenever you're using that concentric mate, it's going to extend that. It knows it's a constant radius. That's a cylinder, infinite axis, so it's always going to be satisfied. So if we remove that bottom constraint, of course, naturally, we'll see that slide up and down. Didn't want to complicate it for this example. But the one over here that's a little bit more floating, how many of you happen to see, oh, let me see if I can remove that one. No one's ever encountered this before. Ever. This is unique. This is new in 2023. Just kidding. So this happens to be, you know, why is it doing this? Does anyone have a guess? It's tangent. There's two solutions to a tangency when you have a circle, depending, there's the 180-degree solution to it. So this is, you know, an example, something to be mindful of. Some ways to get around that to help you predict where it's going to go is heavily placement. And there's a lot of work that the R&D team have done for, you know, being more mindful of where you click and then how the component is placed to help it go to the solution that you expect to see. So there's a did notice whenever I clicked on it before, that's completing that purple cylinder, and then that orange cylinder is like, yeah, we're cool. You're like, no, please don't do that. So, but that's what's happening in the back end with the DCM.
Okay, back to the presentation. So next slide, I think. Perfect. So just to talk about some of the language I'm going to be using during the presentation. So when I talk about geometry, that's the physical bits of the model that we add to the solver. So this might be actual solver entities, and also we use internally, we will use some construction geometry. So we will imply geometry based on your selections. And you don't see that in the model, it just gets added to the solver for some of the more advanced mates. So Tracy just alluded to the difference between analytic and parametric geometry. Analytic geometry is anything you can define in an analytic manner. So a point is just three coordinates. A line will be defined by a base point and a direction. A circle will be a point and a radius. Likewise, a sphere will also be a point and a radius, but the DCM knows it's a sphere and not a circle because we tell it it's a sphere and not a circle. So that's great, because that way the DCM has got everything it needs to work with those kinds of geometries. Parametric geometry, however, doesn't live in the solver. Doesn't live in the solver directly. It lives in the geometry kernel. So when you're working with parametric geometry and the DCM needs to know what's happening with the surface, it has to go back to SolidWorks and say, I'm interested in the position or maybe the gradient at this particular point. SolidWorks has to go to the kernel. The kernel gives the answers, sends it back to SolidWorks, who sends it to the DCM. So when you're working with parametric geometry, just be mindful of creating mates to them, because it's a bit more work for SolidWorks to handle. And especially when you're dragging, if you've got lots of mates and you have mates to parametric surfaces. The classic example here actually is CAM mates. If anybody's worked with CAM mates, drag. If you've got multiple CAM mates in a model, CAM mates are parametric, use a parametric surface. So that's a lot of work for the solver to have to do. The one gotcha here is O-rings. Who uses O-rings in their assemblies? Yeah. So you might think that a torus, which is the shape that an O-ring is, would be analytic, right? Because it's, after all, it's an axis, and then it's a major radius and a minor radius. Unfortunately not, because I'm going to confuse you now by talking about apples and lemons. What am I going to talk about? Does anyone know where I'm going with apples and lemons? So we use apples and lemons to describe a special case that happens when the major radius of a torus is smaller than the minor radius. So click again. You end up with two different shapes that are possible. So there's the apple, which was that one, and then the lemon. And if you click again, this is where the apple and the lemon come from. So you end up with the torus begins to self-intersect, and so you can end up with the apple on the outside and the lemon on the inside. Now, nobody wants to be having the apple. If you've got the apple shape in your model, you don't want to end up with dragging something around and it end up on the lemon. So to get around this, we handle a torus as parametric geometry in the solver, not analytic. So if you're going to use O-rings, my recommendation is try mating to reference geometry in that torus, in that O-ring part or whatever, instead of the surface itself, if you can, just to avoid the parametric surface. Constraints, if I talk about a constraint, this is either a one-to-one relationship with a mate, or some mates, some of the more advanced mates, have more than one constraint associated with them. So you can use them interchangeably. Some mates have got more than one constraint. So again, you need to think about that a little bit when it comes to performance. And finally, the solver, if I say the solver, I mean the DCM, or our wrapper around the DCM as well, kind of the same thing. How does the DCM work? So a constraint graph is basically a way of looking at your model and going from mate to geometry to mate to geometry. You can imagine you can draw a diagram on the blackboard that you can connect everything via the mates. So the DCM solves this by decomposing this graph. So basically it kind of untangles it, breaks little pieces off that it knows how to solve, puts them to one side, breaks the next bit off, breaks the next bit off. So the easier your graph is to decompose, the easier the solver's going to have, the easier time the solver's going to have. Once it's done the decomposition, it then looks at the values, works out where everything is, puts everything back together, and sends the list of transforms that it needs to satisfy your constraints back to SolidWorks, and we just move everything to the position it needs to be in. So, pop quiz. Which of these two do you think is going to be easiest to decompose? Hands up if you think it's the one on the left. Hands up if you think it's going to be the one on the right. Yeah, it's the one on the left, I'm afraid, guys. you can see here, this is kind of a little bit more linear. There's very little crosstalk between separate areas of the graph. So if we move on to the next slide, how to structure your mate system. So the best advice is to use a kind of hub and spoke model. So start off with a central, fixed, or well-defined component, and branch groups of constraints off in kind of nice ordered bits. If you can't do that, then the next approach is kind of a chain. So start with a fixed point and branch out from that. You can see why a hub and spoke approach is better than a chain, because you put that on too soon. That's my funny one. Because all a hub and spoke model is really is a series of chains. So if you have a series of short chains, that's better than one long chain. But they're quite similar, and the DCM will handle both in a reasonable manner. Yeah, this. Which one? I don't know.
Southwest.
Yeah.
It's a whole other thing.
Yeah, this is the thing to avoid. You really need to be organized when you're creating mates if you don't want to end up in a horrid mess that's hard for the solver and hard for you to understand. Anything that creates loops and anything that kind of mates, here, there, and everywhere is just going to, be really, really hard for the solver to decompose, and you're making life unnecessarily hard for yourself. So Decube's advice, reuse geometry where you can. So has anybody used the multi-mate feature? Yeah, that's good. That's a really, really good way of achieving this. Because even if you're picking what's essentially the same face, but maybe a different bit of it, that ends up in the solver twice. It's a little bit more work for the solver, not a lot, but the more you can minimize that, the better. So Tracy's got a quick demo for multi-mates here, I think.
Do you remember when multi-mates were added? Sorry, that was unfair. All right, so the multi-mate tool, you'll find it inside of the mate tool itself. It's not easily found elsewhere. How many of you have noticed that button? It's not new. So that's the multi-mate. So it's similar. This is the hub and spoke. So this selection is going to enable you to click on the hub. So then that's going to be the entity that's going to be the same across boom, 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 everything else that you're going to select. So conveniently, all these screws are going to already have their concentric mate, but perhaps we would like them recessed and flushed with that top face. So turning on the multi-mate, we will say this is going to be our anchoring face. So I would like, that would effectively be, imagine not, unless you're hourly, you could do top face, mate, awesome. All right, another mate, top face, mate, awesome. So this could be something to hide from your boss. So once you click on that top face, go ahead and, we have a nice big expansion box, so hopefully it's a big hint, to prompt you to click on any subsequent features, and these are all creating that hub and spoke behavior that are all going to match those all up at once. We'll say we are green for OK, and that we'll add those mates, and those are flush. So you can kind of think of things that are similarly aligned on an axis. Things that are meant to be concentric, that are going to be stacked up on each other. Same thing, you can have one major outer hub, and then click on outer diameters or similar axes that are all supposed to line up as well. So there's many ways that you could probably use these. Try these on smaller models, kind of get comfortable with it, and you're going to get a lot better practice with what kind of mating behavior you're going to continue to use. Nope. Yep, so it creates each individual. Yep.
Well, there is an option to allow you to create a multi-mate folder as well for a bit more organization, but that's at creation time.
Cool. We'll pop it back into here.
A question we often get from users is, should I have my assembly fully defined, all my components fully defined or not? I know some company standards insist on this, and they're like, well, is it good for performance? Is it bad for performance? Actually, it doesn't really matter. The classic example is fasteners, right? Do you well define your fasteners or not? In reality, it doesn't make any difference if you're doing it right. Generally, with the fastener, you've got that concentric degree of freedom still left over. You can add a parallel mate, but actually, if you do it correctly and create generally that third mate between the two geometries that you've already mated together with your concentric and your coincident, You've got one extra constraint, but actually the solver doesn't care because it's a case it knows how to solve really, really easily. So it doesn't make much difference.
But if you did find yourself wanting to keep your mates, all your concentric mates locked, unsure if you guys know, but if you right-click on the mates folder, there is an option for lock rotation. Wish that resolution was a little bit better. So if you can believe it, lock rotation, and what you'll notice in the mates, if you haven't seen the concentric option, it'll visually tell you that it's locked the rotation by filling in that center circle of your concentric mate.
And all of those pattern instances should be well defined now.
So now, all of these are now well defined. We don't see any negative signs in front of them for a degree of freedoms available. But just another fun, quick option, and similarly, you can unlock the rotations. Looks like there's a question.
That's been, a couple of releases at least. Yeah. It was in the What's New, I promise. So that's a very good question. Actually, well, it depends on what the other ends of those concentric mates are doing. So if the components at the other end are well defined, then that's a good question. I'd have to try it and see. We do check to see. We do check for cases that we know are going to result in an overdefined situation and don't offer the option. That's a case I'd have to check.
A question in the back here.
Yes. So the advantage is that the software will do it right. We'll talk a little bit about how degrees of freedom are removed in a few slides' time. But a parallel mate is the best way to do this because that removes the fewest degrees of freedom, and it removes just the degrees of freedom you need to remove that rotation. And that's the way LockMate does it. So, and the advantage of LockMate as well is that it's really quick. You don't need to have to worry about, because the pain of well-defining your fasteners is, you've got to make that selection, and you maybe don't have that plane, and it's fiddly. So using lock rotation is the best way to do it. So if you want well-defined fasteners, then use lock rotation. In fact, to clarify your question, you don't have to go and lock them all at once. You don't have to do it you can do it on a mate-by-mate basis. So in your example, you'd want to lock rotation on one of those concentric mates, and that would well-define the thing, and then you'd be blocked from, because we don't offer to lock rotation on a well-defined component, because it's already well-defined. So you just pick one and do it on that one. And then another question, is it better to fix your first component or mate your first component to the assembly geometry? I know some people like to do that. Does that make a difference? Not really is the answer. So if you look at this diagram here, go back to the first one, sorry. So part one, that funny little earth symbol on part one is kind of our internal way of shorthand denoting that a part's fixed. So this is what the constraint graph would look like for the fixed component. If you want to mate it to the assembly geometry, click again. So we've got this red box is the rigid set for the assembly, and we've just added 3 more constraints. So if you've got a moderately sized assembly, just adding these 3 constraints really isn't going to add any particular burden to the solver. The rigid set for the assembly is always in the solver. Most of the time it's just empty with nothing connected to it, so it has no real effect on performance. So we're going to talk a little bit now about how your modeling choices might inform your the way you want to mate. I want to talk about configurations to start with. Hands up, who uses configurations in assemblies? Okay, so this is relevant. It helps to understand how SolidWorks actually regenerates the configuration here. So you've got a configuration active, and you go to activate another configuration. Internally, what we do is we make a copy of that configuration and move that into the representation for the one we're just about to activate. Then we compare the 2 configurations and see what the differences are. And we apply the differences to the activating configuration and then ask it to rebuild. So the more number of changes we've got, the more work you're going to have to do to rebuild that configuration. And you need to be a little bit careful about configurations, and Tracy's going to show you why.
So there's 3 configurations involved in this particular model here. So we do have a starting one. Let's go back. So it currently has coincident bottom faces. We have a coincident to keep them planar through that reference plane and through that far edge. And there's also a tangent. Sure. All right. So this is that particular configuration. One that's going to be more interesting is this one, which involves a distance mate. 200 to the center from that point, the closest point there is particularly different. Similar coincidence, similar plane in that regard. The other one that we see over here, this one, same coincidence, same plane, and then tangent on the other side. So for those that are using configurations often, what you'll notice, and when the configuration is loaded, you'll notice that there are green check marks. So whenever we prompt you to purge them, then we're kind of purging that calculation, what Chris was mentioning, and it depends on the order on how it's going to solve and what's already been queued up and that's already in memory. So for example, for the starting position 1 here, all right, well, from 2, it happens to be, all right, a little bit further, and then this other configuration is called ambiguous, and it's on the opposite side. As opposed to, if I happen to start here, right-click, rebuild on save mark, and so this remove mark and purge data for all configurations is going to turn those all to hyphens. So it's going to purge that information from the previously loaded configurations, and we see they're conveniently little slashes. So now, when I go to starting 1, I'll go to the tangent on the other side.
Oh.
Whoa, what happened? So we start to come into issues where, for example, there's a degree of freedom that can start to get squirrely depending on what's active first with this distance mate. That's still technically 200. It thinks everything's great, that's what you intended to, but the order in which that you had them loaded is going to make something you're not very happy with. So this is the word of caution, being mindful, being deliberate when you need to use these, what your possible situations that you can encounter when you activate them.
Yeah, so this is clearly a contrived example because we've used the distance between 2 points essentially, which is, there's a whole circle of positions that if we had the other mates removed, would satisfy this. And the DCM likes to move things to the closest possible solution. So depending on where you've started, that's why we've ended up with these 2 solutions. So, when you're creating mates, think about, is this ambiguous? Is this well-defined? And think about that. So in this situation, you could avoid it by adding a mate, but instead of using points, if you use planes. Planes are good because planes have got alignment, and you could say, I want the distance to be in this direction. So use planes instead of points when you're in this kind of situation. Parallel mates are another thing to watch for because parallel mates they don't remove as many degrees of freedom, so there's more scope for ambiguity there. Sorry, there's a question?
Can you also suppress that feature in that configuration?
You could do, yes. Yeah.
Another question in front.
Is there any unique interactions for flexible subassemblies?
So we'll talk about flexible subassemblies in the performance section.
I think there was a question in Curly here in the back.
No, it doesn't matter. So this has happened because when Tracy cleared the configurations, any previous calculations we've done have been thrown away, and the DCM is then going to, when we activate the configuration, we make the copy, and so the starting position for this second case was in a different position, and the DCM is just going to move the components the smallest amount that's going to satisfy. So when we started on, do you want to move to the?
Sure.
Yeah, so when we start here, the closest solution is for the blue circle to move to here. Whereas if we start on the one up here, then the closest solution is obviously going to be the one further up there. That's why we get this ambiguous behavior, because there's nothing else informing where that cylinder needs to go. Great. So we've done that example. Yeah, ambiguous mates, different possible solutions. Alignment is good. As I said, pick planes rather than points if you can. The other thing we see with configurations is customers trying to be really, really clever and essentially have two robots in one, which is why we've got this fantastic picture of Optimus Prime. I'm going to apologize now. This is not Tracy's model. This is my model. Okay? So this model, yeah, Optimus Prime, fantastic. So, yeah, we do see examples like this from customers from time to time. If Tracy activates the second configuration, magic. So, same model, but it looks completely different. And I've achieved this by, if you go back to the feature manager, you look at the list of mates. I've essentially got two models in one by having one load of mates and suppressing them and having another set. This is going to be really hard work for the solver because, you know, when we change configuration, it's like, it's a whole new problem. So it's worked in this case because it's a relatively simple model. If we had, you know, something that's a bit more complex, or maybe we've got multiple configurations, the path you take through activating those configurations might end up in a different result, and we do see this. So again, try to avoid this where you can. You know, use configurations by all means, but you know, don't try and model Optimus Prime. Two models. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we have had code in for quite a while that will avoid mate errors by changing alignment on other mates. If you're making errors, we've backed off on being quite so aggressive with that in more recent releases because it can be a bit destructive. So you should have a bit more control over that now. Okay. So the thing to check is that has the alignment. Normally we tell you when we change alignment. So if we, you know, if you don't get a warning to say an alignment's been changed, then you've got an ambiguous. You know, if it's done it without any warnings, then it's implying that you've got an ambiguity in your mate system. So you know. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So again, that's possibly a little bit of ambiguity that's contributing towards that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that I like to get my hands on and look at the debug output and get my pencil and paper out. So yeah, okay.
Question.
I think that a check for the. Yeah. So it's always, it's one of the challenges we've got in creating the software is that it's really hard to anticipate what your design intent is. We don't know whether you are adding a mate to well-define something or whether you're adding a mate to control the motion of something. So it's, it's a challenge to kind of, we could try and put something in like that, but then it might upset somebody that wants something to move still. So it's a difficult one.
Good question.
Sorry, yeah. Yeah. So the risk you run there is, so you're kind of saying don't solve until you ask it to?
No, I more mean hypothetically I have 3 different configurations.
Okay.
I have series of mates, some suppressed, some not.
Yeah.
I click evaluate in one configuration and it just quickly runs through all my permutations of the others and says this one mate could be ambiguous. As opposed to running dynamically.
Okay. It's again, it's kind of it's not information that's readily available. So yeah, thanks for the suggestion. But yeah, it's that would be a really that'd be a PhD thesis probably.
You're welcome to take it on. Excellent. I think we will, Boogie. We have a
Yeah,
lot
yeah.
of love to give.
Okay, so tolerant geometry. Anybody work with scan data at all? A couple of hands up at the back. Or sometimes you might work with a model that has come from somewhere else that was originally created in one set of units, might have been metric, and you're using it with imperial, or vice versa. So I've got a small example here, but this is based on a real-world example that we saw from a customer. So Tracy's going to demo this for you.
Yep. So nothing up my sleeve. We have something with 2 holes and 2 pegs, and our dream is to get them to be concentric. So, all right, control select both of these guys, say okay. Why are you this mad? Like, usually we're used to seeing the misaligned mate introduced in 2018. That's been an option that helps us whenever things aren't exactly one-to-one. So concentric mate cannot be successfully created. So we'll just hit cancel. Okay. So I think this one happened to stump you and Nick for a couple weeks or so, and it was a lot to dig. And I'd like to take us on a measure adventure. So, clicking on, clear these selections. So between this bottom face and then this bottom face, I wonder if I can control 1. Oop. Ooh, it's going to be in SolidWorks. That's fine. So on this screen, in my measure dialog box, what is suspicious? 0 degrees. So if I dig into this a little bit further, so this is our culprit here. It's not always that obvious. We obviously have distances. It says, you know, we don't see anything else in the deltas. Do a really quick adventure into our units. And as you can imagine, what it's going to look like, we'll just crank that puppy up to something into thermodynamics.
Oh, do you know what? I'm really pleased now because Tracy's missed a shortcut.
Oh, did I now? Oh, heavens.
Yeah, because you can do this from within the measure tool.
Oh, within it. Okay.
You just go to the measure options. So see the inch and so it says inch and millimeter.
millimeter.
Click on that. You can set precision in there.
Oh, gross. All right, fine. So now we know.
That's made my day.
All right, I'm done. I'll see you guys later. Not paid enough for this, no. So as we see, there's a very convenient, very small degree, just happens to be off by scan data, some sort of error imports, you know, just inherent from the geometry itself. So you could be just banging your head just trying to get this to go, and it's never going to go. So, so for example, just to kind of make things a little bit happier, because people can't handle things that aren't resolved, you know, so things are going to be, it's concentric over there. And to show, you know, we are still a little bit off. So actually, while I still have some of these dimensions off, do cylinder to cylinder. So distance 161.9. Oop, oh, let's go to the enter key. I do remember the enter key. So, and then we had 161.7. So inherently never going to effectively get them both concentric, right? So hopefully what you guys are familiar with is in 2018 they added, you know, when you're trying to add concentric mates to 2 things, you can now give the option for activating the misaligned mates. So between it and depending on how you happen to set it, depending on the misalignment, you can have one be true concentric and the other one's going to have that offset or whatever the tolerance difference happens to be. You can toggle it to be the other one happens to be true concentric and this other one's going to be off by whatever that difference is. And there's also a midline, like the midplane, where they both split the difference. Neither are truly concentric, but we went ahead and put the slop, applied it to both axes. So that is an option that you have. And what you'll notice is in your mate tree, they are going to be collected together as a misaligned mate group. And it will visually tell you which one is true and then which one happens to not be aligned, and that will convey, you know, visually, graphically for you whenever you happen to see these in your tree.
Just going back to the tolerant case, if you ever find yourself in this situation, you can easily get around it by just creating reference geometry and mate to the reference geometry instead, because then you're guaranteed that the reference geometry is pointing in the right direction and is, you know, perpendicular or parallel to what it needs to be.
Question?
No, you're not. Oh, I do not know, and I suspect the answer is no. Yeah.
Was there a question on the left? Things are okay? We're not going far.
When I make concentric mates, that little option for like the misaligned mate doesn't pop up on my
So it only ever pops up when you need it to. So in this situation, we applied the concentric and we knew that it couldn't be satisfied. So we kind of measured, we do the measurement. There's I think it's is it a document property or a system property that says what the largest misalignment can be. So if you fall within, if you fall within that, then we'll offer the option. But it's, the fact that you're not seeing it is good, because it means the things you're trying to make are concentric, can be exactly concentric. Oh, there's a configuration that hasn't got that error anymore. That's perpendicular. If you're wondering where the error went away.
Oh, yeah. So to make things a little bit happier, so before, when I did the measure tool, so what you do want to look for is this phrase: these two selected items are parallel, as opposed to angle 0.
Yeah.
Angle super small itty bitty 0. So that's I should have shown that. So we swapped a different configuration of the green component, which eliminated that ever so slight off to have it be true, so we could complete and just show you guys really quick the misaligned mates.
Yeah. So anything that, if things are parallel or perpendicular, the measure tool will tell you that they're parallel or perpendicular. So the fact that it said 0 implies that they're not quite parallel or perpendicular.
Next that here.
So where are we? Need to be. There we go. All done there. So to a quick talk about degrees of freedom and over-constrained but consistent. What does this mean? So do you want to jump into the example? Everyone knows that there are 6 degrees of freedom, right? 3 rotational, 3 translational. So we've got a very quick example here about, just shows how constraints can remove degrees of freedom in different fashions. So over to you.
Oh, sure. So each time that you add a particular mate, it's going to remove at least 1 degree of freedom from the 3 rotation, from the 3 translation. And this over-constrained but consistent means that they're not making each other mad, but you've locked down the same degree of freedom more than once, even if you only apply 2 mates. So this particular example here, we have, I'm going to suppress this guy real quick. So concentric, as you'd expect, we are allowed to travel in the y direction, right? So we still have y-axis. We can spin around y, but we cannot translate z or rotate about z. Similar, can't translate x or rotate about x. So we only have 2 degrees of freedom: rotate y and translate y. Cool. As opposed to, I'm going to suppress this guy, and we're going to open up, unsuppress you. Coincident. Nothing too fancy about it. So what's happening with this coincident mate? Well, it's 2 planes. So again, that whole infinite geometry. So this is why we're able to take it off the top, for example. So for this particular example, what we've locked down is we still have rotate y. So you still rotate about y. But we're also still locking down rotate about z and rotate about x, right? Because we can't rotate through that plane because we've told those 2 to be always coincident to one another. But what you guys commonly do, or 100% guarantee actively have at the same time, is both turned on. Where this one has, the concentric has also locked down rotate z, rotate x, but then also coincidence also locked down rotate z, rotate x.
So this is what we call over-constrained but consistent. So those 2 rotations have been removed twice. It's absolutely nothing to worry about. You could replace the coincident mate with a point-to-point mate between 2 origins, maybe, and you'd end up with the same freedoms left. But nobody likes to pick points because they're a pain to pick, right? So keep doing what you're doing. But this is something. Yeah, sorry, I have a question.
Yeah, it's about this. How do you feel about using Profile Center instead of?
We'll come on to Profile Center in a minute. So keep doing this. Just be aware of, this is an example of OCC. It's just something to be aware of when you're doing your modeling, more generally. Look for what happens to your components as you add mates. The one annoyance here is that we don't update the feature manager tree as you add individual mates, so we don't get that. You get no notification that a component is now well-defined. But always use that well-defined status. And when you see the well-defined status, you don't need to add any more mates to it, and just try to avoid adding more mates than you need to and making it harder for the solver. This case, the solver will handle it absolutely in its stride. The more cases you've got that remove more freedoms than you need to, that way, you're getting towards the case where it's going to make the solver possibly choke And if you've got, if you do add something that generally overdefines things, you're going to make matters worse if you've got more freedoms removed. So just be mindful of when you mate, just think about what degrees of freedom you're trying to remove and pick an appropriate constraint. But for this case, just carry on doing this because nobody likes picking points. So yeah, this is what I just said actually about use that symbol, exit your mate, look at the tree, come back in. So this is just a quick way of thinking about how to think about your which mates to use and when. The 4 green ones, use those all day long, no risk there. Tangency we spoke about right at the top of the show. Just be cautious with tangents. We do have to do a little bit more work when communicating with the solver because you need to add, internally we have this thing called a help point, and the help point is something that we create and tell the solver about, and it's a kind of just a suggestion about where you want that tangency satisfied. And most of the time it works, but when it doesn't, you might get solver errors or undefined behavior, things solving to the place you don't want them to, and that's the help point, kind of maybe getting a bit out of sync. So avoid tangencies if you can. Distance and angles, really use these sparingly, and we'll talk about these explicitly right now. These are special cases. So we've got the way the solver works for distances. The distance mate has to have more than one exact value that it can be satisfied for. So Tracy's going to show us here while I talk a little bit more. The advantage here is that if you add a distance mate that you're going to configure, then the fact that the solver will guarantee that it can be solved for more than one value is great for you because then you can configure that distance. The disadvantage is that you can't. It takes the solver more work because it's a more complicated constraint because it has to do more work to satisfy itself that it can be satisfied by a range of values. What it does mean as well, if you try and add a distance mate to something that can only be a certain distance away, you're going to get an overdefined error, and I'm sure everyone's seen overdefined errors on distance mates before. So Tracy's just, you can talk. You can talk to this.
No, that's fine. I was going to explain a little further on, we'll make this one not as mad. So the situation we have here, we have 2 fixed cubes. So the far right, the 2 right cubes are fixed. So these are the ones we're going to anchor off of. So the situation we've set up here, looking at the far left cube, we have a distance mate of 100. But what happens when we're going to decide to try to come in and add an additional distance mate of 650? So this is the one where it's obviously this is the only number that it could ever possibly be. So it's going to be properly mad, a lot more obvious. You all are very seasoned, have seen this kind of error, have encountered it before, got slapped, and then realized, well, I'll stop doing that. So obviously, you decide which one's going to be the main cook in the kitchen. So do you want the one on the outside? Do you want the inside? Design intent, your own engineering decision and discussion. So that one's a more obvious over-defined situation. What we have here is we have this tombstone piece happens to be mated. We have the face and an axis just to keep it in the center of that particular face of the cube, and then we also have the 2 faces are tangent to one another. So it's allowing itself to hinge back and forth, and so the option, very similar to the previous one where there's only one number that could possibly be the distance between this face and this face when they're going to match and the normals are going to point relative to each other. So to do that, I'm just going to set this parallel and then tell it to thanks, no thanks. So then the less obvious overdefined between those 2 faces, when I unsuppress this one, it's similarly going to be just as mad. It's the same kind of over constraint that you had when we had tried to add that outside distance mates between them. So what's a possible option that we could, I want to satisfy showing that this is going to be either 50 away or however dimension that you want to indicate. So turning that one off, so one approach you could is to take a point and a face. So there is not only one solution for what this value could be. So you can move it away a little bit, tell it to be not unsuppressed. Depending on where it started out, its position is going to snap to the closest solution. So again, being a little bit also careful on some of the ambiguity. This one's also, I should have been a little bit more dramatic about it. I happened to place it exactly where it should have been. So, so they'll go ahead and unsuppress that one. So that's, again, it's still technically 50. Thinks everything's great and is asking, all right, well, what's next? So again, it's a little bit more of your intent on how do you want to define where things are going to be lined up, leverage planes a lot more often, but some of the over-defined kind of likelihood once you start using those distance mates.
Yeah, I mean, my advice is always, mate like you'd assemble something, and obviously there's nothing in nature that allows you to put something at a distance away, but sometimes you actually have to. The model requires you to do a distance. My suggestion would be, even if you're, if you know that distance needs to be varied in configurations, use a distance mate. If it's always going to be a fixed distance, instead consider creating a reference plane at that distance away in the other component. Make two planes coincident to the new, make a face coincident to that new reference plane. So you've got your distance established. So this is much easier for the solver. The reference plane just gets rebuilt when the part gets rebuilt, and then it's left alone. And you achieve the same thing with a lot less strain on the solver, and you've got a much lower risk of resulting in distance mates contributing to any error situations. We're running a little short on time, so angle mates, exactly the same principle. Yeah, so again, angle mates have to have a range of values in order to solve correctly. So again, use these guys really sparingly as well, and consider using reference geometry instead. Angle mates used to be really bad at flipping. We won't demonstrate this. Several releases ago, we did add the ability to select a reference axis, which will pretty much eliminate any flipping you might see with your angle mate. So if you're editing an existing angle mate, pick a reference axis. If you're creating a new angle mate, pick a reference axis, and you're pretty much guaranteed it will never flip. I'll talk very, very quickly about advanced mates. There are sessions this week. In fact, I think there was one this morning about advanced mates. Two categories, convenient and necessary. The convenient ones are shortcuts. So Profile Center, we had the question about that before. Absolutely use Profile Center because it takes a lot of the hard work out. Lots of these advanced mates will reduce the risk of OCC because we add construction geometry. So you could achieve some of the convenient ones you could do yourself by adding extra geometry and extra mates, but just use these ones because they're time savers. The three ones with the asterisk, the basic options are convenient, but any time you start to use some of the more advanced options, then they become necessary. A necessary mate is one that you can't do any other way. If you want to achieve this kind of constraint, you have to use the necessary mates. The limit mates, cam mates, and the symmetric mates are all unique, and you can't do it even with construction geometry. And then the remainder of those from rack and pinion down are all about changing one type of motion into another type of motion. And again, this is using equations in the solver to achieve this. So again, these are very specific. Yeah. Cool. So just a few notes on performance before we hit our final slide. We try and recommend keeping your number of mates to 50. Doesn't sound like very much. 100 is probably okay. You get bug reports in saying my performance is really bad, and I look and they've got 10,000 mates. Anybody sends me an SPR that's got that kind of thing in it, it's getting closed. I'm not even looking at it. Sub-assemblies, please. Things to be aware of, hidden mates, so patterns. Some of the patterns we use do get solved by the solver as well, so that's like having more mates. Especially I think the chain pattern one we've added recently is a really cool chain pattern. But again, it's not particularly lightweight in terms of solvers, so please don't have an assembly with 500 chains in it because that's going to go really slow. Advanced and mechanical mates, again, as I said right at the start, some of these have got more than one constraint. So one mechanical mate or one advanced mate isn't necessarily the same as one concentric mate or one coincident mate. That might count for 2 or 3 mates, so just bear that in mind. The other thing that I hadn't mentioned that I should have done actually is be wary of mating to anything that appears below the mate group. So assembly features, pattern features. If you mate to those, there's a risk that you might trigger a second solve. So always try and avoid mating to pattern instances. Mate to the parent if you can, and if you have to use reference geometry, use reference geometry. Sub-assemblies are your friend. If you've followed good mating practice with like a hub and spoke model, then if you haven't started off making sub-assemblies, then actually, you should be quite easy to just select these components, form new sub-assembly, and if that's a rigid sub-assembly, fantastic, that's solved once and never again. So that's a really good way of cutting down on the number of mates you're solving. Flexible sub-assemblies, I know somebody talked about that, they're not free. So A flexible subassembly will take its mates at solve time, dump them up into the mate group with the top level mates and solve those. So if you've got a top level assembly with 50 mates and a flexible subassembly with 50 mates, you're solving 100 mates. The thing to use is the performance evaluation tool. Right at the very bottom of that, we have a summary about how many mates you're solving. So have a look at that to give you a good idea of where you are. And then I think our last slide, just some troubleshooting, oops, a bit too far. When things go wrong, you'll see two error messages in the status bar at the bottom. Overdefined means that you have asked the DCM to solve a problem that can't be solved. So that's on you. So you need to go and figure out what's wrong. Strategies for dealing with this, if you want to try and fix it yourself rather than just throwing it all away, would be start off suppressing areas that haven't got errors. To reduce the number of mates down, so you're simplifying that situation, then hopefully you'll be able to identify where the problem is. And if you suppress something and the error goes away, that's the kind of a clue to start examining mates on that component. Always start with distances and angles, because these are the best contributors to things going over defined. If you see a not solved error, then that's a different kettle of fish, and that's probably the one to get on the phone to your reseller for, because this is when the solver hasn't been able to work out whether it can solve it or not. One of the things that happened, if the DCM can't do that graph decomposition, it'll resort to a numerical method to try and solve it, and the not solved is generally a failure of that method. So that's something we can investigate and maybe either go to Decubed and ask them to investigate for us, or try and figure out ourselves what in your constraint system is causing it, and give you some modeling suggestions as to what you might be able to change. Think about OCC. When you're trying to figure out what's gone wrong, if you're doing your troubleshooting, if you're suppressing a mate and it's not changing the well-defined status of a component, you clearly don't need it. If a component is still well-defined after you've suppressed a mate, delete that mate. And then simplify and eliminate is what I suggested before. That's it, folks.
Well, that's all.
So yeah, if anybody's got any further questions.
We genuinely like your feedback. So of course the surveys that are in the apps, let us know if you like this kind of material, more of this, a little bit more in depth. If you like us as speakers, be honest, but we'd love to see your input. Your input matters and influences people that present in future years.
But yeah, thanks for your questions, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Well, we're here at live at 3D Experience World. I'm here with Dorothy from Shoals Technologies Group. How's it going, Dorothy?
It's going great.
I'm so excited to be here. You guys have a beautiful facility, a beautiful shop. It's interesting. I've watched a lot of materials that you guys have on YouTube just to learn a little bit more about what you guys do. And so you guys are in this special area. You guys specialize in, and I hope I get this right, you guys call it EBOS, right? Electrical Balance of Systems.
Yep.
What does that entail? What's that all about?
Well, basically, we supply all the components from the back of the glass to the inverter.
Okay.
So we do combiner boxes, wire harnesses, wire clips, anything that you need to complete your system.
And you guys get into several different areas, right? So, I'm just thinking, like, which types of industries do you specialize in? I know you guys are in the solar, into the charging of vehicles, right?
Yes.
A lot of different areas.
Yes, so we definitely do PV, a lot of solar fields and things like that. That's our bread and butter. We're just now starting to get into electric vehicle charging and balance of systems for that type of stuff as well.
Yeah, and you guys do some interesting stuff there, right? Like I noticed, like you guys specialize in like above ground installation of the systems, and it's really interesting just to learn about you guys. And it's a hugely exploding field, right?
Oh yes, Yeah. What we're trying to do is take out cost in the typical installation, trying to stay above ground so you don't have to do any trenching, things like that on the EV side, things that you can't really do on PV.
Yeah, so cost time, right? I imagine
Yeah.
it's easier, quicker to install.
Yeah, and it's really a one-for-one, right? We're using the same components in the EV side that we're using in the PV side.
That's cool. Yeah, that's awesome. And you and I have something in common. We're both SolidWorks aficionados. Maybe you are. I like to fancy myself one.
There's a lot of SolidWorks I don't know yet, and I've been doing it a long time.
Well, I always like to say, like, SolidWorks is a million easy things. Like
Yeah.
that's my cleanest way of explaining what SolidWorks is, right? It's like no one knows a million things, but you can learn something very, very quickly and easily.
Oh yes, absolutely.
So how do you so first of all, what's your role here, and how do you use SolidWorks on a day-to-day basis?
So I am a lead design engineer here at Shoals, and I take care of designing plastic molds. I do some of the sheet metal stuff for the EV side.
Okay.
So I'm usually doing a bunch of different things. I don't use it for one particular application.
Mm-hmm. And
So-
you guys, so I know you use SolidWorks. We were talking about that a little bit off camera. But also you use SolidWorks PDM, right?
Yes, we have SolidWorks PDM. We also use some other softwares in different departments of our company too. PDM is great, especially now that we're growing so much. We have a lot of people using the parts that are in the vault and things like that, so we're able to keep a good track. At one point, I was the only person here at Shoals, so it was easy to take care of things and whatnot. But now we have several more engineers that.
Wow.
So
you must know a lot about your products, like the ins and outs and why things are the way they are and all that kind of
yeah,
stuff.
I've been here 14 years.
Wow, that's awesome.
So,
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, and so much has changed in this field over that time, right?
Oh yes, yes.
So what's really kept you going and kept you proud to be here over 14 years?
Well, I 100% enjoy the fact that we're trying to do something good for the environment. You know, I mean, we gotta do something. So
yeah.
And I love the innovation. Every day is something different. We're trying a different way to do maybe the same product, but how do we do it more efficiently? How do we carry over the things we've learned from PV into other industries? And I like the fast pace, changing of what we do.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting. A lot of companies, like, we're definitely one of them at Dassault Systèmes. Sustainability is sort of core to what we do. And thinking about what you guys do, right? You are very much in the energy field, and solar is huge, right? So it must feel good, I'd imagine, not just having a company that sort of, says sustainability is part of our focus or part of what we do, but very much is living that through what you do day to day.
Yeah, I've worked at other places where I've worked on things for months and months, and I never see what happens to them or anything. And it's great to be able to go to a field and say, hey, I worked on that, or helped somebody else design that, and we can actually see what we're doing.
That's super cool. So 14 years. I know Shoals went public back in 2021.
Yep.
Right? I'd imagine a lot's changed. Like, what have been some of the best changes that you've seen at Shoals over the past 14 years? It can be design engineering based. It could just be company culture based. Like, what have been some of the biggest changes you've seen?
The biggest change is it's becoming a learning curve to be a public company now. There's a lot of things that we didn't really have to do because nobody was paying attention, but now they are. And so that's been a little bit of a not so much a struggle, but just
learning curve. Like
learning
you said,
curve. Yeah. I mean, you have to figure those things out. But the biggest thing I enjoy about my job is just having the freedom to come up with crazy stuff. I mean,
yeah,
it may not work right away, but we can fine tune it, and it ends up either working out or we scrap it. I mean,
that's cool that you guys have that freedom, even like you said, and it's nice that you guys are retaining that culture. A lot of people think like, oh, once you become a public company, you get bigger, it gets to be extremely hard to do that, impossible, right? But you're keeping that spirit of innovation. And you have to, right? Like
You
you guys
do.
are in solar. That's
Well,
that's
you
so
do,
cool.
and because if you're not innovating it, the other person down the road is innovating it, and they're going to pass you up.
Yes.
And so you have to keep one step ahead of them.
Yes. So with you guys having a larger design team now, it's talking about innovation. What are some of the areas where that's been tough as you've scaled, and what are some of the areas where you feel like you're just getting so much stronger than, let's say, back when it was just you, right? Just one person.
Oh, wow. Part of it is trying to teach all the new people, the way that we do things, for one.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, being the only one that has done it, I tend to become a little bit of a mother hen and want to, direct my chickens to the right place, because they can get a little out of hand.
It must be interesting, because that happens. I always look for these areas where, especially as we head into a conference, we have all these industries coming together where there are these sorts of transferable or just universal, I don't know if I'm going to say lessons, but just areas where you just sort of run into these things at companies. And I imagine this is one where, as you scale a team, right, you sort of run into these areas where you're trying to teach people, especially if you're the one who's been there since day one. You're saying, okay, this is why things are the way they are. This is why we did things this way. And I'm sure sometimes you get pushback.
Oh.
And it's like navigating. It's so interesting to me, like navigating the areas where you push back against the pushback. And you're like, well, it's this way for a reason. We need to do it this way. And
Yeah.
the areas where you're like, oh, okay. I'm really glad I have a larger team now because I have different perspectives.
Definitely.
Like, how
They
do you
bring-
navigate that? That's so hard.
Yeah, they'll bring their own ideas that we may not have thought of.
Yeah.
And a lot of times they'll give an idea and we'll be like, yeah, that was 5 years ago, didn't work.
Mhm.
So it is nice to bounce all the new things and the old things off of people, because even if they ask about something we've already done, they may come at it in a different direction,
Mhm.
and it will end up working.
Mm.
You stay in one place for too long and you can have some blinders, and so you don't see the forest through the trees most of the time.
Sure. Yeah. And this conference, it's a great place to sort of widen the aperture, widen the
yep.
perspective, right? That's one of my favorite parts about, especially with it being an in-person conference, because you're able to be around industry peers, but also be around people that may not work in the same industry, but may have similar SolidWorks challenges or problems or just ways of doing things. So 3D Experience World's coming up. It's a great chance to get to know, different industry peers, but also those design engineers who work in different industries. And I'd imagine, with the different technical sessions, the hands-on sessions where you get to try different products, but the machine's already there, like networking opportunities, there's just a lot to be excited about. But for you, Dorothy, what are you most excited about for 3D Experience World?
Actually looking to see how other people are doing, using some of the commands. And so, I tell all the new guys that come in, you can give the same design to 10 people and you will get 10 different results.
Very true.
Because it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I mean, and how you get there is irrelevant as long as you get there.
It's interesting. We were yesterday, we were at the Tennessee College of Applied Technology, and I was talking to some of the students there. It was so cool because they could just go right up to their workstations and interrupt them. And they're like, oh, you work at SolidWorks, I want to talk to you.
Yeah.
And they were saying the same exact thing. They were like, I just can't wait to go learn new tips. Like, everyone in some ways is trying to get the same sort of things out of the conference, learn new ways of doing things. Like, even stuff, it could be really wide as far as methodologies and grand scope kind of stuff about how do I model this, how do I manage my products.
Yeah.
Or you press the S key twice and it goes to the command search. Like that kind of stuff.
That's a thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, the tips and tricks, everybody has their own, everybody's learned some that other people, I don't even know a third of the quick keys and things like that, I mean,
yeah. And you
I
probably
learn something new every day on
Yeah.
SolidWorks.
I had an instructor once that told me that, we used to say that this instructor has forgotten more things about SolidWorks than I'll ever know.
Yeah.
And I feel like at this point, it's I've forgotten more than I might know in the future. There's so much to learn. But yeah, whether it's catching up on things you used to know and you're kind of refreshing yourself, or it's net new stuff.
Yeah.
It'll be a cool conference. So Dorothy, one thing that is really interesting about 3D Experience World is that you bring together an entire ecosystem of people, virtually, in person, different countries. One thing I've been asking every single user that I've seen out here in Nashville or just in the broader Tennessee area is, you know, how did you get to where you are in career? What's that in your career? What's that journey been like?
Oh, it's been long.
Yeah.
I started out of college doing some mechanical work and, just kept on different softwares and just kept trying to learn new softwares every time I went to a different place. And, eventually I was in Minnesota and California and just kind of came
So
here.
Minnesota, California.
Well, California, Minnesota, Tennessee.
Wow. So was it always, and this is a question I think people will be interested in as well, is like, was it like, I want to go to this part of the country and then you wanted to find work there? Or was it an opportunity in each case that drove you to a different part of the country?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
I had some family in Minnesota that kind of drug me there, and then I started, looking around to maybe change, and found something in Tennessee and moved, and then my entire family moved, and so everyone else is here now, and but I kind of just let my career figure itself out. I mean, I didn't push anything one direction or another. Just everything really just kind of fell into place and worked out. I've been in Tennessee about 25 years, and I've only worked at 2 places. So
that's awesome. Yeah, and this place 14 years.
Yeah.
So you must be pretty happy. That's great.
Yeah.
Well, Dorothy, this has been a pleasure. Thank you so much. You guys have been so
Absolutely.
nice, just like letting us into your space, letting us into your state. Meeting us with that Southern hospitality that we've heard so much about. And yeah, I can't wait to see you at 3D Experience World.
Absolutely.
I would like to go through the different areas within the system and review all the places for which labels can be generated. And we're going to start here on the manufacturing tab, and we're going to come over here to this icon. It's our clipboard with a hard hat, and this is work orders. So when I go into the work order module, I'm going to get a pick list of work orders, and I'm going to go ahead and select one of the work orders that are found here. Each one of these forms are identical, but I do want to point out that down here in the lower left-hand side is where you can actually go in to select that label icon. And as you click on that and open it up, you're going to see this form populate automatically based off of the information that is found here on the work order, regards to the item that you're going to be producing, the company, everything from their bill of material, the lot number, the carton size, as well as the quantity per carton. This information is being pulled into a table from the bill of material, as well as information that is found on the work order and in inventory. The next place that I want to go and demonstrate is within the finite scheduling module. And again, back here on the launcher bar on my manufacturing tab, I'm going to select finite scheduling. I'm going to go in here and take a look at one of our work centers where we have multiple work orders scheduled. Here is our finite schedule for one particular work center. If I come down here in the bottom right hand side and right click, you'll see that I have a menu option, and that menu option provides me the opportunity to pull this up and select to print labels. This little pop-up warning that I'm getting right here is just simply telling me that this is not an item that is directly sold, but nevertheless, it's not going to stop me from printing the label. It's just telling me that this is not the item that will be used to fulfill the sales order.
After the SOLIDWORKS CAM add-in has been activated, 2 new tabs will be added to your command manager, one for SOLIDWORKS CAM and one for SOLIDWORKS CAM TBM. In addition, 3 new tabs will be added to the SOLIDWORKS CAM Property Manager. One for the SOLIDWORKS CAM Tools tree, one for the SOLIDWORKS CAM Operations tree, and one for the SOLIDWORKS CAM Features tree. Next, we'll move down the tree, right-click on the machine, and select Edit Definition. By the way, I could have also double-clicked on the machine to open the Machine dialog box. On the Machine tab, a list of available machines are shown. For this example, a sample 3-axis machine is selected called Mill Metric. For this example, I'm going to be using a metric machine and tools for machining. But we could just as easily use an inch machine and tools as well, which I'll use later in this session on a 3-axis part. Next, we'll go to the Tool Crib tab. Here, we can specify a standard set of tools we might want to use on a machine. For this example, a set of 7 tools has been defined, which we'll use to machine this part. You can see the buttons under the list can be used to add, edit, remove, or update tools in the list. And under those buttons, I want you to pay close attention to the checkboxes. For this example, Tool Crib Priority and Use Tool Crib Tools Only should be checked. Next, we'll select the Post Processor tab. Here, we can select the post processor for the G-code. A standard set of post processors, or POST, are included with SOLIDWORKS CAM.
So now we are in SolidWorks, starting by searching for our existing excavator product in 3D Experience. And as you can see, we already have some different versions of it, but we will start by opening this A revision, which does not yet have the LED light that we want to add at a later stage. So this is what the excavator looks like. It's a greatly simplified product, of course, but this is mainly to illustrate a typical way of working. And as you can see on the right side in the 3D Experience panel, you have direct access to live information, live status on this excavator and all the parts directly from 3D Experience. And you can also see that all of these parts are already been released. Switching to 3D Experience, so this is the web user interface, the 3D dashboard, where you can also see the simplified representation of the excavator, which can be easily accessed by anyone in the company with a login to 3D Experience. All of these parts originates from SolidWorks, and all of these parts already have an enterprise item number assigned from SAP. We can also easily access other information related to the product, not only the 3D models, but you can see the metadata, the enterprise item numbers, other relevant metadata. It could also be synchronized from SolidWorks. And you can also then access related information like documents and so forth. Now we get to the point where we want to introduce this change. So we have received and imported our step file from the supplier of the LED light. And the designer just wants to put it in place and mate it to the assembly. See that we already have a pre-drilled hole where the LED light is going to be inserted. You can also notice that on the right side, you can see that all the components and the bill of material for this LED light is also available it has also been imported and will be available in 3D Experience.
What do you think that part is created from? So there is a feature in here, and most likely you're going to guess this is a Boss Extrude, which is extrude feature of SolidWorks. But let me show you something. If I would open Solid Bodies folder and show bodies, now you can see there are multi-bodies, and it's still possible to produce multi-bodies with extruded boss base. But if you look at that, you can see that those bodies actually coming from different sketches. So, and those sketches even oriented differently and on different planes. And if you are familiar with SOLIDWORKS extrude feature, you may know that it is not possible with SOLIDWORKS feature. So what that is, and this one is actually a macro feature. So let me activate that and let me go to edit feature, and you can see that does not look like a typical interface for Boss Extrude. So that's really a feature impersonates Boss Extrude, but also adds some advanced features. So for example, in here you can have multiple sketches to create an extrude. So you can see in this case I have 4, and I can specify the different values of extrusion for different sketch, even if those are oriented differently. So for example, you can see my preview is immediately updated. So I can even change the selection here, or I can have different sketch to be selected. And I can click OK, and this is going to update the definition of that feature, and it is residing in SOLIDWORKS feature 3. So let me open another model. So you can see there is a node in SOLIDWORKS, which is possible to do using standard feature, but if I try to delete that node, you see that cannot be deleted.
So what we have is we have 3 points for that camera, and if we play back the animation, the camera is going to linearly interpolate its position between those key points, while linear interpolate its position between those key points while viewing the model. One thing I should probably do is come here and enable view key creation and make sure that I'm looking through camera 4. There we go. And so I was concerned because I didn't see this brown bar behind this this change. And so this brown highlight to the change bar indicates that we're looking through the camera, and this blue change bar indicates the properties of the camera are changing over time. So if we play that back, we see the camera linearly interpolating between the changes in position that are defined in the motion study. So the last thing we'll look at with cameras is that, we have 4 cameras defined, and we can change between looking through different cameras as key points within the animation. So if I come here, then we're going to look through that camera, and let's say at time 6, we'll look through camera 1, and you can see this brown highlight to the change bars indicating which camera we are looking through at different points in the animation. So if we play that back, you can see we're looking through camera 4 first, then camera 2, and then we'll transition to camera 1 at time 6. The one thing to note is the transitions between cameras is instantaneous. There's not really a smooth transition between different cameras in a motion study. So next we're going to talk about complex animation with mates. And in this example, we're going to show this product moving along conveyor belts and how we can suppress and resolve mates in the motion study in order for this product to move along those conveyor belts. The recommendation that I would make is to define all of your mates outside of the motion study. You can add mates inside of a motion study that only exist in the motion study, but if possible, add all your mates outside of the motion study and practice suppressing and resolving them before going to define the suppress and resolve states within the motion study. And we'll explore what that means in this example.
The collaborative tasks can be quickly accessed either from the app widget on the dashboard or the task tab. Collaborative Task is a built-in project planning app which provides an interactive and simple task management tool to help you stay organized, assign, track, and drive project planning deliverables. This Kanban board can help you to plan effectively for anything from a complicated team project plan to your personal to-do list. For every task, the assigner can define expectations by setting a priority, time estimate, and attach supportive documents. To kick off the guitar enhancement project, Jane creates a new task. Fill out the deliverables and assign the task to Chase. Before starting with any designing, Chase needs to install the app. As SolidWorks Connected is a cloud-based design environment, the installation process is fairly simple, straightforward, and needs lesser time than the SolidWorks desktop. Another advantage of the app directly installing from the platform is that you can always will be on the latest version. As the SolidWorks Connected operates, looks, and feels just like the SolidWorks desktop, a traditional user can get used to it in almost no time. On the other hand, the SolidWorks Connected has a different, more effective file handling system. Another key difference would be the fact that the license is not tied to a particular machine, but to an account with unique 3D Experience ID.
Now that I've created my markup with some ideas, basically my intent, I need to share that with Shivani. And ultimately what I'm going to do is I'm going to create what's called a change action. A change action is essentially, a lot of companies call them a change order. I'm going to communicate what I need changed for release. So we're going to come in here, give our change action a name, and add some descriptive text. Now that I've created my change action, I can open it inside of 3D Experience. I can see myself as a member, and I can also see the proposed change. I proposed changing this assembly. What we're going to do now is called a change assessment. Changes are rarely just to one file. A change assessment allows me to see all of the relationships for a given component, whether that's models or documents or other types of collateral in 3D Experience. So here I've loaded my assembly, and I can look at all the children components, all the parts for an assembly, and ultimately I'm going to drag all of these into this change action. These are all items that are going to probably get modified, and if not modified, these are all items that'll be released when we're done with the assembly.
All right, guys, we are back live at 3D Experience World 2023. It's crazy. Time is flying right now. I don't know if you guys agree. It's like day one's still obviously going on. We still have breakouts going on in tandem with the stuff we're doing here at the live desk. But I'm very lucky to be joined not only by Elliot Merman from Verve Motion, but also by Sean Farrell from 3D Experience Lab. And Sean, actually, I didn't even know that you were going to be on the session until just a moment ago, but you were here. I was like, Sean, do you want to be on this session too? That's the magic you can bring to an in-person event. But Elliot, just you as the featured guest here, I wanted to, and I know you guys have worked together, I wanted to ask you, just for starters, right? We saw you day one, general session, which was great. We got a little bit of a feel for some of your passions as well. We'll talk about the guitar making and everything, but just for those of us who weren't able to tune in on that exact part, can you give us an idea of what your company Verve Motion is all about?
Sure. Verve Motion is a wearable robotics company. We made, using SolidWorks, an exosuit. So you put it on like a backpack, and it's very good at detecting when somebody needs assistance lifting. And this robot, fully designed in SolidWorks, delivers that assistance in parallel with your lower back. And the idea is you take the strain off the lower back, and then lower back injuries go down dramatically, like by a factor of 6 or 8.
That is amazing. So yeah, if we could just get a shot of that again, just sure. That it looks beautiful. I have to say, even like knowing like from using SolidWorks, like some of the modeling you had to do like on the top portion of it. It's a very, very nice looking device. And some of the statistics, I was, obviously just reading up on you as we kind of prepared for this interview, are pretty astounding. I have here, 40%, the suit takes 40% of the strain off a worker with every lift. Stats I saw reducing injuries by around 85%. those are pretty amazing statistics. Yeah.
So yeah, this is the research. The company originated in a biomechanics lab at Harvard University. So it's funded by the military with a goal of how do you make soldiers stronger in difficult environments where they're carrying a lot of things. So after a decade, it was kind of ready for prime time, and this was spun out 3 years ago at this point, and immediately started shipping product because the product essentially worked. So it's kind of been, I mean, we're a 3-year-old company, but there's well over a decade of research. There's a ton of ergonomic choices. How do you make a backpack that's going to fit comfortably to the point that you don't notice it? There's electronics, mechanics, apparel. I mean, the tech stack is pretty unique, and yeah, it all works together. You got carbon fiber, you got 3D printed parts. It's really a fun product for a mechanical engineer.
It's interesting, even just looking at it now. I mean, like it seems like you're lifting it pretty easily.
Yeah, this is 6 pounds.
Wow.
Pounds, so it's pretty straightforward. What we have at this point, we've helped lift over 100 million pounds. 3 million.
That's an awesome.
Not all at once.
No, no, I know, but that's just an awesome metric. Like you think about the metrics that companies, like we talked about some statistics here, right? 40% of the strain off the worker, reducing injuries by 85%, but being able to capture stuff like that and actually put it out into the market as viability, that is awesome to be able to say.
It's true. The other piece of it is, since it's robotics, it's firmware, you can really adjust. You can control the assistance profiles to the worker, to the tasks. You might have larger folks, smaller folks doing particular kind of loads. Might be static, you're hunched over an operating table, or you're doing a lot of lifting in a warehouse or distribution center. So a lot of options. It collects a lot of data, so you can then basically take all the data from the thousands of lifts per person per day and really get a view of what lifts are safe, not safe, who's lifting safely, what specific thing do they need coaching on, where are there ergonomic opportunities inside the company.
That's incredible. Wow. Just the amount, even say, 3 years ago, right? Last time we were together in person, 3D Experience World 2020, it would have been hard to conceive of a device that could do really anything like that. That's amazing. One thing I wanted to ask you was, a lot of us here, right? We sell in different ways, right? And just to even put it generally, B2B, B2C.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is this right now? Is it commonly sold as a B2C or is it B2B?
This is a B2B kind of thing. So,
okay.
First of all, there's been a ton of hype at this point, probably decades, around exoskeletons.
Yeah. So where do you've heard around?
They've not gotten broad adoption for a bunch of reasons. It's not 100 reasons, but there's probably 2 or 3. You kind of need this Goldilocks of it gives a lot of assistance, but not a crazy amount. There's trade-offs between the forces it can apply and how mobile you are with it. So that took time. And then, there's a lot of warehouse automation technologies being developed to kind of replace workers. This is just making people healthier, the same workers. So this isn't a robot coming to take your job. So I think for a bunch of those reasons, now time is right. It's hard to find people for those warehouses. It's hard to find people for those jobs. So anything that makes them their jobs easier, their lives easier, works well.
And that was kind of one of the sources of my question. That's sort of what is the sales pitch to a business, right? Because I can see like these statistics, of course. If I'm a worker, I'm looking at that, I'm thinking like, well, that sounds great, especially if I'm working in a factory. Like, reduces injuries, strain off the worker. So it sounds like, at least in some way, some of the value that you're pitching to businesses is that you can use it as a way to attract better candidates. Is that sort of a good way of saying it, or are there other sort of ways that you're they're taking advantage of the value as well?
So there's 3 main reasons. So first, companies kind of first buy with their hearts. They put it on, you immediately see the difference, and they want this for the workers, but it's got to make business sense.
Yep.
So there's 3 categories of benefits. One, direct injury rates. I mean, it's a dramatic 85% or more reduction in injuries. So workers' comp, a lot of the companies are self-insured. Somebody's out, you paying them, you're also paying overtime. That overtime person may be tired. They may not be as productive for one reason or another. They may be new to the job. So just the direct injury cost. Second is there's actually a productivity thing. The robot is literally doing part of the lifting. You are less fatigued at the end of the day than if you didn't have a robot helping you lift. For that reason, even when there's no rewards for people doing more work, they actually see a 4 or 5% productivity improvement, because instead of somebody, if you 100% during the day means you start out at 110, you're winding up at 85% efficiency.
Yeah.
There's less fatigue.
It's amazing to think about as well, right? You think about any work that we do, like any physical labor, right? You think about when you start to get tired, you start to maybe not maintain the proper form, right? You start to, and that I'm sure increases your risk of strain, your risk of injury, right? So there are all these sorts of amazing sort of trickle effects that you could think about by reducing the fatigue on a worker. A lot of us exercise, right? You think about that. It's like once you get to the point where it's like, okay, I'm near my like max amount of reps that I would do for this particular exercise, your form is probably more likely to break down than the first rep you did, right, during the set. So it's all the same, especially if you're doing a lot of manual labor, a lot of factory work all throughout the day. So that makes perfect sense to me. But yeah, once again, a beautiful device. Now, you mentioned it's fully designed in SolidWorks, right?
That's right. Fully designed in SolidWorks.
The whole thing. So all solid modeling features. Is there some surface modeling in there as well, or?
Sure. I mean, here's, for example, the battery holder. I mean, this part might be pretty difficult to mold, but right now there's no need to mold it. We're 3D printing right from the SolidWorks file. There's probably, most of the mechanical components are actually 3D printed right from the SolidWorks models. The shell, this would be imagine having to cut a mold that's gonna, and this is something being produced by the thousands. So cutting a mold, and then we make some changes, suddenly you got to cut a new mold. So we're avoiding all that by being able to design it. And then work with people, obviously SolidWorks is the standard. So every vendor, every individual is familiar with working the files.
Yeah, we've emailed back and forth about CAD, right? And CAD's part of it. 3D CAD is part of it, certainly. And you guys have also adopted different parts of the 3D Experience Works portfolio as well, right? So kind of extending, like as far as, making that choice to not only go with SolidWorks, but look into 3D Experience Works solutions. What was that really about for you guys in terms of data management, streamlining processes? What are some of the thoughts there when you look for even any vendor to do that?
So probably the seamless nature. If there's a recommended solution from SolidWorks that works with the data, you're not gluing. And there's a great degree of interoperability after all these years, but still nothing like native integration for data management, collaboration. Sean and I were looking at the marketplace, getting parts printed all within the environment, within the ecosystem.
Yeah, it's all sort of connected. But I mentioned wanted to have some time to talk about the guitars here. So particularly, and it's interesting, even at lunch, I was talking with someone, and they were talking about again, buzzwords like AI and generative design, right? And one of the things they were talking about, particular to generative design, is like, is it innovation, right? Is innovation if I make something with generative design capabilities, if I bring it to, even if it's the outside of a building, if it's a structure that's algorithmically created, that has a lot of unique facets to it, that would take a really long time if you were to spend human detail hours making something like that. Of course, a lot of designers, right, we're all interested in our own creativity, and that kind of fuels us, right? How do you sort of see that individually? I'm sure we could all answer this question differently. Maybe all three of us should kind of give takes on that. But when you think about a technology like generative design, as a designer, as someone who loves to make these beautiful bodies on these guitars, how do you see leveraging that, as a capability, as a feature set, as an application, whatever it is you're using, right? Versus maintaining your own sense of capability, as a human being, as a designer, and being able to still feel that fulfillment. How do you balance that? Like, what's the bridge like? When do you go to generative design? Like, what are your feelings on that whole thing?
So I think it's kind of a balance, or you need both. There's functional reasons to do things, and to some extent aesthetic.
Great point.
So guitars or lutes have been around for at least a few thousand years, and for a long time it was just wood. You had wood, you had different wood, different
Yeah, it's gonna
density.
look at some of these, by the way. Like, you just hold that up.
And you had different woods, different densities, but generally it was you made solids, or you could, through some additional work, make hollow guitars. But generally there wasn't a ton of innovation on the shapes. Now, with generative design, amongst other things, you can make things that are aesthetically different. Okay, maybe that's just the aesthetics might not be somebody's cup of tea, but it opens up. You can lighten it. You can adjust density. You can have much more dense. In fact, this is a lot more dense.
So nice, by the way.
And then you can have very loose. So there's different sustain characteristics. So it's not just aesthetic. There's comfort. Do I want to pick up something heavy? How light? If it's too light, too flimsy. Too heavy, then it becomes even heavier than a Les Paul, solid body guitar. Then there's also with 3D printing, and then I'll let Sean and I were teaming up on some of this stuff. With 3D printing, you can do things like do functional innovation. Today people have maybe it's pedals, maybe it's other elements of the stack, and you can actually start to integrate things. You can start to integrate lights. You can have translucent materials. So there's functional things you can do with the bodies that you couldn't, or are much harder with traditional wood processes.
How would you answer that question?
Well, it's also a matter of timing too. So Sucha actually approached me just a few weeks before the event and introduced me to Ilya, and we're both guitar players, so I jumped on the project. It's been amazing.
Sure, it's like, oh, of course.
Yeah, it's been amazing working with him. But I mean, doing something like this in conventional parametric design, it would be quite difficult. However, so obviously the body of these guitars designed in SolidWorks, Fender, Gibson, they're beloved customers.
Sure.
But the lattice structure has been done in CATIA, X-Generative Design. So this essentially took like 10, 15 minutes to do. Now, how long would that take if you were to do it in
5 minutes? No.
Well, for you, yes, for you.
No.
But so we did this, we were able to churn this out, iterate through a few different designs in CATIA and SolidWorks, and then 3D print it in our Fab Lab in the Boston office. So this was done using an FDM printer, and I think that was SLA.
Yeah, resin.
Resin, yep.
Printer.
So, and then we brought it here. Of course, it's not working yet. We don't have strings on it, but hopefully tomorrow we can string it up and bring it to Broadway and play it a few.
We have 2 more days, right? We get some strings on it. No, but I want to be respectful of your time. Thank you guys so much for jumping on. So check out Verve Motion. I'm sure within a year's time, you guys will have made even crazier advances. As somehow, I don't know how you're going to do it, but an amazing advancement in technology. And these guitars are absolutely stunning. Makes you really think about different aspects of how we think about design. So I appreciate all of it. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
I don't think I've seen you in quite a while. You've been busy.
I know. You've been here, there, and everywhere. I'm back at the desk.
Yeah. By the way, this hat has definitely changed a little bit since you were last year. We have a lot of signatures. I was saying one of our goals is actually to make it so that this hat almost has none of its original color by the end of it. We have all of these markers here. We're asking everyone at the end of the segments. I don't think we've gotten any on the camera, but like we're asking everyone at the end of the segments to sign it in a different color. We have a huge palette to go from. But yeah, it's sort of a statement of how far we've come already in the conference, Jesse.
Yeah.
So yeah, we wanted to just spend a little bit of time before our next interview, and the next interview is going to be great. It's a certification update with Mike Puckett, who's waving to me right over there. I just wanted to give a quick update on the virtual event platform. Just some things that you might have seen already, maybe you haven't. So if we could just show my screen here. Just wanted to just look around. So there's obviously the sessions, and I know a lot of you may have been tuning in on live. Yeah, so there we go. Tuning in on live. Maybe you're thinking like, oh, I can get about as much as I want of 3D Experience World just by watching.
Maybe too much.
Yeah, right.
Of course.
If you could still sign up, right? You can still sign up. And for example, if you just tuned in on live and maybe you haven't been here in a bit, definitely check some of this stuff out. So it's, I think, one of the easier conference layouts that I've seen.
Yeah.
It kind of gives you, I think, exactly what you want, right? Most of us, if we're attending 3D Experience World virtually, right, we're thinking, how do I get to my sessions? How do I network in all the ways possible, right? How do I connect with different sponsors? So, if we look here, all sessions. All right, so just going to load that. Bunch of different types. And by the way, there's actually a welcome video as well that you can check out that just kind of walks you through in somewhat of a humorous way how to navigate the sessions here. But yeah, you can go by time, right? So morning, afternoon, evening. We can see you were here on Monday. Session type, right? So we have tons of different session types if you haven't checked it out. So we have partner sessions. You look at different case studies. General session, of course. We had general session earlier today, this morning. We'll have that available as a replay, so you can check that out. So we'll have general sessions again. Domain sessions tomorrow. We'll have general session again at the end of the day, which you mentioned. A little bit of a change. End of the day on Wednesday. Yeah, the conference hug, which is something that Jesse here coined. The Hive Hangouts. Jesse, you've been running around like crazy. Have you caught up with anyone that's been to one of the Hangouts?
I have
or
not
yet?
actually yet, but I'm looking forward to. There's a Visualize Hive Hangout that I'm going to.
You're going to be at that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. So those are always fun because it's like, I mean, you've got thousands of like-minded people already here together, but like the Hive is like a micro version of that, right?
Micro version.
Yeah, it's like a specific topic of everybody's into the same thing. So
there was so Danute, who is Danute's from Europe. I was able to come here. First time ever meeting Danute. I've known Danute for years now. Danute was catching up with me. He was like, Sean, I really wanted to talk to you. We were in the playground together, and we were in the Maker Zone, which is fantastic, right? Yep. We visited there.
Yep.
And she got an alarm on her phone, and she said, "Oh, really sorry, gotta go." I was like, "Oh, okay." I was like, "Where are you going?" And she said, "Well, the Hive meetup for makers is happening right now. So sorry, Sean, but that's appointment viewing for me." But yeah, like you get to, it's that sort of birds of a feather experience, and that actually was born out of 3D Experience World 2020. That was the first year we did Hive Hangouts.
Was that really the first year?
It was, and that was something that so just a quick story. So Tom Smith, who's from around here, former Model Mania champion from Pennsylvania, have to represent my home state.
Domestic.
So he stopped by and he's like, you know what, we really need like a birds of a feather type of experience where I can meet CAD admins and just share tips on how they do things and not have to like seek them out and hope that I bump shoulders with one in a session about CAD admin practices. Like I just need a space for 30 minutes just to talk to a bunch of people, make connections for after the event, right? It's like cool when you can connect, obviously at the event, but a lot of this is about making those connections for after the event. So that was the genesis of what was created.
Yeah, it is a great idea. Like I said, you've got thousands of like-minded people, but there are so many little sub pieces to that you can yeah, if you just try to do it by chance, you know, what are the odds you're going to bump into somebody that is into exactly the same things where the hives are exactly that? It's a great idea.
Yeah, and we've been talking about this, and it is a physical space at the event. Yep. There's, as we mentioned earlier, there are virtual meetups as well, and some of it's persona based, right? Some of it's based on, like, we're going to be talking to Marty tomorrow about his meetup, which is based on user groups, like having internal user groups, which I know is a topic of interest. Maybe not even something that a lot of us have thought about, but we know there are SolidWorks user groups out there where you can go locally or online, virtually. But maybe having a user group where you can share best practices in your company, right? So he's going to be there talking about that, and that will be available virtually. That's available virtually. There's tons of other meetups that are available virtually. But Jesse, have you?
Such a cool little nook back there too. It's this welcoming little space. You've got the core podcast that's going on back there. You guys have seen those guys already today, and that's a cool little spot.
Absolutely. It's so funny, by the way. I can't get over just like seeing people walking by.
I know.
Like, I
really
keep catching the program feed. I see this like crazy big graphic. I'm like, what did I do with that? But have there been any sessions, just to be closer to our interview with Mike Puckett, or any sessions that have really caught your eye, or any topics you're kind of keen to check out later in the event?
Yeah, well, I mean, actually, there was one. There was a hands-on this morning that was really cool. That you waved to Alin as he went by. They were doing one that was interface in your face, and it was a really cool hands-on session that I think is perfect for an event like this. It was hands-on, like I said, is a cool format in the first place, right? Because you can kind of get in there and try things yourself. But in particular, I like that one because it was the idea behind it was just like efficiency tips for interface, and it's like that one of those things that you're doing your own work, and it's so hard to integrate all of those tools. We all just use the software the way that we learned it, right? And I learned it with version 2006, and I'm sure most of the things they talked about in there didn't exist in 2006, right? So to try to like integrate all of that stuff while you're trying to also do your work is so tough. But to go to a session like that where you can just sit down and they can say, these are the efficient ways that you can do it. Try to do that right now, and then you've got that muscle memory to take right back to your desk. Like that's such a cool benefit of showing up to an event like this. You've got somebody who knows all of the tools and says, try to use them this way, and you can also leave with that muscle memory. It's awesome.
Yeah. And Alin, I mean, one of the benefits of this conference overall, right? Even virtually, you can definitely take advantage of this. Now you can still register. It's free, right? Go to 3dexperienceworld.com. Is that you get people like Alin who flew in from Canada, and he's here and he's giving you tips. And Alin not only is coming here to speak on a specific topic, but he brings all of that background knowledge. I think he's like an expert instructor. He's been instructing on SolidWorks for like 20 plus years.
And Adam, I should say, Adam is also in this session. Yep.
Yeah. So you get all of that, and that's a big part of our community. It's learning, right? It's also validating what you're learning. That's a session that we're going to have just now, right after this one. So we'll have Mike Puckett, the leader of the certification team, coming up next.
Absolutely.
Let's get to it.
All right, well, welcome back. If you're just joining at this point in the day, thanks for tuning in. We've been having so much fun throughout the day. I'm here with Mike Puckett. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. We are here to talk about certifications, which is a really, really cool part that kind of goes alongside the software, right? You think about the conference, you think, oh, you're just talking about the software, but there's a whole lot of extra things that go along with that. One of them is the certification program. And the certification program is something that I've been personally involved in a long time. I think Sean and I were talking about how many times we've been to World. My first World, I think, was 2013, and that was around the time that I was getting Elite AE awards. So there's a whole bunch of certifications going on with that. So I've taken who knows how many certifications in my my time here, but it's a great tool for a lot of reasons. But why don't we just start by having you, give sort of an overview of what is the certification program, because there's maybe some people who aren't even familiar that that's available.
Yeah, so the certification program it extends and vast these days. It's almost hard to keep a hold of sometimes. We're actually celebrating the 25th anniversary of our original certification.
Wow.
This year at CSWP that we gave out for the first time in 1998.
Wow.
And it's been incredible to watch. You, as an Elite AE, you certainly have taken and passed far more certifications than I ever will.
Yeah.
And as the manager of the program, I probably couldn't pass any of them today if I even tried.
Sure.
But I'd be really good at
I've noticed.
Well, yeah, if we had like an Excel or Outlook or certification, I'd do really well at.
Yeah.
But I mean, since then just that one exam is we just issued the 100,000th CSWP this past year.
100,000 CSWPs.
Yeah, and
Wow.
so the numbers are incredible, but what's more important to us is the value that the certifications have.
Yeah.
And especially with the EDU program and students taking them, the certifications they mean a lot to those students when they go out and seek careers in the
Yeah,
future.
and one of the videos that we featured, I don't remember if it went out today or already or not, but TCAD, local to the area, talking about how valuable that those certifications are to them. It's such a nice benchmark, right? Because you've got this one kind of concrete thing that everybody can measure themselves against, right? And in Adam in the video, he says that they're no joke, right? They're not gimmies. So it is a nice kind of line in the sand where like you can understand where you are in terms of your skill level.
Yeah, we tested a couple hundred people here yesterday, like we do every year on Sunday at 3D Experience World.
Some of his students were here.
Yeah, and going back to I don't know how long when the tradition started, but so we know it's always easy to tell who passes and who fails.
Yeah.
The people that pass, they come out to the desk and they have 25 questions. Anybody who doesn't pass, I guess is a nice way to put it, they'll quietly kind of walk away, But yeah, so the exams, they're not meant to be easy.
Yeah.
They're meant to be challenging, but because the industry recognizes that.
Yeah.
And so, but
yeah, they've got to have some substance to them, right? Though they don't have any value at all. And I really appreciate that. In fact, like early in my career, there was a test, the advanced simulation test, that I don't know how many times I took that and failed it. But just getting into the simulation, sometimes you don't know what you don't know, right? And that exam gave me something to say, these are specific things that you can work on and try to learn, right? And it's not always the same test over and over again. You get, a mix of different questions. So having that and failing it multiple times in a row was a really nice guide almost for what to learn, and it sort of gives you some direction. So, anybody who's out there who's taking the exams, don't feel bad if you fail them. It's a great learning experience, right? You can use that as a tool to, okay, now I've got some specific things that I can go learn, and I've certainly done that myself, and I'm sure there are many other people out there that have done the same.
So the dirty little secret is the first time that I ever went to SolidWorks World in 2006. I think it's 5 or 6 in Las Vegas. I failed the CSWP the very first time and had to wait a whole year to do it again.
Yeah.
And the fact that it was in Las Vegas and that there was some drinking maybe involved the night before, that might have been a part of it. But so the guy that runs the program now originally failed the first time he took exams. So don't feel bad if you fail.
Yeah. No, I had no excuses. I just didn't know yet, right? And it's a great learning tool too.
Exactly. Yep. So it's we had a great day yesterday with the amount of people that we tested. Most of our testing that we did yesterday was taken using 3D Experience SolidWorks, which is a first for us.
Yeah.
Because we've always used desktop software, but we were able to get everybody through the exams for the most part on 3D Experience SolidWorks yesterday, and we actually ended up awarding four or five new certified experts.
Nice.
So this year was the first time that we actually did CS2B testing on site.
Yeah.
As a benefit coming down to the conference for the people that attend.
Yeah.
So, but it's always good to see the program grow. I mean, we're just about at 700,000 certified users.
Wow.
Yeah, and so we've been marking these milestones over the years with jackets and t-shirts for the team. And so the last one was 500,000. So I think the next one is probably 1 million.
1 million.
And
Wow.
we hope to hit that in
certified users.
2025.
Yeah.
2024 maybe.
That is so very cool. So we talked a little bit about the benefit and totals. So as far as gaining access to these, let's go down that path a little bit. Obviously, here at World, if you're in person, you have access to some certifications. What does that look like if you're in person? What do you have access to?
Oh, wow. Yeah, the list is so vast now. The program we have, I mean, over 35 exams now, right?
Yeah.
So obviously, if you come to the conference and attend the conference in person, we're going to give you the largest benefit. But there is a very large virtual component now that we had to adjust and learn about for the last couple of years. And so come about 2 weeks from now, we'll test, if we use any last year's numbers as a benchmark, we'll test several tens of thousands of people over the course of 4 days.
Wow.
Just online, everywhere in the world. We'll go to bed one night, and for the next few days, people will just be taking exams.
Yeah.
And we can watch it online, but for the most part, everything just runs on its own. And it's a great testament to the tools that we have at our disposal to do that. So,
yeah, so let's mention that. So we've been talking about people taking tests in person, but that's not always the way that you would access it. And in fact, most of the time isn't, right? These are all tests that are able to be taken remotely, right? So through the Tangic system, you can take those anywhere and be able to access those wherever you are. So you don't have to be in person to take these exams. They're at your disposal or at your fingertips, I guess, pretty much always.
Yeah, there's a fun graphic that I use in corporate presentations that in 2021, every 2.2 minutes, somebody around the world during that year were starting one of our exams.
2.2 minutes.
Every 2.2 minutes.
That almost seems impossible.
Yep.
That's amazing.
And then every about 6 minutes, somebody earned a certification.
Wow.
And it's
incredible.
We just watch the numbers grow.
Yeah.
I don't put any kind of sort of metric on my team about how many certifications we have to issue.
Sure.
It just happens, and but that's what we like to see.
Yeah, very organic. So as far as access goes, you can physically take the test from anywhere. How do users get access to them in terms of what they can take? Right, you've got, if you're on maintenance, you can get access to some of those. Are there other ways that users can get to them?
Yeah, basically solidworks.com/certification is the easiest way to see our catalog and purchase exams through there. As you mentioned, customers on subscription have a subset of exams that they're entitled to.
Yeah.
And later this year, we'll announce the first sort of replicate or duplicate offering for our cloud application users.
Very cool.
And also makers as well.
Yeah.
We want to get them taking some of these 3D experience exams.
Yeah.
And so that's another way there. And then the schools is a big part of it. Mm-hmm. Thousands of schools around the world deliver these exams to their students through our certification provider program.
Yeah.
At no cost to the students.
Sure. Yeah. No, and that's very valuable. And like we mentioned earlier, these kind of being that line in the sand, this is something that as far as benefit goes to users, absolutely put on your resume, right? Because it's not like these are some obscure tests. This is a very well known, as you're spouting off these numbers, right? There's millions of people who have taken them, let alone know what they are. So it is a system that you can use to your benefit if you're taking these and saying, I passed this exam. This means something.
Yeah, well, I do have an iPad in front of me with these numbers. My memory's not that good.
Yeah.
But it really is just that the numbers, they change so rapidly, and they're, trying to grasp or wrap your hands or your head around 700,000 users is hard to do.
It is.
But yeah.
That's amazing. Well, great job with the program. That's we've got the graphic up there with some numbers. Just noticing on this graphic, you've talked about 3D experience a couple times. That number is growing pretty rapidly too, and those tests are not that old.
Yeah, and so because they're just relatively just a few years old, So, and that number of 20,000 3D or certified 3D experience SOLIDWORKS users, that 20,000 number, we did that in about 4 years.
4 years.
Over the last 3 to 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the scaling timeline of, you know, how long the SolidWorks has been around, and then you look at the 3D experience. There's a lot of momentum coming behind those.
So for the original CSWP exam, to get to that 20,000 mark, it took us 14 years.
14 years,
get
and in
there.
4 years, you've got the same number in 3D experience.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
So the growth rate of 3D experience exams is astronomical compared to what we now. Of course, you know, we'd have social media back then and stuff
Sure.
like that. It is so, but still, we see this. The scale is much. It's growing much faster.
Yeah, and it just shows you how much momentum there is behind the system as a whole.
Exactly.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. Very cool. Now, you and I were talking earlier about the e-event tonight, right? There are some other little perks that you can get access to if you've got certifications that are always kind of fun this time of year, right? We've got, you know, with World going on, we have a special little event that goes on for the experts. You mentioned there's a couple new ones maybe coming tonight.
Yeah, and so actually there is somebody somewhere in the building, a young gentleman that messaged me on Twitter that didn't know he could take exams yesterday.
Okay.
But he has messaged me, he's like, I wanted to take the expert exam so I can go to the party tonight.
Okay.
So he met me earlier. He's somewhere in the convention center in a dark corner taking this exam, right?
Yep.
And I told him, if you pass it, you can go. So what he doesn't know is that regardless if he passes it, his initiative, when he comes, I told him, come find me.
Yeah.
He's going to go regardless.
I love that.
And so, because, you know, we love to see that kind of effort. I mean, we're always amazed by people who, like, what they'll do, what they'll go through to take an exam.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So yeah, so we have the CSWE party tonight. It's at Pins Mechanical.
Cool, yeah.
From 7 to 10 p.m. The venue is great.
Yeah.
It's aside from the USS Midway that we had our last CSWP, the last ever CSWP event ever on in San Diego.
Yep.
I'm excited for this video.
Yeah.
Duck pin bowling, giant beer pong,
Yeah.
you know, everything you can imagine. It should be a very, very fun event.
Yeah, and I've been around long enough to remember, you know, the P events, as you just mentioned, it was P events. That was, as you mentioned, the numbers just growing like crazy. Now it's an E event, and the numbers are just growing like crazy of E's. So it's just scaling and scaling and scaling. It's really, really neat to see.
Yeah, the logical question becomes like, will you someday have a 3D experience SOLIDWORKS expert events?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't we?
Why wouldn't we?
You know?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. But yeah, so I wanted to say thanks to the events team for year after year helping us with this event.
Yeah.
This is one of the single things I missed most about not being together the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Tonight it's the funnest night of my year tonight.
Yeah.
Is getting to hang out with all those people and see them all and stuff like that. And they've really come through for us this year in helping us to stretch things a little bit to allow people to go. So we'll have a great time, but it's about being in a room full of people that if I was going to start a company, those are the engineers that I would hire. And I always imagine, what could the group of people collectively come up with in design?
Yeah, let's gather the brain power in one room kind of thing. Yeah, that's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
Well, we're running a little bit short on time here, but I do have another question. Where did these exams come from? Who is writing all of these?
So a great team of people behind me. So and I do have to thank them for the hard work that they put in. You know, Avelino, Daniel, Yannick. We have a girl that works in Japan that works with us, Junko.
Yeah.
And then also Mia Matias from Tangix, our vendor that writes our software.
Yeah.
Tester software for now going on 15 or 18 years.
It's such a cool system to be able to take those from wherever you are.
And yesterday we ran all of our exams in a browser for the first time ever.
Cool.
So no more Windows clients. So, but those guys there, I mean, I've had the privilege of working with them for the past 14 years, and the privilege of leading them for the last 8 years or so, I guess. And I wouldn't trade them for anything in the world. They're a great group of people.
Yeah, that's great to hear. I just bumped into Avelino a couple times. I haven't seen him in quite a while. I was just talking to him this morning. I don't know when the last time was I saw him, so it's great to see him. You do have a great team, and congratulations to all you guys on the success of the whole program. It's evident that you guys put a lot of care and effort into it, and like I said, it's beautiful that you've built a system that means something, that users can take as a standard and get a lot of benefit out of is really cool. And I think, you know, it's really evident when you get to an event like this and you see everybody get together, you know, for the E event or something like that, that it really means a lot to people. And having that system that you can kind of work up like a ladder is really cool. I still remember the day that I got my E, and it's like, this is cool. This was a lot of fun. It's a lot of work, but it's a lot of fun to go through these exams and, you know, kind of prove out to yourself and to others, I guess, that you you know, you've learned something about the software and you kind of step your way through it. It's a great system.
Yeah, and I had the privilege of, I got to write the original exam that we released, I think in 2010.
Cool.
Is when we released it. It's been redone once since then, but you know, I have CSWE #1.
Yeah,
So
that's
and
cool.
we actually had shirts made that for the guys, and we put the number on the back. So
That's
it's
very cool.
It's fun, yeah.
That's very cool. Yeah, I would actually say the E might have been my favorite test. I don't know why, but I just had a ton of fun. Like you take enough of them, you get to the point where you have fun taking them. And
But
the E was fun.
Listen to what you just said. Your favorite test.
Yeah.
And it's just odd for us to hear that, but
It is.
It explains the program.
It does
very well.
Yeah, it does. It's a great system. Well, thanks so much for joining us. Thanks
Yeah.
for being here. Thanks for all of your hard work. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. We'll see you in a few hours.
A little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
Sounds
buy
great.
you a beer.
Sounds even better.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Live now. Hey everyone, welcome back live 3D Experience World 2023. We have a special guest. I'm not sure if anyone knows this guy. It's hard to say.
My name is Gianpaolo Bassi. I work for 3D Experience Works. I'm very happy to be here.
How are you doing today? We were just asking him. We were saying, how is your energy level? You know, you're running around. I know. I was just talking to Karen, right? You're all over the place, but you said the adrenaline's running high, right?
The adrenaline is at the top level, so it will feed me, fuel me until tonight, and then I will collapse.
Then you'll collapse, and then you'll wake
You
up.
gotta make it
You'll
through
do it all
Broadway.
again.
And then we do it all again. Rinse and repeat. Exactly.
And
But it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Yeah, we mentioned, you know, so we're right at the end of our live schedule today. We're doing a proper close in just a moment, but tomorrow we keep going, right? We have 3 domain sessions, which I love that we're doing it that way. So you can pick 1 or 2 or 3, mix in some breakouts there, right? Like, I love the adjustment we've done. But GP, while we have you here, this quote, I just want to start with this and just hear you riff on it, because you said the things that we design in the end design us.
Yeah. Laila, Ajaroglu. She's Turkish, by the way.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, and our hearts go out to everyone in Turkey, you know, affected by everything that's going on. But, you know, it made me think of kind of the journey that we've been on very recently, and that continues, right? As we SolidWorks to 3D Experience Works, right? And how, you know, that really does kind of describe how, you know, we've gone and we've learned a lot from our longtime customers, and, you know, how that influences what 3D Experience Works is. That parallel really stuck out to me. So what really made you pick that quote, and kind of how do you see it applying to today?
Well, it means a lot to me, you know, because as you know, we think a lot about the relationship between the things that we do and the life that they affect, right?
Sure.
And at the end, the sentence from Leila is about, you know, when you design something, the way you design the things, that way we build our environment, the way we relate to our environment, at the end, it is built into the products, right? 80% of the environmental impact is built into the design stage. So what we design will affect our lives, and it will tell us a lot about what we think about life, right? You know, we need to move from being consumers to being users, and sometimes products are designed just for consumers, right? Consumer products. So it's okay to just throw away things, even if they're not at the end of their life cycle. So I think this is one part of what this sentence, this phrase means. And the other one is what you said, actually, is very good. We learn from our users. We learn when our own design, when we design our own platform, our own applications, you know, tells a lot about us as a company, how much we learn from our users, how much we listen. So I think you can use this sentence, which is beautiful in my opinion, because it's a reminder of the importance of us, that we are all makers, right? We make things. We make software. With our software, our customers make products, and the way we design software and the way our users use our software to design things eventually tells us a lot about our vision for what? For the future, for life, for how we relate to the environment. I believe that is important because we are discovering that at the end, what we gave for granted, right, can be disrupted all of a sudden. A pandemic can disrupt our lives. Global warming can change completely the landscape, can change the way people live, where they live, how they feed themselves. So at the end, I think there is a raising awareness that this environment is not a given. It's not a given. It's for us to preserve. It's for us to have a much more delicate approach. It is a new awareness, I would say, and now we are scrambling, very serious in building this awareness in the software that we design. You know, I've shown on stage, and Manish did as well, that right now you click on a button, you can tell exactly what is your CO2 impact of your design based on the material. Like if you use aluminum uses a lot of energy. That energy needs to be created. You can click on a button, you can change the material that you use, you can select the material that has the minimum impact. And design for sustainability is our new mission. And this, I think, tells a lot about us.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, we've been talking about sustainability, I think, for many, many years at World, right? Not only at World, but elsewhere as well. I can even say, or we went out to Gibson Guitars, for example, November, just this past year, you know, to take in some Nashville customer segments and air them, you know, live here. And even there, right, without provocation, I'm not bringing it up, right? But it's the sustainable sourcing of materials is brought up by their design engineers. One of their design engineers, Kara, who I'm friends with, she brought it up. You know, that was one of the things that was core to her and becoming more and more core to what Gibson does. Sustainable sourcing of the parts that, you know, the materials that go into their guitars. So that's increasingly important. So it's somewhat of a testament. You know, again, I've heard this stuff even before I worked at SolidWorks. You know, even before I worked at 3D Experience Works, and I would come to World and I'd hear about these things. And sometimes when you hear, you know, sort of futuristic talks, right, you're thinking like, wow, okay, I'll store that away. But now, right, to the point of this quote, right, it's like you're coming back, you're at World, you're filming things for World even, like even in these little micro interactions, it's coming back at you. It's being brought up to you, right? And sustainability, I don't think has ever been as big a topic as it is today for the future of the planet.
Yeah, I think so. I totally agree. I think you said it very well. It is first and foremost, because at the end, what is more important than, you know, having this vision of the sensitivity of the entire ecosystem to our actions. We have a big responsibility, right? And we need to live up to our responsibility because, you know, the next generations will pay the consequences. So it's a big responsibility and we take it very seriously.
For sure. And general session, you know, I mentioned in the welcome video, which is super goofy. I was wearing that cowboy hat with Dan Wagner, but you know, it's a huge space. General session has long been a huge space for announcements, right? And one of the big announcements, right? So you mentioned starting July 1st, right? Every SolidWorks license will be sold with access to 3D Experience platform at a discount, right? And you know, to help clients streamline collaboration, accelerate product development, all the things we say, and seamlessly take advantage of the full spectrum of product development solutions within 3D Experience Works. One question I had for you is, you know, especially for those who may not have seen that full, you know, segment of that talk is, you know, why this and why now?
Well, I think the why is because we came to the realization that we need to accelerate our vision, right? We need to accelerate the fact that platforms create value. And I think the best way is to put the platform in the hands of everybody without any barriers. Actually, this is part of our DNA. We like to lower the barrier of access. And we have this new technology, well, relatively new. I mean, we have been investing on the platform for 15 years now, so it's not really new. But it is getting at a level of maturity where we believe it can be massively deployed. And what is better than giving it to everybody? Everybody, and it's not only access, it's true functionalities. Remember all the safety, storage, collaboration, data management, structural data management, check-in, check-out, lifecycle management, everything is in there. And also we said not only that, we really want to make it viral because we are so convinced of the value and the game changer nature of what we do that when you have this license, when you have your license to on the platform, you can share everything that you do with anybody on the planet without limit in the number of share that you want to share with people safely and without the need of any installation and without the need of a license. So if I have an amazing thing to share with you and you are my client, you are not necessarily a designer, but you have you are a stakeholder in what I do, you can get my design, you can, you know, as far as a click, you can access it. You have to give me, of course, your name. You need a secure password because this is a very safe environment. It is my intellectual property, your intellectual property. And then you can collaborate from wherever you want. You don't need to come to my office. You can redline, you can zoom in, you can break up and look inside each and every component of the product that you and I are designing. I think, you know, we created e-drawings many years ago. Yeah. It was it was an insanely successful
Jesse
product.
and I have opened e-drawings many times.
Yeah, yeah, but you know what? You know what happened, right? You have to install the e-drawings. You have to add the right computer to do that.
It's a lot of
and
friction.
Then you have to attach your design to an email.
Yep.
You have to download it or to share in any possible way you could share stuff, and not necessarily very safe. Now we have short circuited all of that. It is e-drawings on steroid, and as far as a click of a button, everything happens in the browser, anywhere on any device, and you have the full power of loading, just like e-drawings, very large products, and zoom in, zoom out, explode, recompone, and redline, and communicate with whomever you need to communicate. We are very proud of this. It's an important business decision, right? But again, we think that we have reached a point where this approach to technology can scale up, and we just want to make everybody aware of that.
Yeah, and it's actually, so Jesse and I's jobs, right, a lot of it outside of doing this, we don't do this all year round. It's sort of live at 3D Experience World, of course. But right, we make our technical content, we make our What's New content. And a lot of that functionality you mentioned, we did show in the What's New SOLIDWORKS 2023 video, as well as the, What's New 3D Experience Works 2023 live stream. And it was really fun to demo. Yeah. Things that SOLIDWORKS users know and love, right? S key, right? Press my S key, it shows up right next to my mouse button. Well, you can check in, check out right from the S key. Stuff like that, right? Having it in your command manager tabs.
Yes, so this will be available to everyone with a license of SolidWorks.
Yep.
Everyone. And those that are already have invested in the past, they can come on the new maintenance program that will include the platform functionality, not access, or not simply access. And if we want to talk about money, it's at a huge discount. It's $300, I can be very specific, about $300 per user per year. And the sticker price is $1,500. So you do your math, it's a huge value. And basically it's data management in the cloud for everybody on Earth that has a maintenance license of SolidWorks. Most of them have anyway. So I think it's a good, as Bernard said, it's like anticipating Christmas. It's a gift. It's a gift to our clients.
Yep, coming to an S key near you.
Absolutely.
Marketing's gonna hear that and be like, I gotta use that. But anyway, right, we're here. Obviously, the announcements are huge. It's awesome. We were in Nashville last time, for 3D Experience World 2020. What's your favorite part about Nashville? Do you have a favorite place to go?
Oh boy, yes. I mean, I bought jeans, I bought boots, everything happening in Broadway Street, right? And the most beautiful thing is the music bars. I mean, you have live music everywhere. You land in Nashville, you have live music at the airport, and then you walk down the street, every bar, every gathering place, there is a musician. Yeah. It is huge. It is a beautiful city. I think I want to move here.
So we do a lot of prep for this, right? So we had to grab a quick bite because quickly, you can forget to eat. You're running around like crazy. Yeah. So we went to one of those music places on Broadway, and it was the middle of the day. Maybe it's 1:30. We're taking a quick break. We'll be right back to the convention center. Keep prepping all that. And I think someone, the artist, beautiful voice, great guitarist. I think she said something like, hey, what was it? I only have how many millions of streams on Spotify?
4.5 million, yeah.
Yeah, like I only have 4.5 million streams on Spotify.
Oh, wow.
It's like no big deal.
Right.
It's hard to disappoint. It's like I have 0 streams on Spotify. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe at this table. Maybe GP, maybe you have a lot of streams on Spotify.
I don't think so, but I will try my best.
I'll try my
best. Maybe I ask some advice.
Yeah, hey, this is the right place to go. Just go to Broadway, ask anyone. They'll modestly tell you. You can get millions of streams on Spotify. But yeah, but how about, of course, Nashville is a beautiful city. As you often say, it's the city of music. But how about the conference center?
Oh, yeah.
What's been your favorite part of the event so far? And let me add a caveat that you haven't been actively participating in, that you haven't participated in, that you haven't presented in, for example. What's been your favorite part that you've observed?
That I've not presented?
Yeah.
That's a tough question because I've been doing presentations
keep going.
since early in the morning. The
live
I've
desk.
been doing press release. We're doing the plenary for the user plenary. We did the plenary for our partners. I did already 3 press conferences. So I've not been an
You still have
observer.
energy. You said you still have energy somehow.
I still have energy. Yes, I told you it's the adrenaline level.
The adrenaline.
That keeps me going. But yes, I went down the ice and it's beautiful. It's a beautiful display. I like very much the architecture. It's very, soaring ceilings that are inspiring themselves. I think it's a beautiful venue. This is what is called the Music Arena.
Music City Center.
The,
It is
the
beautiful.
Music City
Yep.
Center. So it's definitely a place that sounds good.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
But most of everything I like to see always filled with people that are smiling, that are happy, that are talking very intensely to each other. I think this is vital for us, to absorb this energy, bring it home, and go about doing even more interesting things. And everybody here is about doing something interesting. That's also very inspiring. So it is beautiful. It is a fantastic comeback. I think it's very fitting that this is like a back to the future, right?
Yep.
We left here at the beginning of a strange period of our lives. Now we got our life back, and we are here exactly here to celebrate. It's beautiful. I'm
Yep.
very happy.
Awesome, GP. Thank you so much for dropping by. We have to make sure before you leave, you got to sign the hat. We're making everyone that's at the desk sign this hat.
Okay.
We want to make sure that the original color is almost lost, just because there's so many signatures. We have so many guests. But again, thank you so much for dropping by the live desk.
Okay, wonderful. I already put my signature there.
All right, you're one step ahead of us.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
welcome back. It's day one close? What?
How did that happen already?
How did that happen? I'm here with superstar Tracy Wilson.
Yes.
Tracy, how are you?
I am great. I gotta say, it is so phenomenal to be back. It's phenomenal to be here in Nashville, where we left off, to see everyone in person. It's been an incredible day.
Yeah, we've been saying, on the virtual side, right? We hope we've given you an outstanding show. We'll be back tomorrow and the next day, right? But there's nothing, like you just said, there's nothing like being back in person, right? From your perspective, you're all over the event. You're on the big stage, right? You're our MC. What was the best thing about being back here in Nashville?
All right, there's two things. I mean, first of all, seeing everyone together at the event, we're meeting people from all over the world, all different backgrounds, coming together and connecting over design. It is phenomenal. But I have to say this thing. There was this moment today when I took the stage for the first time, and I came out, and it was, I literally almost cried. I could feel the energy, the excitement of everyone just like so happy to be back in the room together. It was beautiful. It was a really beautiful moment.
It's such a funny thing, you think about like even like the live desk, all these people. I was joking with you, people just sort of walking by and waiting like, hi Sean, I don't want to interrupt you. It's like, oh hi, like we're live. Just getting that energy. It's super infectious. You mentioned being in person, sitting together. Namely with General Session.
Yes.
That just being able to take in those product announcements, the keynotes. Can you just give us a recap of what went down?
I have a great recap for you. I have a lot of notes because today was jam-packed.
Action-packed.
So we have a lot to talk about. So thanks for having me on.
100%.
So as we know, the theme of 3D Experience World is Imagine. So we kicked off today's general session by focusing on people and businesses who are imagining a new future that are shaped by design. So our speakers discussed how SolidWorks and the evolving 3D Experience Works solutions make it possible to push the limits of our imaginations.
100%. Yeah, and we had one of our speakers here, right? Just a moment ago, if you've just been tuning in. But who were some of the some of the faces rather that we saw during General Session Day 1?
So of course, we always start off with Senior Vice President of 3D Experience Works, Jean-Paul Abbasi. Like he was just
GP,
here having
right?
a great. Yeah, GP was here, and he spoke about the monumental problems being solved today by 3D Experience Works portfolio. The last 3 years have brought new challenges, including disrupted global supply chains, shortage of skilled workers, and an unbalanced manufacturing capabilities. So to address these challenges, a new, more holistic approach to business management is needed, utilizing technology and platforms that provide visibility and analysis. Companies have succeeded in meeting complex design challenges through the use of the 3D Experience platform. For example, we had some great customers up with us today. We had the Innovia Group, specializes in bringing innovation, physical products to market, focusing on sustainability, mobility, and robotics. We can see them there, fantastic.
Yep.
We had WeArt. They nurture startups with ideas that improve people's lives in the real world. And Ocean-based Climate Solutions looks to nature for inspiration to solve some of the biggest challenges and uses wave energy to remove carbon dioxide and support phytoplankton growth. He talked about marine snow. All of it was just phenomenal. So I loved also that moment when GP made his big announcement and everybody cheered. So as we know, starting July 1st in 2023, the SolidWorks subscription model now offers easy access to platform from any browser-based app. User-friendly administrative tools to help manage license and data with ease. And you need the cloud, and so we are delivering.
Yeah, huge. So yeah, GP was just here, just talking about that. It's gonna be something we'll continue to hear about. Those of you who have watched live before, it's kind of, we do one episode per month. It's not always 3 days straight, 8 hours a day like it is here.
You're crushing it already.
Oh, thank you so much. But that's where we always have those announcements. So we're glad to deliver here on live at 3D Experience World 2023. But who else did we see, right? We saw CEO and chairman of Dassault Systèmes, Bernard Charlez, of course, right? We always know eventually we're going to see BC up there.
That's right.
So what did he do? He shed light on how the convergence of virtual and real worlds is leveling up, how we design and create impactful experiences.
That's right.
This is 3D Experience World after all. With virtual twin technologies, we hear about that a lot, just like we talked about with GP. At some point these things seem futuristic, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, I'm seeing this in my own businesses with my customers, right? So businesses, consumers, patients, citizens, have these increasingly powerful, and GP mentioned it even, right, with factory floors, powerful tools at their disposal to solve these pressing sustainability issues, right, and ignite innovation. So it's huge. We're always looking, I can say, in closing, right, at Dassault Systèmes, we have over 500 members of R&D worldwide. Like, we're always trying to push the envelope to make, imagination, what was imagination, into present day reality.
Well, that's right. I mean, we know that imagination is where we find our ideas. And this
Sure.
is what about how do we help your ideas come to life? It is a SOLIDWORKS tradition that our best ideas come from engaging with our users. So that brings us to the exciting updates from SOLIDWORKS CEO, Manish Kumar. And he shared how his customer-first mindset is deeply ingrained in his DNA. Now, here's what's interesting. He talked about this journey that he took to go around the world, literally around the world, and gain some knowledge about what are people's biggest problems, what needs and ideas do they have. And here are some of the common problems that he listed that he found. How to test products, dealing with labor shortages, factory automation, layout changes, reprogramming robots without taking them offline, how to collaborate effectively with clients, even managing unpredictable supply chains. And as he said, that was just a partial list. And what Manish found is that these challenges were faced across industries and geographies. But as he said, the 3D Experience platform is the solution. So what is that? What does that provide? It is a single product development environment to store ideas, to capture ideas, store data, and work together to break down those silos so that we can ensure that all the data is always up to date. Now, as we know, this is going to enable cost analysis, scenario validation, and we're looking for a holistic approach for designing the best long-term product experiences. Wow, right?
much more than just CAD.
It is. And so we know we have the best tools for the future of design. So what about this amazing community of designers that imagine what's possible? So that is where SOLIDWORKS and 3D Experience VP of Strategy and Community, Suchit Jain, he shares the story of a vibrant community that's changing the world. And that, we know this community is none other than the SOLIDWORKS community. Yes, we see him there.
Look at all that capability represented on screen.
It is, yeah,
they can do whatever they want.
And do whatever they want. More than 7 million designers, engineers, students, and entrepreneurs are using SOLIDWORKS solutions to take imagination to innovation. And it is really a privilege to be a part of this collective effort. So he talked about how startups with the aid with 3D Experience Works are leading progress. They're generating new opportunities in fields such as electric vehicles, space tech, furniture, medical devices, and so much more. Now, we saw some of them right now. The guests that he had on, Verve Motion's wearable robotics, Titan Garrow's aerospace CNC shop, Jonathan Tippett's inventive creations. I mean, all of them were incredible. It was oohs and ahs, it was cheering, it was excitement. It was brilliant. And then he had on Dr. Hoganson and his use of SOLIDWORKS in pre-surgical planning. So he underscores the importance of the tools that connect and enable the people who are brilliant to make this change.
Yep, that was huge. I was just sitting here, I'm obviously not delivering general session. I'm watching it. Jesse and I were just gawking, especially during that particular session. It's like, what? What am I watching?
It was so exciting. And really, and listen, it's fantastic that we do all these things virtual, but when you are in that room in person and you hear the gasps, you hear the oohs and ahs of what we're being presented,
yep.
It feels good.
Yeah, I myself felt FOMO. I was like, no, I want to be in the room. I want to see everyone else's mouths just like jaws drop.
Yeah,
like,
it's great.
My goodness.
It's so great.
Just that whole idea that's hugely inspiring. Like, just hearing, and that's something you get to hear at World year in and year out. It's hearing how our users, our partners, right? Not just our users, our partners out there in industry are making experiences of their own, right? For their customers and their partners. And another great source of inspiration each year, we can expect it at 3D Experience World. We're going to have more of them as well. Our keynotes. Can you give us a little bit of a recap on the keynotes?
Yes, I sure can. And I have to say, being the MC, I get to sit in the green room with the keynotes as well.
So
all
jealous.
The presenters were out chatting. It is inspiring before any of our guests or keynotes even get on stage. But so because you had him on after his keynote, we talked about lifelong inventor and entrepreneur, Jamie Siminoff. So we know he created the world's first Wi-Fi video doorbell that now it's known as Ring in his garage in 2011. All right, here's what I love. I think this is such a fun fact. Oh, okay, he was on Shark Tank. This is him when he was on as an inventor. Now, he has been now on as an investor. When he was on the show, it's when it was called Doorbot, and he left the tank without a deal. Ironically, his customer-first home security company sold to Amazon. It's the company's second largest acquisition. So the man who was essentially rejected on Shark Tank has made a pretty penny on an invention that nobody wanted.
Yeah, take that, Mr. Wonderful.
Take that, Mr. Wonderful. And here's the thing, as exciting as that is for him, it's not even about the money. It is about creating products that improve people's lives, and that's really what he wants to do and inspire others to do. And you know, here's interesting too, he touched on AI a little bit, and he talked about how, you know, AI is gonna significantly influence various aspects of our lives, but it's up to us to shape the future. AI isn't going to create the ideas. We have the power to create the new things. We have the ideas. AI is fun when you give it ideas, but he really emphasized we have the ideas, we have the power. And so my biggest takeaway with him is that for anyone's watching, if you are creating something that you believe can change the future, if you have an idea I said no one believes in, keep believing in your vision. It was nobody wanted it. He said have something that people laugh at you about, right? And then keep believing that, and the next thing you know, he's an investor on Shark Tank and not just an inventor.
That was huge. I mean, I could even say in lunchroom conversations. So
Yes.
I was able to break away, you know, in the middle there. I think Jesse unfortunately was, you know, going crazy in the 3D Experience Playground, which we'll talk about surely. But yeah, just talking with people about other attendees about, you know, how do you see the influence of AI? Do you see it, like Jamie was saying, as a threat? You know, and it's really interesting to see how talks like those, the keynotes that we see at 3D Experience World, really do influence how we think about future and in AI's case, current day technologies. Like AI is here. Like
it is here.
We all see it.
Yeah.
So that's
we're all trying to like do something fun with it and see what it can come up with and see what funny stories it will tell us.
Yeah, novel ideas.
But we, as to Jamie's point, but we have to feed it the idea. It's not going to come up with the ideas for you.
Right. Yep.
Like we have the power to control it.
That is so huge. Like, and you think about general sessions, right? Which is where we see these keynotes. You know, they're tailored specifically for the thousands here and many more thousands, you know, watching at home and at work. It's tailored for designers, engineers, entrepreneurs, students, makers, every other persona. I feel like the list just keeps getting longer and longer as we, you know, just scale 3D
Continue
Experience
to grow.
World. Yeah, just keep growing. But, you know, I think about 3D Experience World, what is the focus of it, right? So that's general session. 3D Experience World, it's the focus of it, the mission of it, as Jamie would say, right? It's to connect the community, connect this community of these crazy talented individuals that have all these different titles, all these different personas, right? And provide inspiration and create learning opportunities. I think at the core, that's really what it is.
That is what it is. Because you heard him at the end saying, learn, 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 keep learning, keep learning, keep learning. That's what he was saying about learning. And so 3D Experience World is a perfect place for those who are eager to learn. We have 320 technical training sessions. We have more than 25 meetup sessions. Attendees have the chance to actively participate, to ask questions, to delve deeper into areas that are interesting to them, and really go around the playground, the shop floor, to see and to say like, hey, I heard you speak. What does this mean? I'm interested in this. Where do I learn more? How can I learn? It is an atmosphere of learning here, and that is phenomenal. An atmosphere of inspiration, it's what people want.
It's huge. Yeah, we all have different learning styles, right? So this is a stream that we did of a breakout earlier. And breakout sessions, and if you've signed up for 3D Experience World, even virtually, you've definitely experienced them. We've been previewing them throughout the day. We streamed that one live from the in-person session. You know, it's a lot of, you know, look up, take notes, look up, take notes. We all have different learning styles though, right?
I took a lot of notes today.
Yeah, but some of us like to learn more hands-on. We like to you know, touch and feel things and see how they work, you know, see the different mechanisms. And I think the 3D Experience Playground was kind of a place to do that. And when you think playground, maybe you're thinking like swing sets and all this other stuff. But that's not really what it was, right?
Well, but here's the thing. I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna take that, and I'm gonna say this.
I want to work with that.
But it is a place to play.
That's
Maybe
a great
hide and seek. It is a place. It is an adult playground. It is where these are the things that are exciting to me, that I am interested in, and it does feel like you are a kid at a playground because there is so much to see and do. There is so much excitement, and so maybe I'm not going down a swing, but I might play with a cobot, right?
Right.
And
Cobot.
so
Love that.
yeah,
That's her, by the
right?
way.
So today, I had a really good time exploring the shop floor, and I had a chance to meet with 3D ExperienceWorks Senior Portfolio Manager with Mike Buckley. And so let's take a look at a little fun that I had learning some stuff about the shop floor with Mike.
Awesome.
I think it's time for a coffee break. I'm gonna get an iced cappuccino made by a robot. That's amazing. It kind of cheers me. That was very cute. Well, there is a lot going on the shop floor. So give us a rundown of all the things that we can experience here.
So we got some amazing stuff. This is the biggest shop floor we've ever had, and it also has the most equipment. So we always start with our friends over at DN, right? We're doing some cool stuff with machining and milling. And then our friends down at the end in Tormach, we're actually doing plasma cutting here live this year. And then we created a whole bunch of interactive things. So we have CNC 101 classes people can sign up for, learn the basics of CNC. And with all the new robot programming and automation, we have not only robot programming with our software, but then we also have the ability to come in and learn how you interact with cobots to begin with. But, have you seen the coolest part?
What is the coolest part? There is a coolest part.
Yep, the coffee making robot. You just can't beat that, right?
We're gonna meet that coffee making robot probably in a minute. But what's this happening right here?
So we made a lot of cool billet things in the last several years, right? But this year we took our additive and we printed stainless steel belt buckles with Mark Forge. And then in this machine right here, we're actually machining out the rest of it. And as you saw this morning, GP was wearing one.
Yeah, GP had that on. That is incredible. Yeah. A lot going on here. So maybe next year you can join us on the shop floor because there is a lot to do, and especially, like you said, the classes.
Yep. Yeah, we're making everything we do a lot more interactive, so you're really missing out by not being here.
Next year. We'll see y'all next year.
Exactly.
Thanks so much.
Yep.
Well, so here's the thing. Yes, and the coffee break was very, very fun.
Yeah.
We do kind of tease a little bit, like, hey, too bad you're not here, haha. But honestly, it's two things happening. We're so happy that we can bring you all this information, that we can be here and be with you live, and if you can't be here in person. But if you can be here in person, it really is a great opportunity. So we encourage people, if they can come, to come in person, if it's possible, if that works out for you. And if not, we're gonna keep giving you all this information virtually. But it is, you were talking about different learning styles. I am a tactile learner.
Yeah.
So it is fun to come and touch things and look at things and play with things and see how things are made is pretty wonderful.
For visual learners, I'm getting a little feedback on my earpiece here. We actually do have more of the actual coffee break piece. I don't think we've played the full clip, so could we actually see that?
I think it's time for a coffee break. I'm gonna get an iced cappuccino made by a robot. That's amazing. It kind of cheers me. That was very cute. Oh, look at this. If only I could have this in my own kitchen. So good. So here's the thing, I needed 2 coffees.
You needed to.
I needed 2 coffees. It's been a really long, exciting day. We got up really early for demo session, so I needed 2 coffees.
That's awesome. I don't have a coffee counter. I might have had like 10. I'm not done. No, I'm kidding. But the playground, the shop floor is a great area, right? We're going to be we actually took some trips to the shop floor. I didn't get a coffee from a cobot though.
Maybe
Not that
tomorrow.
cool.
Yeah.
But we definitely will be back for you guys virtually. Like Mike said, great if you can be here in person. It's great to, like you said, for tactile learners, great to go there, see the latest technologies, all that. But the playground itself, it isn't just the shop floor. The shop floor is humongous. We have Maker Zone, all this crazy stuff. But think about that belt buckle. It has some really interesting contours.
Yes.
Right. I'm a SolidWorks user. I'm thinking, how would I go about modeling that? Could I model it quicker than someone else? We do have Model Mania. We took a trip there. Right. Is that sort of area where you can, show off your skills in person. But it's in person and virtual, right? So
Yes.
Just give us a rundown of the full slate of Model Mania.
Sure thing. Well, Model Mania, it is the place to show off your modeling skills, and it is a contest. It's a challenge, and you can win up to $500 in prizes. So don't miss your chance to compete. This year we have 3 different challenges. There's the in-person SolidWorks challenge. You can see this here. You'll be given a drawing, and you have to model a part in SolidWorks with points for accuracy and speed. We have a hybrid SolidWorks Cloud Challenge where you can create a design inspired by Nashville using 3D Creator and 3D Sculptor. And then the virtual SolidWorks Challenge took place today at noon, so we had something that everybody could participate in. And we will have the winners announced on day 3.
So cool.
Yeah.
So cool. Yeah. So that I remember, and this is part of the experience that I really miss. What we just saw on the camera
Yes.
or on the screen here just a moment ago. Man,
You go into the room.
you go into the booth. Yeah.
You go in the booth.
The booth isn't your kitchen table anymore necessarily. You can still do it if you're doing the virtual competition, of course. But the booth is a special. You load in your settings and you're like, oh, I'm going to come out of this booth a changed person.
It actually is fun to go and watch people come out of the booth
They look
and see their
entirely
faces
different.
to see how they did, to see like, oh, that was hard, or oh, that was easier than I thought, or like, I think I might have won, like, was I fastest, was I most accurate? It is fun to watch people when they come out and see them come out that changed person.
Exactly.
It's good. It's good.
No, Model Mania is definitely near, it just has a community, right? It's near and dear to our hearts.
Yes.
And I think another space that's near and dear to my heart, at least, is the Hive. So
Yes.
back in 2020,
So I heard you talking about it. So let's talk about the Hive. Here's some video.
Yeah, so the Hive is really the community gathering space, right? And back in 2020, it was the first year that we tested out Hive Mind meetups, which basically were a space, and they still are today, sessions, 30-minute, thinking of like industry speed dating.
Yes.
Where essentially you have designers and engineers meeting other designers and engineers, makers meeting other makers. So you think on your session, on your session sheet, on your agenda, you have a session that's just for makers. So you're not just sort of hoping to bump into someone in the playground and think like, oh, they're a maker too. Or, oh, you're a designer in my industry too. Or, oh, you're a CAD administrator too. When you show up, you're going to have that 30 minutes just to be able to meet other people like you. So it's just phenomenal.
It's really great. And you can find those in the session catalog, figure out where you want to hang out. And like you said, it's like speed dating, it's a little bit of networking, and it is for the people that you are looking to meet, to make sure you're not walking through the floor just like waving it like, hey, is anybody a maker? Like, who's a designer? Like, who can, you can sign up to meet the people that you want.
Yep. It's grown since then too. I know one thing we were talking about is like there's even podcasts.
Yes. Yes.
Just crazy.
It's great. We have the Core podcast. We have the Bender podcast. It's such a huge range of topics, captivating conversations. There really is something for everyone. And they have been here. There they are. They've been here live. And of course, they're on all the socials, and you can find them on Instagram and YouTube. And their podcasts are quite good for all different topics and interest levels.
Yep, we have competitions for ratings now at 3D Experience.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, I think Kirby and Johnny, maybe they'll have us beat soon. I think I'm outpacing them by a little bit. Yeah, but they took over our show. Even they were here.
I saw.
Podcast, and they'll be back 15 minutes tomorrow. 15 minutes on day 3.
Well, I saw them on Sunday. They were doing a live podcast at the Hive. And then I walked by earlier today and I saw them here as well. I thought, oh, this is good.
They're
this
so cool.
is good.
So funny. They're like a mix of everything. It's like joking, making, silly jokes. They give you that like in-person feel, right? Of like, okay, who do we meet? Who are some cool people we met?
Yes.
That they work in industry too, right? So they have that perspective, the real attendee perspective.
That's right. A lot of community, a lot of information, a lot of engagement, tons of different topics. Really, really keeping on the toes of what's happening that you want to know about.
Yeah, I so love and appreciate that they do that. But speaking of, they took over the live desk for a moment. I have to give a shout out to the live desk. From your perspective though, Tracy, right? You're all over this event.
This is going to be my favorite part.
Can you tell us from your perspective why our audience should tune into live? Because I've been giving tons of
Because of Sean O'Neill and Jesse Sprague. That's why you should turn in.
Definitely because of Jesse.
Listen, this show is phenomenal.
Thank you.
And I could sit here and try to see if I can make you blush all day. But truly, it is so great because you give information all day. You are all day live each and every day for people who might not be able to be here in person to say, here's what we're doing, here's our information, here's what you might have missed. It's interviews. You had GP on, you had Jesse on right after he did his TED Talk, after he did his keynote, because it was that good.
It felt like a TED Talk,
because
yeah.
it's that good. You have the heavy hitters. You have all the big interviews, and then you talk about the important things that we might miss. You say, have you seen this? Did you see that? All the latest I mean, it really is phenomenal. And you are here 8 hours a day?
Yeah.
9 hours,
Yeah,
10 hours,
we
all
run
day,
it like
every
we run it
day?
like 8 hours a day. It's definitely not just Jesse and me. That was one thing we had a commitment to. Last year we really, Brian and I really tried to
Yes.
carry the show. We had tons of you come in through Zoom, which is amazing. Put on a good show in that way. But yeah.
Well, you all in the production team, you keep this thing
100%.
rolling the entire day live, and it is a phenomenon. It really is a gift to the community. It is. So I'm sure everybody takes it as that and appreciates what you are all doing, and it's wonderful. And I'm privileged to be sitting here with you.
Thank you. Yeah, likewise. And again, be sure to subscribe. If you like what you heard today, you want to come back tomorrow, just get that reminder. I know we all, especially virtually, right? We're going from meeting to meeting. We have meetings in the morning, meetings in the afternoon, wherever you are, get the notification. Easy way to tune back in.
Is this where you say, don't forget to like, share, follow, subscribe?
Oh yeah. This is where we have the little thing pop up and it clicks the button, right?
Yes,
it's like
yes.
click this one, just like I'm doing
Yes.
here. But watch this transition.
Okay.
Speaking of things you can't miss.
Don't miss this demo.
There we go.
All right, yes. So Don't Miss This Demo is one of the most fun parts. Listen, there's so many fun parts, but it is something that people look forward to every year because they are so creative. This year, we enjoyed the first episode of Don't Miss This Demo, where we met our hero, Platform Jones, as he recovered a lost diskette of code from the old SolidWorks headquarters. And on stage, he and teammate Markup Brody highlighted some good-looking enhancements to Core CAD that we will learn more about in SolidWorks 2024. So tomorrow, their quest will continue as they search for Brenda, her special USB drive, and more of the lost features. The sketches are just, they're next level. They are so much fun. And each year, the creativity, what they do, how they decide to put it together, it is, obviously we have an Indiana Jones theme this year. The very first year that I was here 7 years ago,
Yeah, what was
it was Next Top Modeler.
Oh,
And
I
I was the
remember that one.
host of
Everyone
America's
talks about
Next
that
Top
one.
Modeler.
Yep.
And it was, oh my gosh.
So good.
And when I went back to watch all the videos, and I was like, it's kind of a privilege to be a part of it. I felt pretty honored to be a part of such a, Don't Miss This Demo it is part of this experience that is so great. They are phenomenal.
It truly is. It's really part of the fabric of world, like you
Yes,
said.
it is part of the fabric.
It's really funny to watch it as well. Every one of those people are on the team that I work on year round. And then you have, junior designers who is actually our boss's boss in real life, who's getting reprimanded by one of us. So it's really funny, like all the crazy role reversal and obviously showing the software and.
Of course. Well, in speaking of showing software and showing information and doing skits and having fun, can we talk about your video, the platform video?
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Can we please just show my screen? I have to show you guys around a couple things as we wrap up here. So I won't play this whole video now. It's not super long. It's about 7.5 minutes. But if you're looking to maximize your time on the virtual event platform as a virtual attendee, and as a reminder, you can still sign up. Go to 3dexperienceworld.com. It is free to sign up. And although the event started, right, you can still do so. So you go in, you sign in. This is your home screen, right? So you go right to the welcome video, getting started. You see, it kind of looks like a Stream Deck because, well,
I'm not going to give too much away, but that's definitely a prop, I will say.
It is a prop, a well-used prop.
A very well-used prop, very off-leveraged prop as well. So definitely check that out. So you click here, you watch the video. I'll actually play tomorrow, just live, just to give you guys a reminder at the start of the day. But if you really want to maximize your time at the event as a virtual attendee, that is your key to how to do that. But another thing I wanted to call out, we've been kind of going back and forth on this virtual event platform throughout the day. Some of you may have questions, whether it's about leveraging the event platform, maybe you just want to connect with other attendees outside the scope of meetups. If you go right up to the top here on the banner under more, you can see there's a couple of communities here. So there's the 3D Experience World 2023 Breakout Sessions Q&A, where you can actually connect with breakout session presenters, ask them questions. I saw a bunch of them posting saying like, hey, if you have any questions about the session I just did, post them here. I'll do my best to, when I'm not in the playground or doing something crazy, right, to get back there and answer your questions. Then, of course, SOLIDWORKS News and Info, where you see a lot of different news and info about the event overall. But anyway, just wanted to give a quick shout out to that.
Phenomenal.
Day one's been pretty insane, like in a good way.
Yes.
Awesome.
And that's a wrap on the first day?
All that on the first day.
All that in the first day. And we still have 2 more days left.
Yep, we still do. We still have 2 more days left. And like I mentioned to you guys, definitely make sure to, again, like, subscribe. But definitely, if you have to like it, but definitely subscribe. Definitely hit the notification bell. We will be back day 2 tomorrow, like you mentioned, Tracy, with keynote interviews. We'll have the domain sessions we mentioned, so you can have an hour-long session all about the future of design, simulation without limits, going above and beyond the scope of anything you've ever thought about with manufacturing in the 3rd domain session. But yeah, we will be here for you guys. Jesse will be back. I'll be back, and a bunch of us will be here to show you all that we know. So once again, thank you so much, Tracy.
Thank you so much for having me.
And we'll see you tomorrow.